Morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Tamar Jacoby. I'm president of Opportunity America. And before I say anything substantive or even welcoming, I've been instructed that I must tell you the hashtag. So the hashtag is ThisWayUp2016. Please tweet early and often. Spread the word about anything you hear interesting or exciting today. And so now that we've gotten that out of the way, we're just really thrilled to be here today and to see you all here today at this event showcasing a fresh approach to poverty and economic mobility. I think of it as center-right. That's the term I use. I'm not sure all the speakers would call themselves center-right. We're going to cover a broad range of issues, the problems of what most people think of as the poor, the traditional poor, the poorest of the poor, but also the American working class. And whether or not everyone on our wonderful roster of speakers uses the label center-right, you're going to hear three pretty classic center-right ideas about poverty cropping up consistently in session after session. Government alone isn't the answer. We need civil society and families and faith groups and business. Number two, the best antidote to poverty is work. The work is a paycheck, but also the dignity of work. And third, along with economics, we need to pay attention to people's choices, particularly their bad choices about school and marriage and parenting and work and drugs and lots of other things. So those are classic ideas, right? Those are classic center-right tenets on poverty and opportunity. But, and this is the interesting part about what's going to happen today, there's a striking new energy on the center-right around these issues. An intellectual ferment, I think of it as. New ideas and new areas of concern and new policy proposals and new updated thinking about the old tenets. And you're going to see this today in session after session, especially, and this is a little bit of an advertisement, especially if you stay to the afternoon and you go to the breakout policy sessions, which are really going to be, in some ways, the heart of the day, the nitty-gritty of policy. But thrilling as all this new thinking is, right, it's only the beginning. Because what really makes today so exciting to me is you combine this intellectual energy and ferment with what happened across America, a little over a month ago, right? Not just the White House, but both chambers of Congress, 33 governor's offices. What an opportunity. Ferment, new ideas, energy, and now the opportunity to do something about it. And that's what I hope we'll all keep in mind today through the day. This is our opportunity to actually solve some problems for Americans. What are our best ideas? What are our plans for better policy? How are we going to make sure we seize this opportunity to actually make a difference? Well, stay tuned. I think you're going to hear some interesting ideas today, some promising ideas. So I can't give up the microphone without thanking my incredible co-sponsors, and we have quite a list. I'm Opportunity America. We have the American Enterprise Institute, the Manhattan Institute, the Business Roundtable, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, Jack Kemp Foundation, Opportunity Nation, Clapham Group, the Niskanen Center, Opportunity Lives, and the Conservative Reform Network. It's a whole day's work just to list them. So thank you. We couldn't have done it to all of them, many of them sitting here in the front row. We couldn't have done it without them. And of course, we're thrilled to have Speaker Ryan here today, a leading champion of the new center-right approach to poverty and opportunity. So I won't say any more about Speaker Ryan because we have Tom Donahue here to introduce him. Tom Donahue, president of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Thank you so much for being here and for introducing Speaker Ryan. Thank you all.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. In addition to a thanks to all of the sponsors, a special thanks to those that worked so hard to put this event together. It is my privilege to introduce House Speaker Paul Ryan. I can't think of anyone better positioned to kick off an event on economic mobility than Speaker Ryan. Ever since his days working with the late Jack Kemp at Power America, Paul Ryan has been sounding the alarm on our failing anti-poverty system and offering bold ideas to empower Americans to overcome the economic challenges they face. He spoke passionately about solving poverty while on the Republican ticket in 2012. 2 years later, he unveiled an innovative plan at the American Enterprise Institute to turn federal anti-poverty spending over to the states. And earlier this year, he did it again, releasing a proposal from a House task force to assemble on poverty, opportunity, and upward mobility. Speaker Ryan understands that our anti-poverty programs often do more to trap people in poverty than to lift them out of it. These are complex problems that require thoughtful solutions. That means there's no easy route, there's no shortcut. And while many in Washington run from these problems, Speaker Ryan has run towards them. You can always count on him to be the guy who will think deeply and pay more attention to the difficult details. His anti-poverty proposals have broken new ground and helped reinvigorate the bipartisan conversation about economic mobility. Now, Speaker Ryan is in a historic position to turn ideas into reality. And I know all of us are here today and stand ready to help. The U.S. Chamber is committed to advancing the cause of greater opportunity and economic mobility. We will do it because it's the right thing to do, and we will do it because it is critical to our nation's overall economic health. Business cannot succeed, and our economy and our citizens cannot prosper if our people cannot reach their potential. Fortunately, Speaker Ryan has proven that he has the courage and the intellect to tackle our nation's biggest challenges. In addition to championing efforts to help people out of poverty, he's been fighting for fiscal responsibility, tax reform, regulatory reform, and so many other pro-growth policies for his entire career. We're going to need him to keep it up and keep this fight going like never before. There are few people in our country with more on their shoulders today than Speaker Ryan, but he is well equipped to confront the challenges and seize the opportunities that lie ahead. After his remarks today, the Speaker will sit down with veteran Wall Street Journal reporter and columnist Jerry Seib for further discussion. Please join me in welcoming and encouraging Speaker Paul Ryan.
Thank you so much. So in other words, no pressure. Geez, thanks, Tom. I will try and keep my remarks fairly brief so we can get on to a conversation. First of all, it's just really nice to be here. Tamar and Robert, and where's Jimmy? Is Jimmy in the room here somewhere? He's come. Okay, give him a hard time for that one, will you? I just want to thank everybody on this placard for being involved. This is exciting. What is this? We are coming to a consensus on how to fight poverty and restore upward mobility in America. Number one, we agree this needs to be fought. We agree far too many people are slipping through the cracks in this country. We agree that opportunity is lacking. We agree that this beautiful notion, the American idea, the condition of your birth doesn't determine the outcome of your life, is an idea that a lot of people don't believe in anymore. And if there are some who don't believe in it, then it really isn't true universally at all. So it's our job to restore this. And this is what conservatives have been working on for years. And this is what is exciting. Tamar calls it the center-right movement. We've been spending so much time trying to figure out how we can better solve these problems, how we can take our principles, apply them to problems to offer really good, innovative solutions that are effective. I will just say a few things on that, other than to say that you have in front of you a very willing and a very engaged Congress ready to tackle this issue. We have spent years on this. In particular, we spent the last year putting together a very specific and coherent blueprint on reviving upward mobility and fighting poverty. Number one, and Robert Doar is really good about this, work works. We've got to do more to make it easier for people to join the workforce. We've got to do more to make it easier to transition people into the workforce. We have to remove the disincentives that are disincentivizing people from getting on the ladder of life and getting into the workforce. And we think we have innovative solutions to do that. Number two, we've got to stop displacing local poverty fighters. We cannot keep embracing this arrogant paternalistic notion in Washington that Washington knows best. In other words, we've got to stop the commodification of the poor. We've got to stop fighting this idea of poverty as if it's some, sterile, cold concept we don't like, and then create some big bureaucracy and program in Washington, and then parachute into communities and push them aside and say we know what's best. We've got to stop doing that. I think if you had to describe the war on poverty as noble as the effort was, this war is a stalemate. And what we learn when you actually go into communities is there are people who are doing tremendous work, who are fighting poverty eye to eye, soul to soul, person to person, who we all need to learn from. And so instead of displacing that good work, we need to support it. We need to back it up. The government has a very important role to play. It's manning the supply lines, but not dictating the front lines. And so that, to me, is one of the really important acknowledgments that we have to express. Stop displacing civil society. Stop pushing aside local, homegrown, proven poverty fighters. Get their stories told so that their success can be replicated. Cross-pollinate across the country. So get everything and everyone working hand in hand on the same page in the same direction. Civil society, faith-based charities, secular charities, government and employers in the private sector and everybody in between. Right now, kind of fighting at odds with each other. So one of the things that we as conservatives want to do is make sure that everyone is working on the same page with the right incentives. Number three, test results. This is not partisan. Patty Murray and I wrote a bill, passed it into law a year ago, creating an evidence-based policy commission. Some of the members are probably here in this room, so that we can better measure the success of our efforts, better measure the success of programs, so that we test results and we judge success in the war on poverty and the restoration of upward mobility, not based on effort, not based on how many programs we're creating or how many dollars we're sending, but based on results. Are we getting people out of poverty? Are we creating upward mobility? Does it work? So let's just focus on inputs to results. And if we do those fundamental things, make sure that we smooth the pathway to work, make sure that work always pays, remove these barriers, stop taxing people 80 cents on the dollar from taking a step into the workforce. Make sure that we don't displace civil society, that we work with and respect civil society and local poverty fighters and test our results. And with respect to just providing upward mobility on all levels of the scale of the income scale, we've got to close this skills gap and we've got to get economic growth. So that's a big, full agenda. It involves things like tax reform, making America more competitive, making our industrial base more vibrant. It involves closing that skills gap, soft skills, hard skills, and everything in between, so that people can get the skills they need, and getting the employers and civil society involved in the pursuit of doing this. It involves getting government to respect its limits and removing the barriers, and then putting policies in place that get us the growth we need to produce the jobs and the opportunity, closing the skill gaps, and going after fighting the really hard, persistent problems with persistent poverty. And that is why we think this conversation is ready, it's ripe. Now we want to take this conversation, get it moving in the right direction, and then start putting results out there, getting bills passed. This is what we're serious about doing. It is a moment that I think should not be a partisan moment. This is one that we just see the evidence in front of us and go with what works. And so all I want to do is say thank you for doing this. I see a lot of familiar faces here. We're very excited about this. We're very excited about having the opportunity to tackle one of the more persistent and stubborn problems that we've been dealing with as a country. And we're excited about learning from the people on the ground who have made a difference and making sure that we can see more of that and removing these barriers and getting everybody on the same page. So thank you very much for being here, and look forward to the conversation with Jerry. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. 6:29. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me. I think I speak for all of us when I say thank you for bringing some of that Janesville weather to us this morning.
This isn't cold.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's going to be
forgot.
19 below zero on Sunday at home. We're getting 10 inches of snow on Saturday.
In other words, Packers weather.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
This isn't cold.
I appreciate the chance to have the conversation. It's hard for me to start a conversation like this without talking about Jack Kemp. I wrote about Jack Kemp. You worked for Jack Kemp. His name is up there, as you noted. If he were here today, still preaching the optimistic, happy, broad tent, big tent brand of conservatism that he liked to talk about, what would he be pleased about? What would he be displeased about in terms of where we are right now?
Well, I remember we would have conservative meetings about fighting poverty, and you could fit everybody around one table in Jack Kemp's office. Seriously, I mean, it was like 6 people. So this is exciting just to see this effort. So I think he'd be really excited if Jack were here or if his son were on time. Sorry. He's gonna,
We'll remind him you said
yeah,
that.
remind him I said that. He would be excited that the ferment and what Jack called the battle of ideas is really matured to the point where we have so many more people engaged in this fight. My mentor, in addition to Jack Kemp, is Bob Woodson. And I met Bob through Jack back in the early 1990s. And, you know, Bob and I have spent a lot of time over the years traveling the country. And I just asked for a tutor. Teach me. I want to learn. I have these principles, and I have good opinion on what they look like and how they work. I learned them from Jack Kemp. But let's see, you know, how it works in reality. And what I'm excited about is more and more and more people, I've been getting House Republicans to do this, are getting out in communities doing just this. So what I think Jack would be excited about is the engagement and the participation of so many people in the center right on this issue. I think what he would be really upset about is the polarization of our politics. It's just he's a happy warrior. We think of ourselves as happy warriors. The glass of life is half full, not half empty. You appeal to the better angels of people. You have rigorous debates on ideas, but it's done in an inclusive way that's less polarizing. I think he'd be pretty upset about the polarization of politics today.
You talked, and I want to talk some more about the poverty agenda, but there was a related agenda that I think really emerged in this election and with the election of Donald Trump, which was the concerns of, for lack of a better term, the working class poor.
Yeah.
And let me ask you this philosophical question. As a free market conservative, somebody who believes in the power of free markets and the primacy of markets, how do you then address the concerns of people in this working class poor segment, which issued a kind of a primal scream in this election, that globalization and markets don't work for them? How do you deal with that concern?
I would attack the premise of the question, which is you're pretending that we've been operating with free market economic policies, and we have not. So what we have are policies that have produced slower economic growth and more disparity of income and less opportunity. Why? I think a lot of our own policies, our own government domestic policies have been a big cause for that. Whether it's the poverty trap because the way our welfare programs are working or don't work, whether it's the regulatory state that is really hurting jobs, especially small businesses, manufacturers, whether it's just our tax policy that makes us extremely uncompetitive. I'll just give you my own story. I live in Janesville, Wisconsin. I live on the block that I grew up on. Most of the people I went to high school with either went to the GM plant or something like that in Janesville. Our big employer until 2009 was General Motors. They were there for about 85 years. And you could get a really good job there and do very well and have a very nice life. And your kids could do the same. And that just went. I mean, we lost that plant like that. We made Tahoes and Suburbans. Now they're all made in Texas. And there really wasn't anything to replace those jobs. So these are like the guys I went to high school with. They either moved in the GM system because they had some seniority in the union, so they went to St. Louis or Kokomo, Indiana, and a couple of other places, Arlington, or they just did something else. A buddy of mine who I worked with him on an adoption case, 2 little girls from India. He and his wife adopted. He's the night guy at Quick Trip, which is a convenience store. So he went from a really good skilled trades job with great benefits, 6-figure income, 6 figures at GM, to he's the manager at Quick Trip. Quick Trip is, you would think of 7-Eleven. That's Wisconsin's version of that.
I actually worked at a Quick Trip when I grew up in Hayes, Kansas.
Did you really?
I did.
I didn't know Quick Trip went that far west. There's a perfect example, I'll just say his first name, John, of the anxiety and the lack of opportunity. And I can just give you stories in all throughout the Rust Belt, but Wisconsin is like that. So there's this huge anxiety. So what do we do about it? Well, I look at our tax laws. I see Johnson Controls, biggest company in Wisconsin, now has become an Irish company. Their headquarters are moving to Ireland. Why? Ireland's got a 12.5% tax rate. Miller, we're a big Miller town. You know, Miller Park in Milwaukee. We brew the beer there, but the headquarters are now overseas. You know, we're losing our base. We're losing our companies. We're losing our competitiveness. And then you take a look at all the bevy of regulations that are just making it really hard for better jobs to come and replace those jobs. And then the skills gap is a huge issue. We're beginning to grow local businesses, local manufacturers, you know, people with 50 to 150 jobs. But they're now, with all this atrophy we've experienced, they don't have the skills to line up with it. We can't find welders in Wisconsin to do really good custom welding, which you can make a very good income as a custom high-skilled welder. And so employers are now just taking, Robert and I were talking about this, are taking it upon themselves just to go train people. So we've got a situation where I think this election uncovered this. There are a lot of working class people who were doing well and are doing much, much worse, who don't see good prospects in front of them, and who we don't have an education system that can help them acquire the skills that they need to get a better job. And that better job isn't there because we have bad domestic policy, which is making it harder for that better job to be created in the first place. So that is why this issue of upper mobility should not be a segment of this slice. We shouldn't be speaking to people as if they're in some class. We believe in class mobility and upper mobility. So we've got a multi-front policy war we're going to have, a battle of ideas to deal with economic growth, American competitiveness, restoring jobs, manufacturing, closing the skills gap, and dealing with the welfare poverty trap so that we can get people unstuck from the poverty trap that they're in. And that, to me, is one of the biggest messages we should get from this election.
So you're defining an extremely broad agenda, not a narrow anti-poverty agenda, but in the prioritizing that you're going to have to do, where does the poverty program that you just described fit in? How high a priority is it?
It's among the highest. And I don't see these things as mutually exclusive because I think what most of us, because of where we come from, we're very familiar with the working class economic anxiety issues. That's where I'm from. But a lot of us had to go and spend time in the persistent poor communities in rural and urban America just to see how persistent this is. Go to Appalachia, I can list names
Well, you did it.
of places. And that, I think, is the more persistent problem that requires emergency surgery. And that, to me, is about the stuff that all the people on this placard are talking about. Jimmy Kemp and I with AEI, did a big summit in Columbia, South Carolina with Tim Scott. We've been talking about these ideas. Now we want to execute these ideas. And I do believe that the multi-generational poverty, the persistent, stubborn, high poverty is what we need to go at right away. Because that, to me, is who is hurting the most. And if we can help crack that code, all the rest of these problems get much, much easier to solve.
And as you try to do that, what are the areas you anticipate you can get cooperation from Democrats on? And where are the areas where they're going to
We're going to test it everywhere. I do believe that I would like to think that fixing what I call the poverty trap, the benefit structure, the benefit cliffs, is something that we can all agree needs to be addressed. So if you take a person's benefits, they'll have these benefit cutoffs that disincentivize taking the next step into the workforce. And the challenge is you can't sit in Washington and create a better formula to make sure that work always pays. You know, the Brits had the universal credit in England, and they're working on this. We're a bigger, diverse country with 50 states. It's harder to do that here. And so I really do believe that we need to get more local control involved so that we can customize benefits to the person's particular needs. And this is kind of the mistake I think we've made before. We think we can come up with a better mousetrap on the way benefits need to be structured, but everybody's got a slightly different problem. Everybody's got a slightly different benefit mix. And so I think you need to go more toward benefit customization. And what I'd like to think we could get consensus on is to break up the poverty monopoly.
But is there a consensus that this trap exists?
Yes, I think there is consensus. I'm for childless adults for EITC, for example. That's something that I think a lot of us agree on. I think that's a good way of helping pull people into the workforce and smoothing this benefit cliff. I would like to think we could get consensus on moving EITC from being some end-of-year lump sum payment to embedded in the paycheck. I think it's better if we do it that way. There are a lot of details involved in doing that, but that's something I think we could get consensus on. I would also like to think, because if you just look at success in our communities, where we've broken up the poverty monopoly, not just being the county welfare agency distributing benefits, seeing people as sort of a cog in a machine or a line item on a spreadsheet, but involving and empowering other groups, whether it's Salvation Army, Catholic Charities, America Works, Lutheran Social Services, whoever, to be the actual distributor of benefits and the ones to have the navigator and Catholic Charities in Racine, Wisconsin, perfect example. Fort Worth has a really good program on this, where they actually are, they call it wraparound benefits. They basically try to come up with a benefit customization to work with a person with carrots and sticks, incentives and disincentives, to get them from where they are to where they need to be and where they want to go. You have to break up the welfare monopoly in order to get that kind of dynamic writ large. So I'd like to think we can get consensus on that.
So you're essentially talking about energizing civil society.
Yes.
And creating a way for government to work with that civil
Correct.
society. How does that happen?
Because right now it's in conflict
Right.
with one another, or it's in spite of each other, or it's in lieu of each other. The whole concept of wraparound benefits that the civil society sector is working on is to, well, government's kind of doing this and it's separate and distinct, and in some ways it's counterproductive, so we need to wrap around and try and fix this. Imagine if we didn't have to think like that.
So how do you not think like? What's the
Well,
way to get from here to what you're
Look
talking
at our
about?
Better Way plan. We have a specific solution and approach, which means getting things back to the states, but not. I know everybody hates the block grant word. It's not just some crude, spending cut exercise. It's making sure that these resources can be tailor-made, and they must go to the poor. They must go to the purpose. They can't be used to pad some budget or build a road or something like that. They must go toward their intended purpose, and we have to measure and test results. MCFI is a good program, which is the homeless. We did the homeless programs in the Bush administration with just beta tests of these ideas of testing results and going with what works. I really think that's the solution here, which is give local officials the ability to consolidate, to combine, to test, allow multiple providers to compete for the person's business and treat them like a client, not like some commodity, and test results.
So by and large, does this connective tissue between civil society and the government programs exist in most places, or is it non-existent?
No,
right now?
it's in lieu of. I mean, civil society exists. I would say that in many places, government displaces civil society. Right. Government pushes it aside, ignores it, or in some cases disallows it to breathe. It traps it with regulations. And never forget, at the end of this, I'm kind of going full circle here, you got to have a growing economy.
Yeah.
You got to have a growing economy to produce the opportunities that you can help people recognize and realize.
If you step back from this and you try to figure out what has and what hasn't worked, TANF replaced AFDC about 20 years ago. Why hasn't there been more progress in those 20 years?
TANF did work. It lowered child poverty rates. It helped lower child poverty rates more than any other reform that we had seen. TANF is 72 other programs that spend about $800 billion a year. And so that reform, which was more local control, work requirements, opportunity and upward mobility and encouraging work and upward mobility is good for everyone, and it's good for all of society. And the notion that I think we have to attack, which I'm excited about seeing a group like this instead of just 5 people around Jack Kemp's conference table, is that I think, unfortunately and indirectly, we, as in society, have reinforced this idea that the war on poverty is a government responsibility. You know, pay your taxes, and we got the rest. Don't get involved. You don't have to do anything. You're busy in your life. You know, it's two income earners in a household, and we reinforce this idea. This isn't your problem. If you pay your taxes, government will fix this. That's wrong. It's dead wrong. And we need everybody to get involved in this. We need everyone's ideas and talents, and we need to reinvigorate and reintegrate the poor, all forms of poverty, into our society again. And we have done too much displacing of this. There's been books written on this. Bob Putnam writes a bunch of stuff on this, about how we're self-segregating ourselves into various classes, into various groups. And if our politics tries to exploit that's we're going in the wrong direction. Our politics needs to break down those barriers and seek policies that stop this stratification of our society and get back to this beautiful idea of the American idea, of the melting pot, or whatever you want to call it. And that, to me, is the challenge that's in front of us right now, and the opportunity that's in front of us.
So I think it's fair to say that you and the House Republican caucus have kind of established your bona fides on this issue because of the work you did over the last couple of years. What about the incoming Trump administration? What's your sense? Have you had any conversations with them?
I talked to him a lot. I've brought this up with him a bunch of times, and he has as well, unprompted. I think there's enthusiasm and desire. I think we've spent a lot of our time working on this. So if we can provide regulatory relief right away, that can breathe a sigh of relief into the economy. It can reignite animal spirits. And if we can get our tax policies right pretty soon, those two combinations will help alleviate. Getting good economic growth can fix a lot of problems. Doesn't fix them all,
You've got this.
but I think that can help.
You've got this Congress Review Act that Newt Gingrich provided you.
Yeah, we're going through that analysis right now. What can the new administration do on their own? What's an executive order? What does a new cabinet secretary, do with regulations? And then what do we do with the Congressional Review Act? And that analysis is something that we're going through right now. This administration is not done yet, the current one, so we have to wait and see if they try to do something at the last minute that we'll get with the CRA. So that is the analysis we're going through right now.
There's one other element of this package that tends to get overlooked, but that in the real world you can't overlook, which is healthcare. If you were in a world in which you're repealing and replacing Obamacare over the next, you pick the number of months, 18 months, and that involves considerable changes in the way Medicaid has been changed because of the Affordable Care Act. How do you make sure that healthcare doesn't become the showstopper for the very people you're trying to help?
Yeah, well, I think the states have done a fantastic job in some instances with good waivers to actually get better reforms. Indiana's a perfect example. This is something that Seema Verma, who's going to be the new CMS director, was originally a Mitch Daniels person who was the architect of they call it Healthy Indiana, which has done a very, very good job of getting healthcare to the poor that they can actually get and access. The problem with Medicaid that a lot of people outside of states don't see is most doctors won't take it. It's a loss leader.
Yeah.
The hospitals have to, but they don't want it. And a lot of doctors won't take it. Then you can talk about dentists and the rest. So there's a huge access problem. And I think by giving states the ability to craft reforms that are unique to their states. Like we have Badger Care in Wisconsin and Healthy Indiana. Those are two I'm pretty familiar with. We can do a much better job of actually getting people not just affordable health care, but actual access to health, not just insurance, but health care. And that is a problem with Medicaid right now. It is a program with dire fiscal problems, and it's a program that the provider community is struggling with.
We're running just about out of time, so let me step back and ask you a final big picture question here, which is, transitions are a time for both confusion and optimism, I suppose. How optimistic are you can get there, and what's the timetable? How fast, how slow, how difficult to get from here to the kind of changes you're talking about?
Well, these changes, the big ones we're talking about on whether it's welfare or healthcare, take time. But as far as the legislative process, we're working on an aggressive timetable for 2017. We're right now sitting down with Senator McConnell and the Trump administration, the transition team, to try and flesh out what we think is a realistic timetable so that we get the legislation prepped and ready to go. Transmitting the policy once the legislation is done takes time. Again, if we can get some growth going, that's a huge accelerant. But let's just take the poverty stuff we're talking about. TANF was one out of dozens of programs, and it took a long time to get those into place. I see John English standing over here. He and Tommy Thompson are the architects of that idea. I don't know how long it took from 1996 passing that bill to Michigan putting it in place and getting it on the ground. Yeah. So, I mean, I think today we can
better
do it
get started
faster. Yeah, right. So it just takes time.
And is the Senate the graveyard?
I can think of a few other words too.
Go
No,
ahead.
it's just they're a patient system. It's the saucer, it's just we can move pretty fast. We play rugby, they play golf. You know what I mean? That's the analogy I use. But I do believe we have a good plan, and a lot of this should be bipartisan. A lot of this stuff does not need to be us against them. This does not need to be Packers versus the Bears, which the Packers will beat the Bears this Sunday. I'm pretty sure of it. But this doesn't have to be so partisan, and I'm hoping that that's not the case. And the tax reform or Obamacare, I understand that there's ideological differences, and that is what it is, and that's fine. But on a lot of these things, I just think we're getting hopefully to a consensus on just common sense of what it takes to get these things done. And
Okay.
I'm hoping that we can make a difference that way.
We can close out on common sense. So you've got your hands full, Mr. Speaker. Thanks for taking the time to talk with me and with the whole group here.
Enjoy this warm weather.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Jerry. Appreciate it.
Okay, what a great kickoff. Thank you so much, Speaker Ryan. Thank you so much, Jerry Seib. Thank you all for being here. And please do allow the speaker to get out. If you can sit in your seats and allow him to get out, we'll go on with the day. I'm just going to play MC through the day. I'm not going to say too much, but our next panel is going to address the question of reform conservatism, now what? And I hope we have Michael Barone here somewhere, our moderator. I haven't seen him. There he is, Michael Barone, walking in. So Michael Barone from AEI needs no introduction, resident fellow at AEI. His panel will come up. Panelists, please come to the stage, and Michael will take it away. Thank you so much.
Okay. Here, let's, hey. Let's see what we got here. Oops, this is tomorrow's papers. Hey, hey, Veronique, nice to see you. Now, we had agreed we're going to start with you. We're going to start with Ramesh, okay. Okay. Well, thank you very much, and good morning. We've just heard from Speaker Ryan, And our subject for this panel is something called reform conservatism. What now? Reform conservatism, I suppose the title suggests that there's something wrong with whatever the other type of conservatism is. And we've seen that label affixed to a number of sets of ideas over the last 8 to 10 years. I'm thinking of Reihan Salam and Ross Douthat's book, A Grand New Party, and some other things. One way, I suppose, to characterize the debate between, or the tension between, reform conservatism and whatever the other side of it is the idea that that the other kind of conservatism looks to tax cuts and says, hey, a rising tide lifts all boats. This will stimulate economic growth. Things are going on. Reform conservatives, as I understand, are saying, well, we should try to incentivize certain kinds of behavior and disincentivize other kinds of behavior that will behaviors that tend to get people out of poverty, or behaviors that keep them in poverty or keep them being less productive than they could be. So why don't I start off with, we've got a panel here. We've got Veronique Derugi from the Mercatus Institute, Alex Brill, a colleague at American Enterprise Institute, formerly with Chairman Bill Thomas at the House Ways and Means Committee, and Ramesh Ponnuru with AEI and National Review. Ramesh, what is reform conservatism, and does it have anything to teach us this year?
Well, I'm not exactly sure who came up with the phrase reform conservatism and attached it to a group of us who are writing in this vein, but I suppose it could be better than, I believe neoconservatism originated as an insult from socialists. So hopefully we've got a better origin story than that. Those of us who've been described as reform conservatives disagree about a number of things, but I think the core belief that we hold in common is that the conservative program that was created in the late 1970s and early 1980s has become outdated in some respects. That you had a very powerful conservative program that was designed to meet the challenges of an earlier era and no longer speaks to our own era. That this was both an intellectual and a political weakness for conservatism. It was one of the reasons why voters were not responding to a conservative economic agenda of deregulation, entitlement reform, free trade, and tax rate reduction. A lot of those are very good ideas, but they no longer spoke to people the way that conservatives hoped that they would. And conservatives kept acting as though getting the top tax rate down from 39.6 was just as important and urgent a task as getting it down from 70%, which is, of course, what it was when Ronald Reagan took office. I think that the primaries on the Republican side helped to demonstrate that that part of the analysis was right. That economic message was not selling to voters, was not felt to be relevant to their circumstances. Now, I don't like all of the things that have been put in to replace the old conservative economic program, but the vacuum we were warning about, I think, has been shown to exist.
Let me ask Alex to reflect on that and on the proposals that have been made and some passed into law for child tax credits. It's an attempt, I suppose, to incentivize birth, incentivize having children, incentivize closing families together. Some economic conservatives, supply-siders, Wall Street Journal editorial page says, look, that doesn't stimulate any economic growth at all. You really don't get very much out of that. You just get something for people who are paying income tax. You may not, unless you've got a refundable tax credit, you may not be getting anything to the, shall I introduce this number, 47% who don't pay income tax. What's your take on this?
Well, I put myself in that camp. I don't think that the child tax credit is an economic growth strategy. I also don't even think it's a birth strategy. The cost of raising a kid is $250,000 or something before they go to college, and I think $1,000 more or less isn't going to change the incentives for a family to have more kids or have kids in the first place. I think it's also important to remember that we have a tax code today that is already very family friendly. We have a system today where if you earn $50,000 and have no kids, you pay roughly $3,000 in income tax. If you have 2 kids, you pay about $200 in income tax. If you have more than that, you pay negative taxes. That means you're getting money out of the system. The discussion about we need a big child tax credit ignores the reality that we have a big child tax credit. If we think that helping those in the middle class who have kids at the expense of those in the middle class who don't have kids is a good idea, I disagree with that. And moreover, I think that in the long run, if we provide some relief or assistance to those workers and those families without the kind of structural reforms that Speaker Ryan was talking about, closing the skills gap and things like that, then what are we going to do 10 years from now when those people aren't moving up through the system? And so we can't forever increase the size of the child tax credit as a strategy to raise after-tax.
Well, some people have said, look, the dependent allowance that came into being during World War II, together with the steeply graduated income tax rates, produced $500 deduction, $600 when your average income was well under $5,000 a year. Also happened to coincide with a big baby boom. Any cause or effect there? We will now have scheduled next month the inauguration of the 3rd president born in 1946. We've never had 3 presidents born in the same year. Each of them about 9 months after VJ Day. Should we incentivize that kind of thing again?
Well, I'm not sure that it was the tax policy that drove that boom. But I'm also not saying that we shouldn't have a policy that adjusts for family size. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have a personal exemption that gives tax relief to families that are larger rather than families that are smaller.
Veronique, what's your take? Where do you stand on this spectrum, and why do people who stand elsewhere get it wrong?
So I think what we're forgetting here, I think I will agree with Ramesh that in the 80s, the mistake probably that the supply side made is they decided to just focus on taxes. I mean, and the disservice that they did, I think, to the free market movement and all of us is to treat talking about shrinking the size of government as the root canal of policy or debate. And I think so it's not so much that, I mean, they're right, we would still get some growth from reducing the top marginal rates, not as much as if we were lowering it from 70%. But the problem is, like, we won't get any good policy if we don't control the size of government. And conservatives, I think, overall, and Republicans in office have actually given up that fight. They talk a good game, but the reality is when they're in power, the size of government continue growing.
Well, how do you do it? What's your recipe?
Well, and then I was going to say, the other real problem is that we can implement whatever anti-poverty program we want if we don't actually grow the economy, which is it is the greatest lifter of poverty in the world, but it's been in America. And when you look at the prospect of growth in the US, it looks really grim. If you look at CBO, assuming absolutely no recession, you don't have more in the next 30 years. We can debate whether it's even wise to make projection for 30 years of 2.2%. So these are actually 2 real problems. And I think the recipe is, rather than actually try to come up with more like tweaking and giving people money a certain way, just like do the hard work, like address the real financial problem that this country faces, address reforming entitlement spending. I mean, there's no way around this. Address the size of government, control the size of government, and then reform these anti-poverty, because Alex is right. I mean, I agree with everything Alex is saying about the child tax credit as a solution, but it's the truth of the matter is it's just kind of, we're talking as if the government isn't already spending a ton of money on anti-poverty program. So the difficult thing to do, right, is not to try to actually come up with yet another way to put money in a more like to incentivize people to go to work by putting more money in their pocket. It's to actually just really do the hard work of reforming these anti-poverty programs and not just pile on top.
Does Speaker Ryan have the right approach?
I think
Presentation.
the framework is right. I think I continue to see way too much reliance on government. I think the thing that it ignores is that everything he says about the need for civil society is absolutely correct, but I think maybe I would emphasize more the fact that the government has killed a lot of civil society and a lot of the action that they're doing. So my focus has been and will continue to be on shrinking the size of government. And there are many ways to do it. You reform entitlement. Regulatory reform is absolutely key. I totally
Well, we've got a
agree.
president-elect who sounds very interested in regulatory reform and sounds not interested at all in entitlement reform. So you get 1 out of 2, it looks like, unless the Republican Congress wants to pass something over President Trump's veto.
Well, it seems that Chairman Ryan is actually kind of committed to continue fighting the entitlement battle.
So we'll see how we fight. Ramesh, reform conservatives, which you've identified, are trying to seek to affect behavior. And without asking you to accept my baby boom, my theory of causation for the baby boom, isn't that a little hard? I mean, Yuval Levin, whom we know is Ethics and Public Policy Center, in his book, The Fractured Republic, says that we says, we require changes of behavior and habit and the building of new social capital. This is one of the problems we have. You know, Charles Murray, in his book Coming Apart, said in 1960, you had the bottom rungs of the American income ladder mostly had social capital, social connectedness, involvement with churches, civil society. They don't have it today. So you lower taxes in the 1960s, benefits go to people that have civil society. Today they don't. But he says this cannot be done through a uniform social policy that injects subtle financial incentives into people's lives to nudge them into making different choices. You know, take that, Cass Sunstein. That might change people's decisions about whether to work or how to consume, but it is much less likely to change their judgments about whether to marry or whether to turn their lives around for the sake of their children. Is he right or wrong? Explain.
My disposition is always to believe that Yuval Levin is right, and that is the case here too. But this allows me to segue into defending the poor child tax credit, which has been beaten up so much here. I actually don't think that the purpose of the child credit or expanding the child credit is to incentivize people to have more kids. I think of it actually in much the same way I think about the marriage penalty, the reduction of which has been a consensus position for a lot of conservatives. And the point of reducing the marriage penalty in the tax code and in benefit programs is not to make people get married. I mean, that would be nice if people, if marriage rates rose, but it's to remedy a kind of unfair overtaxation in the system. And I believe that notwithstanding the existing child credit and existing dependent exemption, that parents, especially parents of large families, are overtaxed, that the entitlement system creates an implicit tax on large families. There's an extensive literature on that, on how large entitlements tend to reduce family size. If expanding the child credit were to increase the number of children who are being born, it wouldn't be because people had been bribed into it. It would be because they had been on the margin enabled to do something that they already want to do. This is a society, most of the advanced Western democracies are societies in which ideal family size is larger than actual family size. And so you might have some such effect, but I really wouldn't see it as a social engineering project so much as a project of reducing overtaxation.
I mean, but the marriage penalty never seems to get fixed. Isn't that a little?
Well, on the problem on the benefit side is that it's actually really hard to do. As with work disincentives, you've got a trade-off where you're going to either have larger budget costs or a steep cliff. And if you have that steep cliff, you are disincentivizing both marriage and work. And I think that's something that we do need to tackle, but the reason it doesn't get fixed is that it's much easier to say that than it is to actually do it.
Can I just add something? I just want to react to one thing you've said, which is that we have these big overtaxation and disincentive to have children due to the welfare state. Rather than actually go and carve the tax cut even further, moving us away from an ideal tax system, why not, again, do the hard work of trying to reform the welfare system? That is kind of like one of the things that really kind of bothers me always about these new thinking about poverty, the new thinking about everything, which is like instead of actually going and doing the hard work, and I understand it is the hard work, of trying to say we need to shrink the size of government, we need to reform those welfare programs which create disincentive to work, which creates disincentive to have children, which create disincentive to save, which create a whole lot of problems in society.
So you say that the efforts that Speaker Ryan referred to, that Governor Engler was associated with, TANF and so forth, I read the numbers as saying that had considerable policy success in reducing dependency, in getting better results for people that had been in the class of recipients or potential recipients, actually having better results measurably in their lives. Now, the argument is the Obama administration skinned back on this a little. That's the sort of thing that can be
But do more of this and then get
But I
rid of
agree
the
with
rest.
Veronique on this point, which is, as soon as you've abolished Social Security and Medicare, I'll withdraw my suggestion of an expanded child credit.
Just let's fight for that. Deal.
All right.
well.
We'll talk in a couple years,
we're
see
not
how that project's
But
going.
the thing is, like, if we don't even talk about these ideas, if all the conservative movement, the free market movement, is like piecemeal, short-term solutions, rather than actually having the willingness to fight the bigger picture, to fight the principal cause, we're going to end up in we stay in this cycle of never fixing anything and just adding little things that make overall very little difference.
Well, when you're saying the big things, are you saying Social Security, old age?
I think
away?
everything needs to be on the table for reform, for consideration for reform. I mean, like.
I think Veronique's raising a very good point here. The notion that we're going to fix the regulatory structure with a tax change instead of the regulatory structures or the entitlement structures, I think is completely valid. I think that if we talk about the poverty programs and we continue to go to work and tell the working poor that there's a sustainable Social Security program for them when they reach retirement, which is not true, I think that that's a bigger disservice than the assistance by providing.
But I mean, is this at this point even realistic?
Well,
I mean, we can call for this. We've had a president for going on 8 years now who certainly was not interested in cooperating with that in any way, shape, or form, and we seem to have one coming in of the other party that has the same disposition.
Let's make the case for fighting the battle of ideas before we start fighting the things that are politically doable. Like, think about Milton Friedman in 1955 when he started talking about school choice. Everyone thought it was completely crazy. What did he do? He continued fighting it until it actually becomes politically doable. The same thing with auctioning the spectrum, right? It is the problem with now a lot of these talks about reforming entitlements is like we just think it's not politically doable, which is likely, it's possible, and then we don't fight it. And instead, we put all our focus on piecemeal reforms, and I think it is a problem. So, I mean, I'm going to continue making the case for being bold and fighting things that are not politically doable until they actually become politically doable.
Alex, what non-politically doable things are you for?
Well, I think this is, the options, and I just mentioned one. I mean, I think looking at our entitlement programs, we have to continue to talk about that. Whether it's the Medicare program, which is very difficult to solve, or the Social Security system, which on paper is much easier to address. And I think that we should not give up those battles, even if they don't resonate at the moment. And I agree with Veronique. I also agree, with the Reformicon movement in the sense that they've captured an energy that I think doesn't exist elsewhere in the movement. To argue in a very tangible way about the lives of real voters, I think is critically important, rather than talking about the capital stock, which is like my tendency, which voters don't care about. They care about their own livelihood, right? I mean, they care about their own well-being and the well-being of their family. And I think that that the rest of the conservative movement needs to find policies and learn from the Reformicon movement about speaking to voters, and Ramesh talked about both the substance and the politics of this issue. And I think that they're on the winning side on the politics because they have messages that resonate directly with voters, direct policies. Now, sometimes the right policy answer is going to be an indirect policy. Economic growth is an indirect thing. It's less tangible. If the reality is that we want to have a larger GDP in the future. But people don't know what that means. They know if their own incomes are bigger, and we need to be able to talk to them that way.
The title of this conference refers to economic mobility, but there's another kind of mobility that I think has some perhaps relevance here, and that's geographic mobility. If you look at the statistics, we're a country that had huge geographic mobility in the 20 or 30 years after World War II. I think in part because the war moved Americans all around the country and the world, and they got in the habit of moving. And they saw that the weather in California was actually milder than it is here in Washington today.
People to take some of their unemployment benefits in a lump sum that helps them relocate to where the jobs are. But I think there's a whole range of things that could be done. I think a lot of the welfare state is place-based in a way that tends to limit mobility. Medicaid is an example of that, and some of the things that conservatives have proposed in terms of taking a lot of that benefit and just giving it.
like more short. By the way, these are like actually bolder vision than you give them credit for, I actually think. But I think the bottom line is like the government and the way it provides help is extremely paternalistic. It's a one-size-fit-all, and often a one-size-fit-no-one. And there's a way, because it's like the federal government, but even the state's government ends up telling you how much you can spend on housing, how much and under which condition, and how much you can spend on food and under which condition, and how much you can, and what you could do with your unemployment benefit, and how you're going to get it. And I think that we need to kind of break away from this, from the paternalism of government policies. There are different ways to do it. I mean, some argue for cash transfer and just like getting rid of all those different programs. Others have ideas like the one that Michael Strain has put forward too. And I think there is really kind of, there is a movement, and it is true that we're talking about a lot of new things right now. But I think we need to realize that the government is not going to be able to address all of these questions, no matter how interesting and original the ideas are, if we don't, again, I'm sorry, I'm a broken record, but we don't address the financial crisis that's coming our way. And if we're not going to get good policies, basically, if we don't grow the economy and we don't control the size of government. And I think that this is a battle and a focus that we cannot lose.
Disability insurance is an issue that is, I think, pressing. There's been a great increase in the number of recipients of disability insurance, the Social Security disability insurance. It's expanded vastly. The increase has been largest among people who have, whose claims of disability tend to be non-verifiable, chronic back pain, depression, and so forth. You've got 9% of the working population of West Virginia on disability insurance. On the one hand, I guess we want to provide something for disability, people with genuine disabilities, even as we've tried with the Americans for Disability Act to actually get people with disabilities in situations where they can have the same opportunities as everybody else and make the same kind of contributions. But one argument against it is that you're promoting dependency. You're getting a lot of people, and they're 32 years old, and basically throwing in the towel. Is there any way that is both defensible as humane, but also productive of better social outcomes for individuals, enabling them to contribute to society, to earn success in Arthur Brooks's terms? Can any of you, should we be thinking about that? Alex?
I would just say that that's a great example of the trap, the poverty trap. And I think that I certainly don't know how to tell if someone is appropriately, is a legitimate or illegitimate claim. There's a lot of legitimate claims. And I think that the closer we are to that person, the more likely we'll be able to determine what they need and if they need that program. And so that goes to the decentralization argument that, I don't know. I suspect no one in Washington can tell you if someone out in real America is appropriately qualified for disability insurance or not.
Well, you get very different rates of people being granted benefits.
Yeah,
in the different
and you have a very
regions.
different economy in West Virginia than you do in Silicon Valley. So you should have different rates. I don't know what those optimal rates are. I know that there's inappropriate claims in that system, but I don't think that this goes to the one-size-fit-all issue. I don't think that we can define that here. We're more likely to be able to define those programs locally than federally.
The dependency problems with disability are pretty severe because this is an income stream that depends on your not making any effort to try to get work. And whatever we do with the system, that can't be the right way to structure it. I just want to return to one point, which is that very often we think about things like, how do we help working class people advance? How do we make the welfare state work better for people? As though it were a substitute for things like entitlement reform, getting the government on a better financial footing. And it seems to me it's a complementary thing, that an agenda that is purely about balancing the books and making the government solvent over time is just not going to be politically successful standing on its own. But if it's combined with things that actually help people and are seen to be helping people, then it might have a chance.
Well, and maybe you're also sending a signature, a signal that society is respecting certain kinds of behavior and certain kinds of action. People raising families, having children, things like that, for the child tax credit, for example, that
Or work for
and
the
that
earned
you're
income
showing,
credit.
and that you're showing respect. A phrase that perhaps those of us who've been analyzing the election returns think may be relevant to some of the responses of some voters. Over time, they did not feel treated with respect by one side of the political spectrum. But Veronique, you have any thoughts on whether or not government should send signals of respect for people, encouragement, honor for behaviors that we like, or is that just
Well, I mean,
foolishness,
I
a
think the
waste of
government
money?
sends a lot of signal of disrespect all of the time. When the government is in the business of telling you what occupation you can do with their permission or not, what kind of things you can buy, what kind of food is okay for you to consume. I mean, I think the government, we're in a situation where more and more and more we have to ask for permission to the government to live our lives, and that, in my opinion, sends a very strong. And even in the welfare world, where the government is the one, dictating how much money again you'll get for housing, how much, it's like it is sending a very strong signal that the government knows better than you, that bureaucrats in Washington, but also in all the different states, know better than people, and that is extremely disrespectful. So yeah. I mean, reversing that trend would go a long way. Treating people as responsible adult, would go a long way to send a signal.
So
of
no
respect.
limits on what you can spend food stamp money for?
I mean, there's a debate, obviously, on this. I mean, I'm kind of like, I'm torn. I mean, the libertarian in me is like, no. If we're going to be doing this, just like let people do what they want. But some other people say, well, actually, it's taxpayers' money, so we should. I think we need to start treating people like adults. We can't, on one hand, say we'll help you, but then we'll control your life. That, to me, is extremely disrespectful. And you're also always assigning, when you're telling people we're going to control what you spend your money on, you're sending the signal that the behavior of a few people who may actually be, spending their money on whatever.
A few people, we've got increasing mortality rates in certain large segments of the population where people are spending, it would appear, money on substance abuse, OxyContin and things like that, life-shortening materials. And that, do we want people spending food stamp money on that sort of thing?
So,
do we want to encourage that? Do we want to
get that in
discourage
grocery stores?
You get it down the block.
But also, it's not everyone.
CVS.
You're basically taking the behavior of some people and just saying, as such, we're going to control and tell everyone what they should be doing. And I think there are real problems with this.
Well, see,
Go ahead.
I think that, for example, work requirements are a paternalistic policy, right? We're saying we will give you benefits, we will help you out, but we do expect, if you are able-bodied, for you to seek work or to have some kind of work-related activity, and that seems to me an entirely reasonable condition to set on government aid. I agree that conditions can be taken too far, but I see no reason in principle that we shouldn't impose some.
Alex, where do you weigh on this? I mean, if we've got a low-income population that is more likely than it was in 1960 to be socially disconnected and to be engaging in self-destructive behaviors and not having guidance from family, from church, from voluntary organizations, should we be trying to continue to use these policies or increase their use for shaping behaviors? Wouldn't that help people who have got lousy incomes and lousy life expectancies?
Well, what I would say on the food stamp front is sort of classical response, which is that money's fungible. So if you say that you can buy this and you can't buy that, then they're going to find some other dollars to buy the things that are off the list for food stamps. And so I don't think that that's a particularly effective policy in ensuring that you're limiting the consumption of a particular good. The notion that there can be requirements, strings attached, I think I'm with Ramesh. I think that if you say that you need to work, or you need to try to work, or you need to get an education, yeah, I mean, that's a different set of strings. So I think the restrictions on food stamps are likely ineffective. The notion of having restrictions is a fine idea. And I'd also say we got a real problem with drug abuse, heroin, oxy, a lot of prescription drug abuse in a lot of parts of this country. I don't think that the solution to that problem, I'm not sure what it is, but I don't think that it has to do with a tweak to the food stamp program or the welfare program.
Well, I think our time is up, I'm informed, and now that we've seen how the Reform Conservatives have solved all the problems, or we have left them unsolved, I think raised some issues, if not settled them. So thanks very much to the panel.
Thanks, Michael.
Great job. That's just what we wanted from that panel, was some debate. And the point about this is there's this excitement on the center right thinking about poverty and economic mobility, but we don't all agree with each other. And that's part of what to me characterizes Ferment and makes this so exciting. Yes, please. And so please, the next panel, please join me on the stage. We have our own Robert Doar. Will moderate. Robert Doar from AEI. See, I never know how to pronounce this. The Morgridge Fellow in Poverty Studies will moderate this panel and introduce his panelists.
Nice to see you. How are you?
Hi, Pete. How are you?
Nice to see you. How are you?
Thank you very much, Tamar, and thank you all for being here. We're off to a good start. I have to tell you that when we first started planning this conference, we were anticipating, or some of us might have been, not me, of course, we're anticipating maybe a different result in the election. And we were thinking of it might be kind of a therapy session for conservatives after I like this better, as we're now focusing on what we can actually accomplish in the coming years. And I want to particularly thank the participants on this panel. We have some real heroes, at least from me. Before I came to AEI, I was the Commissioner of Social Services in New York City for Michael Bloomberg. And what I did was try to implement or help implement successfully what Governor Engler helped happen with welfare reform in 1996 when he was governor of Michigan. He is now one of our partners in this event as president of the Business Roundtable. Howard Husak is at the Manhattan Institute, another one of our co-sponsors, and anybody in New York City that's tried to change or participated in the enormous transformation of New York City since 1970. Howard, you and I both know what New York City was like back then, knows that the Manhattan Institute played a very significant and important role. And then finally, Pete Wehner, former Bush administration speechwriter, and really one of the easily most eloquent and beautiful writers about public policy in the United States. And we're honored to have you here, Pete, as well. So, Governor Engler, I'm going to start with you. If you listen to what we heard from Speaker Ryan and what's in the newspapers, and your business community is going to get a significant tax cut. They're going to get relief on regulation. Things are going to be good. But the question I want to know for people fighting poverty is, are employers going to take up the charge of being better trainers and helping people come off the sidelines and into work? Do the employer community really willing to take on that charge of bringing folks who have stayed out or struggling, maybe coming home from prison? Are you guys up to that challenge?
I think so. We're certainly playing a big role today already. I want to, before I get there, just expand on that premise so that the Ryan remarks are terrific. And there's a real simple formula that he laid out this morning. It's G plus S equals P. Growth plus skills equals prosperity. And it kind of works because he premised you've got to have the growth. That's what we've not had for a long time. We've been limping along, underperforming, the worst recovery coming out of a deep recession we've ever experienced as a nation. So that's really limited opportunities. But the demographics are absolutely against us right now. It is a great opportunity to have tremendous success with the breaking the, as he called it, the poverty trap, and helping people get back to work. And we do have to emphasize work, but work in the 21st century is different work. It requires skills, competencies. You've got to have training. You just can't show up. We have very limited number of jobs in the economy today that are going to provide the kind of incomes that people can really build a life on and feel like they're getting on the economic ladder without skills and training. And so we have, though, a massive national commitment to do that. $650 billion annually in something called the K-12 system. So that has to be in this conversation, because the children growing up, the rising generations, are coming through that $650 billion expenditure. And so we'd like some help there. I think America, for example, can teach its children to read. But today, only 36% of American children can read proficiently at the end of the 3rd grade. If we only get 1 out of 3 reading, and guess where all the dropouts come from? Out of that 64% that aren't reading proficiently. That's primarily the source of people who then don't stay in school, don't complete. And so we would love to have a little more help, I would say. We spend about $58 billion on training of employees that are working in American business today, but in company after company after company, the age of the worker in that company is getting a lot older. They're getting ready to retire. They're all baby boomer types. And so we've got to train, but I think the Ryan vision is spot on. And if you get the training system right, it'll not only work for the rising generation, but it'll provide reentry points for the 30-year-old, the 40-year-old, the 50-year-old. For John, Paul Ryan's friend in Wisconsin, who's at the 7-Eleven store.
But I mean, I get the sense that President-elect Trump is counting on the employer community out of sort of national pride and national commitment to be a participant in helping people.
Oh, they will. They absolutely will want to do that. We think that the training and skills agenda is the great opportunity of our time. We'd certainly like to disabuse America of the notion everybody needs to go to college. And let's put that statistic on the table. About 60% of youth go to college today, but of that 60%, only half complete. So we got 40% who don't go, and half, or the other 30% who don't complete. So that's 70%. They're going to need skills and training, and that's what we have to do better.
Peter, it's often said that when we talk about anti-poverty policy or mobility, that conservatives get the values right: work, family, faith. But liberals, and I know this from being in the trenches, get the details right. They know how the programs work. President-elect Trump the other day in Michigan said, we need to get people off the welfare rolls and into work. I hadn't heard that as much on the campaign. It was interesting that he said it in this post-election event. And he also said, we're going to follow 2 principles. We're going to tell people, buy American and hire American. So that's a kind of, those are values. Those are value statements. How would you advise President-elect Trump to talk about the values that are involved here in poverty and mobility?
Yeah, I guess I'd say several things. The first thing is that obviously during the campaign he was able to harness a vocabulary, tap into a certain kind of rhetoric that reached struggling Americans, at least struggling white Americans, blue-collar Americans. And he won the election because he was able to do that in part. I do think once you become president-elect and then when you become president, you have to move from giving voice to grievances, which is sometimes important, but be careful not to obsess on them. And when you're running as an outsider, you can complain about the problems, but once you win, you become responsible for some of the solutions. So I think it's fine to continue to give voice to some of the grievances, which are legitimate in a democratic society. But I do think that he has to move away, and I think that his tendency is frankly, I think during the campaign was demagogic, and that's got to stop. The second thing is I think he has to speak honestly about the nature of the problems and why people are struggling. I just think that's very important, and I think the data tells us and experience tells us when you're thinking about struggling Americans, low-income, blue-collar Americans. It's an extremely complicated issue. Some of it is economic, and because of trends that you can't blame for Democrats or Republicans, globalization, technology, automation, things like that. Some of it is a kind of values issue, the breakdown of communities, the breakdown of families, the attenuation of faith. And I think that he has to be careful not to scapegoat the wrong people or identify the wrong problems. So my own view, I mean, I'm a traditional classical conservative. I'm not a Trump conservative, if those aren't oxymoronic. I don't think that trade is the main issue. Free trade is the main issue. I understand that some communities have been hurt by it, but if I had to give a hierarchy of concerns or a hierarchy of reasons for it, I'd say that technology and automation are much higher. And he's not going to do anything to stop that, and he shouldn't. So that means that the solutions are more complicated. I think you have to talk also in terms of the immediate and the long terms. So the immediate, of course, has to do with things like economic growth and policy changes. If it's an expansion of tax subsidies or relocation subsidies, economic growth, and there are more intermediate and long-term issues like the reform of education. The reality is that we haven't been producing students and young people who can compete in 21st century economy. And that's in part because our education system is out of touch. And there are public policy proposals that you can promote there from K-12 all the way through to higher education. But that's going to obviously take some amount of time. And then you have family disintegration, which if there's anything that the government can do to alleviate family disintegration, I'm not sure what it is. We've tried different things. This is really in the realm of, or this is really beyond the reach. I do think that the dictum "do no harm" is a good one. So you don't want to subsidize, create incentives for people not to marry, and so forth. I think in the whole realm of Donald Trump and values, let's just say that there are some areas and values that are off limits to him, that he's not very well equipped to talk about. Family reunification is probably not a strong point, for example. I do think that of the areas when you talk about that have to be focused on and strengthened, which is work, communities, family, and faith, his value added is probably work. He can actually speak about that pretty well. He has some experience in doing that. And it is, I think, a continuing divide between liberalism and conservatism, which is the value of work, the dignity of work. And I think to some extent conservatives have gotten away from that language in the last number of years, and it's worth reclaiming because work is a virtue, and it's obviously good in terms of people's life experience and the economy, but there's a kind of formative effect of character that work speaks to as well. So when he's speaking about values, that's the area that I would say he would want to focus on. The last thing I would say is that he needs to begin to talk up America, not down America, and speak aspirationally. Again, I think this is just a shift that happens when you go from a candidate who's simply raging against the status quo to become a president, particularly when you become a president where your party has control of the House and the Senate. Then you have to produce. And he's in the easy phase right now. When you're president-elect, you get to name the nominees. Right. Everything is sunlight and broad uplands. But once January 20th rolls around, he's going to be held responsible, and it's not going to be an easy task.
It's definitely true. As a welfare administrator in the city, there's the policies, and then there's the message. And if the message coming from the top, whether it's the president or the mayor or the governor, is the way to alleviate poverty is to increase transfer payments and to sign people up, that's what the bureaucracy will do. If the message is the way to alleviate poverty is to get people into work, the bureaucracy will turn in that direction. And I do think that I want to agree with you that is his sweet spot, and if he keeps talking about work, if Speaker Ryan talks about work, if Governor Engler and the leaders of the community say this is what we want. This is how we relieve poverty, is through employment. More people will go. So
I do want to say one thing. It's a good point because having worked in government the last three administrations, the reality is that when you're a conservative, the bureaucracy is against you much more, and if you're a liberal, it tends to be with you. So I think if they don't know, they're going to find that it's one thing if you're a secretary of education, say, or president, and you use this kind of rhetoric, which I do think is important because it does send signals.
But
it really, in terms of the competence of government, it's more important for conservatives to be competent in government because because the task they face is more difficult because of this, what I guess I would call ideological inertia against them.
Howard, you focused on civil society, and you heard Speaker Ryan give his endorsement of civil society as players that have been left out or aren't being fully utilized. Do you think that well, let's not say whether he's right or wrong. Let's just say, do you think civil society can do as much as he's asking them to do in the fight against poverty and help people move up?
Well, thanks, Robert. First of all, I'd like to say that a lot of people have intellectual grasp of issues, and some other people are really great at ministers, but since nobody's introducing you, I want to say that you have both, and it happened in New York City, where the welfare rolls were kept down and the encouragement to work was in the air in the city, and it really made a difference. As far as civil society and government, I think we have to be aware of the fact that there has been a long relationship between civil society and government, and it has not entirely been a positive experience. So for instance, government, according to the Urban Institute, there are 56,000 nonprofits in the United States that have 350,000 government contracts, which are valued at $137 billion. Wow. Right? That's a big relationship between government and civil society right now. And I don't think anybody thinks that it's solving all of our social problems. And in fact, what's been happening is that civil society, like a fish coming up for oxygen in a polluted pond, has struggled nonetheless to assert itself and show its vitality. So I've been fortunate for the Manhattan Institute the last 15 years to run something we call our Social Entrepreneurship Initiative. We go all around the country looking for these civil society groups and then recognizing them. And what's very interesting about them, several of them will be represented on this program this afternoon. Brandon Krasowski, who runs a program for returning prisoners in Cleveland, and Afla Dumalesh, who runs a program to prepare inner city residents for running their own small businesses. What's really interesting about a lot of these programs is they are doing the things that government programs say they're doing. So wait a minute, we're developing this parallel structure of civil society which is recognizing, well, wait a minute, we have a huge parole and probation system. Yeah. Every state has got a huge one. Why isn't it doing a better job placing people in jobs once they're out, the way the welfare system was reformed, right? We have Head Start systems, a Head Start program all around the country, and yet we see a program like Jump Start come along and say, well, wait a minute, this is not working. And you can go in policy area after policy area and see these green shoots of programs that are struggling to assert themselves. So I think one of the real interesting questions for Speaker Ryan would be, how do you have a relationship with civil society, between civil society and government, that doesn't strangle civil society? And the George W. Bush administration tried this with the faith-based initiative, and I think it got mixed reviews. And people came out of the woodwork looking for support, and maybe they weren't the most effective organizations. I'll make 2 or 3 policy points about government and civil society and how best to encourage it. One, there might be an ideal tax system in which taxes were extremely low and people had a lot of disposable income more than they have now, and they would be extremely philanthropic as a result. That tax system is not on the horizon in the next little while, I think. Therefore, I think it's important, every one of the organizations that Speaker Ryan talks about, or that he's gone around to see with Bob Woodson, depends on the charitable tax deduction. And it's not our largest tax expenditure, but it's a very significant one. And I think those who have qualms about the charitable tax deduction would have to say, if you're more worried about keeping revenues neutral, then you believe that the government can do a better job spending those revenues than civil society can. And I don't happen to believe that. And I don't think there's much of a good record on that. So there's an interesting, I don't know if it's a debate yet, but it's a burgeoning split between the Better Way plan and the incoming administration's tax reform plan. The Better Way plan preserves, even though as it lowers tax rates, it preserves the charitable tax deduction. The incoming administration Trump plan caps all deductions. It doesn't carve out any particular ones. That's pretty good as far as the mortgage interest deduction go, which really distorts housing markets. I think one can make an argument. But if you cap deductions at $200,000, as the Trump plan proposes to do, there's a good chance that especially in high-tax blue states where you have a lot of philanthropy right now, people will lose all incentive to give to charity. That's a big roll of the dice. Another possibility that we might want to consider, between 1984 and 1987, the Reagan administration tried to extend the charitable tax deduction for non-itemizers, right? So only 25% of Americans itemize their taxes. There's a lot of philanthropy that happens at very low income levels, especially to religious organizations. They get no respect, if you will. And the Urban Institute, Gene Sterling, who is a very veteran tax economist, has estimated we could increase charitable giving by $10 billion if we tweak the tax code in a way to encourage non-itemizers. That's complicated, but we ought to try to do it. And the last really out-of-the-box point, I thought we were supposed to make out-of-the-box points, so I'll try to do it here. Is
I didn't say anything about it.
Okay. Tomorrow.
I'll take it.
Right. One of the ways that civil society bubbles up is people really care about their own places where they live, whether it's Janesville, Wisconsin, or New York City. And liberals have pushed for many, many years with a lot of success for regional governments, larger and larger units of governments. Right? And the Catholic Church talks about subsidiarity and how you undermine it as your lines of accountability get distended. That's happened. We have 12,000 school districts today. In 1950, we had 50,000 school districts. I actually believe when people are in smaller units of government, they also tend to be more attentive to their civil societies. They feel, I want to help my town. And as government becomes more distant, I think they lose that umbilical link. So I think we ought to resist this regionalization trend, which HUD has pushed for and has been part of liberal dogma for some time. So tax policy and then that.
So Governor Engler, one of the things that we know President-elect Trump talked a lot about was immigration. And among conservatives, there are some who feel that tougher immigration policies are also an anti-poverty policy because they reduce the competition for entry-level jobs for Native Americans, and they allow for a little tighter labor market, and wages can rise, and people can be brought in. When President-elect Trump's administration pushes for, E-Verify and much tougher rules on employers for hiring non-documented immigrants, is the business community going to push back?
The business community, at least the Business Roundtable where I am, is totally supportive of E-Verify. Thinks it makes perfect sense. And I think is happy to accelerate the implementation of that. There are parts of the workforce, though, where I would say their continued success, and we saw this just recently in parts of the country where we saw a little slight uptick in construction, and almost immediately we're starting to run out of workers. Nobody wants to do those jobs. Agriculture community is a good example where a lot of crops aren't going to get harvested now. There's been, with all kinds of regulations over a longer period of time, a great pace of, to mechanize and to automate the harvesting of almost everything. Incredible engineering going on there, but you still have some crops where they do need some commodities. You have to have workers. We got a little taste of this after 9/11, actually, when the borders really got tightened up and actually closed. And I saw it in the hospitality industry where the Grand Hotel in Michigan has had probably 3 generations of workers coming from Jamaica. And that is the staff that works at the hotel. And so the grandpa worked there, and now the grandson or the granddaughter is there. They tried to hire across Michigan for people to come to the Grand Hotel. And people would come and they'd work maybe 1 pay period, and they're out of there saying, this is way too hard. This is not what I want to do. And so we do have this problem, and Pete talked about this virtue of work, to getting back to that, because we've got some work. Clearly, at least many Americans concluded work is one thing, but not that kind of work. That's not what I want to do. And so I do think there's going to have to be, and should be, a robust guest worker program. And I think that's going to be part of any solution. I think the ultimate compromise in Congress, you're going to see the administration working with Congress to secure the border. They're going to have a debate about, well, that's all wall or all, some combination of. But I think that has to be a precursor. And then they're going to work this stuff out. I actually am optimistic about immigration reform being done, and I think it's in the nation's interest to get that issue behind us. But I don't think it is the central issue to what ails us in terms of our own challenge of confronting poverty, including intergenerational poverty in this country. I do think that is an abandonment going back a few years of what was once called vocational training in favor of some idea that everybody needs to go to college. We need to get back to skills and competencies, because everybody has to have a skill and competency. And I might argue that if you got that first, your life opens up with a lot more options. This is America. Anybody can do what they, anybody can seek to be their best, but do it in the right order.
I mean, I think that, I don't know whether, Pete, you want to weigh in on this, but when a president makes an issue of such importance, there's a leadership credibility issue, that something has to happen on that issue in order to preserve the credibility. On the other hand, I think that there's a desire to make it not be so severe that it cripples our economy. Right. What do you think, Pete, about that?
Yeah, first, I agree with what Governor Engler said. I think his take on immigration is right. As it relates to Mr. Trump and the ability to jettison previous positions, he's actually quite accomplished at that. He's spent a lifetime doing it, so I don't imagine that will stop. And he's already given up what I think are some of the more pernicious elements of his immigration proposals, if you want to use a euphemism, his mass deportation force, which was a non-starter, and he gave that up, I think, even during the campaign. Then there was this talk about, well, a wall is a virtual wall, or it's a fence and a wall, and some version of that. And remember, Donald Trump eviscerated Mitt Romney for being too tough on immigration in 2012, but he deemed it in his political interest to pivot for 2016, which he did. I would say on this immigration issue a couple of things. One is I had a sense that illegal immigration was a proxy for other things that were going on, which I think was probably a sense for a lot of people of an extremely rapidly changing culture. And I think that the issue of immigration and illegal immigration got attached to it. There were simply, I thought, too many people who were untouched by immigration or illegal immigration who were angry about it. And I do think that there was a sense that the culture is changing and the country is changing, and this became an issue on it. Other thing is, one thing that conservatives used to talk about a lot was assimilation. And we got away from that, and I think part of the problem was the assimilation of new immigrants. And the sense that wasn't happening, or hasn't happened, helped contribute to some of the heatedness of this issue. It's also not like there aren't countries in the world that have immigration, policies that don't work. I mean, Canada and Australia, I think, are probably two that have immigration policies that are consistent with their economic requirements. I do think that emphasizing visas for high skilled workers is a smart way to go, and to view the immigration system as a kind of talent recruiting system where you get the world's most gifted and driven people to come to our shores. I think, if I understand Governor Engler's position, I don't think that there is a massive difference on immigration. I think some of it's been rhetorical, but I think an awful lot of people, certainly in the Republican Party and the conservative movement, agree with the need for border security, but the reality is that the border is more secure now than it was in the past. And E-Verify, and understand that illegal immigration is a problem. But I do think that there are areas of common ground, and maybe now that Trump, Ryan, and McConnell are in positions of leadership, it may be that this issue that was so divisive may turn out in the first term to be an area of actually some policy success.
So, I've spent my career working with people on welfare or coming home from prison or looking for employment opportunities. My whole desire was to get people into the workplace. And there is an aspect of this in competition for jobs. And, along with wanting employers to be bigger and better trainers and nurturers of new workers, I think there is a desire out there that added competition from non-documented workers goes down, so these people who are sometimes having a hard time getting in or accepting a wage at a certain level can get in at maybe a slightly higher wage. I think there's potential there on this. I want to turn to, Howard?
I just wanted to jump in on the assimilation and the workforce preparation point. One of the great stories of civil society that ought to be appreciated and I think has precedential value for us today. At the turn of the 20th century, there was an institution in the United States called the Settlement House. And the Settlement House was all about preparing new immigrants, learn English, understand the American way, if you will. There were 400 settlements across the United States. They had no government money, zero. Hull House gave Benny Goodman his first clarinet. That was good, right? And there are a million stories like that. And the precedent of that is you can start new organizations locally, and Speaker Ryan made this point. Tell those stories, have others do similar things in their local communities, and then start a conversation. Well, we don't really need the government to do that because we have this organization doing it. We have Habitat for Humanity that's doing small home construction. We have Teach for America that's encouraging people to come forward and choose teaching as a career. So when institutions start and spread, eventually the story can come out that, well, maybe government doesn't need to do that. And to the extent that government works with those kind of institutions, it ought to take the lead from them rather than, well, here's a contract, we need a job trainer. Well, no, find that smart person who has started the really good organization and say, okay, we'll give you some minority of your funds at most, and then encourage you. And I think that a lot of the organizations I see, to the governor's point about corporations stepping up, are helping people even before that step of learning skills, learning how to learn skills.
Yeah.
Right.
Having the confidence to go into the workforce and say, yes, I can do that. I want to learn a skill. Right. Because a lot of people are even that much removed, unfortunately.
So, go ahead.
Let me just put a quick commercial in for something that I think really is right on point. We've been working with the Lumina Foundation on something we call Credential Engine, which is we're trying to create an online database of all the credentials that are offered in the country because we are awash in credentials being created, credentials that exist. Some are high value, some are not. Take John, the Paul Ryan friend back in Wisconsin. He's at a store. He ought to be in a welding program that ought to be high quality, benchmarked to the American Welding Society standards. Get that credential. All of a sudden, his income goes from $20,000 to $75,000, and yet he could today. Maybe the real good advertisements by a college that's running a subpar welding program. He wouldn't know the difference. The government programs go into these credentials, and some they buy that are not valued and some are highly valued, but the whole idea is to be able to say, who's offering a credential, what is it benchmarked against the best national standards, do companies endorse it, and what's some of the wage record data? So that, and this is an open source structure here, so anybody wants to get involved, y'all come on in, we're ready to have you, but we're well beyond now the testing stage, but some way to show America, I mean, if you're going to be a crane operator in New York City on those high rises, that's a $200,000 job. Yeah. The guys that are doing that work today, a lot of them are old. They're ready to retire. They need new people coming in. That happens to be in the trades, but across America, there are these fabulous jobs nobody knows about, and probably some of these same people are pushing their son or their daughter to go to college and get a general studies degree, and they're part of that 20% back in the community college, now trying to acquire a skill so they can get a job to begin to pay their student loans off. They had a good party for 5 years, did get their degree, but they got no income.
The evolution of the poverty system in the United States over the last 20 years has gone to a system of work supports, and when liberals want to show that they think like we do, they talk about work supports, and that is various benefit programs that subsidize low wages and make the wages pay, or make work pay, the way President Clinton used to say. Some of the talk in the previous session and some of the talk that's out there, and we have now two populations. We're talking about people that are trying to get out of poverty and that first start,
Right.
and then we're talking about people in the lower middle class or the middle class who have not seen any gain in their wages in a long time. My question is policymakers begin to think about how to help that second group. If they offer them work supports, transfer payments to supplement their wages, is that really what they want? And is that going to work? Is that going to be successful? Or are they going to say, as I sometimes found when I would go around the country, that they would say, don't talk to me about a higher EITC or a tax credit that goes further up the income standard. I want a better job. How do you react to that?
I would start with the idea that, again, using Ryan's comments as a nice basis here, he's talking about these small manufacturers that are starting out, they got 75 employees. They're competing globally, and I think they would all acknowledge that today. So what are the skills that those 75 workers need in that plant to help that plant compete globally? And let's make sure that let's inventory those skills. It's the same problem if a plant is, let's say there's a plant next door with 100 employees that's going out of business. The government program looks at that, they say there's 100 employees going out of business. In fact, it's 100 individuals, and they all have differing skill levels. It may be that 10 of them only need 2 or 3 more sort of skills to really be a world-class worker. It may be that 20 need 9 different skills. The training isn't graduated in any way to do that discernment as to what are the gaps in my background. Now, we should help them. If we'd have gotten there earlier, maybe that company wouldn't have gone out of business. Maybe they could have competed. But so it works both ways. But that's where we ought to be involved. And I think there is support in the tax code actually for companies to do this. It hasn't been changed in a long time. I think there's some ways where we can amp that up a bit.
Yeah.
The other thing I would say in the country that we shouldn't overlook, and this is an opportunity for the incoming administration, seems to me, there's about 531 workforce boards, I think, in America. Every inch of the country's got a workforce board. Well, they ought to be doing the kind of counseling in these schools, and they ought to be available in the community, really understanding what are the jobs, what are the opportunities, where's the training.
So can I take that you're not for extending work supports further up you'd rather just get better skills, better training, and higher wages?
Well, it's skills leads to that opportunity. I mean, I want the tax code
how about
better.
you? Either of you, a bigger tax credit?
I wanted to jump in. I had the good fortune to visit Marietta, Ohio, which is a small Appalachian town, kind that J.D. Vance is going to talk about this afternoon, right? And the natural gas fracking boom was in full bloom there. In Ohio, people may not know that, but it is. It's really big. And firms that I talked to said they were turning away lots of job applicants because they couldn't pass drug tests. So let's talk about, they're thinking they need that little extra money. Well, that would be nice, but they're not even getting in the door. And so it may be that if employers are going to play a role, they may have to help people get off opioids if we're putting pressure on employers to play a social role, because we're having problems that are just that basic.
Yeah, I'd say conceptually, it's not an either or. You're right. I don't think you go around the country and you talk to people and they say, what I'm really longing for is an increase in my EITC. Yeah. They would rather have a better job. But what happens if the better job isn't there, right? So I wouldn't make the ideal the enemy of the good. So the question becomes, are there some things that you can do to help alleviate the suffering and improve the conditions of people who are in a difficult place right now, and do it in a responsible way that affirms the right behavior, the right kind of values, and mitigates against the worst. I'm fine with expanding earning subsidies like EITC, including to childless workers, as a way to increase the reward to work and the workforce participation rate and reduce poverty. I think EITC has a good history, actually, on that. And to expand the child tax credits. The relocation subsidies is an interesting idea. I don't frankly know whether you could do that writ large, but it is true that long-term unemployed, there's just parts of the country where to move would be helpful. And then the payroll tax, which is regressive, to cut those. I think those things would help. Just I wanted to mention too, this is how sometimes life presents you opportunities as well as problems that you never imagined. This kind of energy revolution, I think Walter Russell Mead talked about. This is really completely transformed, not just the energy sector, but this could be a kind of jobs revolution.
It is.
As well. There's an extraordinary potential that we now know that America has on the energy side that 10 years ago that we didn't know about, and that's something worth exploiting in a responsible way. And I do think that a Republican House, Senate, and President could take advantage of that.
Pete's really right on that, because you think about that. I mean, there's new plants that can be built, but then we ought to take the permitting process, instead of having that be 5 years, we ought to get that down to 1. Nobody's going to build a plant and put the environment at risk, but we could make the same decisions in half a year that we're making in 5 years today. You can do things. I want to speak up for infrastructure investment, but not. I think it gets confused when somebody says, "Well, $1 trillion infrastructure." Well, actually, that new cracking plant that's going to use that natural gas would be part of infrastructure. So would redoing the electric grid. The current transmission lines are inefficient enough that we lose enough electricity in transmission to simply pay for the upgrading of the grid at the same time.
And vulnerable to cyber attacks.
Yeah, exactly. And we can harden it for security purposes at the same time. That's all over the country. So what do we need there? Well, we need permits, and you need to figure out among the states on the interstate connections how you do cost allocation. But there's no capital shortage. That's all private capital, not government money, to do that. We've had a long time plan to do the air traffic control system upgrade, which would modernize that system. Again, no public, there are dedicated funds today. They can be leveraged, but the federal budget doesn't allow for capital budgeting, even on a capital project like that, which could be done. The FAA's been at it for 2 decades. You'd probably have it done in less than 3 years if you actually bonded for it, and you're going to use it for the next half century. And we look all over the government, and there are these opportunities. So it's not the idea of somehow going into the Treasury and putting more IOUs in there. There's a lot of things that just doing what we claim we're trying to do today in a more effective business-like manner. And I do think probably the one strength that Trump brings that's unusual to anybody who's ever been president is how to leverage up and do a big deal on this kind of stuff. So I expect some of that stuff to get done.
Robert, if I can get back to EITC, it's an interesting conversation because we're combining how do we jumpstart growth and how do we prepare people to take advantage of that growth as individuals, and we have to do both, obviously. But on EITC, I wanted to call out my colleague Orrin Cass's idea, which Speaker Ryan called out this morning, which is to make the EITC a weekly wage supplement rather than a lump sum at the end of the year. I had a son who spent time in the Mississippi Delta, and he told me that it would be typical for people to go to payday lenders, borrow against their upcoming EITC, and then actually come out behind because they were paying interest charges. So if it were a kind of a reverse payroll tax where you were reinforced for work every week, that's a better work incentive, and that's what EITC is about.
We tried to do that in Michigan, absolutely could not do it. So that point is
There's an
exactly
operational
right.
issue with it. And the other thing about the EITC is that it has a very big error rate, and conservatives rightly are very concerned about that, and they are not going to go along with an expansion or an extension to new populations like childless adults until that gets tackled. And I noticed that in the way the Better Way proposal came through. Speaker Ryan had spoken about a childless EITC, but when he went to his conference, it wasn't there, and I think it's because this error rate, which Heritage and Robert Rector's recently released a paper on, is pretty serious. And given the debt problem, a $20 billion error rate is not something you can walk away from.
Yeah, but if it's tied to employers every week, you can reduce that.
That would be a big change, and you could do that. And the speaker did speak about that. That would be a fundamental change, the way the EITC works.
And we suggested lagging it a year. So in other words, use the prior year data, because that'll get you, that maybe get you 80% of the way there. That alone would be a huge help. And then you're looking in the rearview mirror on your data. It should be accurate.
Yeah, that's right. I just like to call another population group. I know we're going to have a criminal justice panel later in the day, but ex-offenders who come back to their community face powerful work disincentives, and that's a huge population. Remember, that's 600,000, by definition, poor people coming out of prisons and jails every year. It's a huge number. And so we know about laws that restrict what ex-offenders, what kind of jobs they can take. But many of these men, and it's mainly men, owe, and you know all about this, Robert, huge child support payments. And now, we don't want to reward deadbeat dads, obviously, but we don't want to drive them into the underground economy because their wages get garnished to a point where it doesn't make it sensible for them to work. So we could use, just as we used a time limit on welfare as a way to draw women into the workforce, we could use some forgiveness in exchange for work, tied to work, keeping this principle of work on the table to say, well, okay, if you get a job, we'll reduce your child support payment by X%, or we'll defer it, or something, because these guys are going back to dealing drugs because it doesn't make sense for them to take a job.
The issue of men in all kinds of ways, of being out of the workforce, as Nick Eberstadt has written about, the issues with criminal justice and returning to society, is maybe the group in the poverty population that is the most in need of additional or different kinds of attention, because they're left out of the work and work support system of TANF and welfare reform. I have one last question about cities. The president-elect periodically says, I'm going to do something about those cities, and we're going to do something about cities. And I may be wrong about this, Howard, and you may know the history better, but in a previous time, people went right by mayors to community groups. Isn't that right, Howard?
Daniel Patrick Moynihan, it's a book called Maximum Feasible Misunderstanding.
And Governor Engler, you're a former state legislator, and you know the landscape of politics and communities. Do we want to do that again? Do we want to go by mayors and go right to community groups from the federal government, or how do we want to integrate government and civil society if we were going to do something for the cities?
Well, let's start with something that the speaker talked about in his opening comments. He talked about the importance of metrics and how we measure things. And I think this is a great opportunity for the whole conservative world to figure out what it is we want to measure, how exactly we're going to measure it, how we make those measurements very transparent. And then that clears up a lot of this where, because the sort of the shell game with where the money is. Right. I think you've got to, again, think about, I don't think you can bypass cities, but I do think you can make it. I, for instance, would give the mayors control of all the schools. I think getting rid of school boards, and Detroit's a perfect example. The mayor of Detroit ought to be in charge of the Detroit schools, not some anonymous school board over here, because you can't have a city that gets fixed without schools that work. But at the same time, I wouldn't let them have a monopoly. I'd make darn sure there's a lot of competition and let school choice and charter schools and everything else flourish. I think Betsy DeVos will take that view as a secretary. On the kinds of programs that could come back, I think we've got to think about, those cities have terrific high unemployment problems for those youth. So I think we're going to have many more apprentice programs. I think much more focus on a year-round, and probably the group we need to get to buy in are the coaches in the cities, because we seem to run everything for the coaches. If we get the football and the basketball coaches to agree with us, maybe we can actually have academics come to the fore. But
Bob Putnam writes about, sports teams being a place to.
Yeah, and
learn
if
leadership.
that would leading to higher incomes for more than a fraction of a percent,
Yeah,
it'd
exactly.
be a good thing. I mean, I love all that, but the reality is that we've been kidding ourselves about our performance. You have schools in Detroit today. Detroit's passage, I said the nation was 36%. Detroit reading percentage is 5%. So 1 in 20.
So let's sum this up a little bit on evidence-based policymaking. The current president did a lot on that. And your advice would be to the new administration, just because it was an Obama initiative, don't jettison it.
What was the initiative?
Evidence-based policymaking, measurement.
Yeah, but I'd put the evidence in.
Yeah, okay.
I wouldn't.
I wouldn't go overboard on this. I understand, and I know the speaker embraced that this morning, but one of the things that civil society groups do is they speak symbolically. When there is a group that says, don't use drugs, Nancy Reagan, there's symbolic speech that matters too. There are norms that are established in communities that may not get necessarily captured in short-term metrics. When the word goes out in Cleveland that there's a restaurant that hires only ex-offenders and it has a 5-star restaurant, well, maybe some guy who isn't even in that program hears a message that, well, I could do that too. So I think that we should measure if we're spending public money, but let's not get hung up on everything has to be measured.
Peter, last word.
Go ahead.
Governor, will you?
Well, I don't know, because I do know that the thinking back among some of the mayors, they would agree with that. Why should I measure it? In fact, that'll make it easier for my 10% to arrive at, in my place. I mean, we just saw a number of school principals go to jail in Detroit because they didn't think they needed to be measured on the money they were handling in charge. So I do think there has to be accountability, but I also think it's important for another reason. We do, and I think education is the worst, but I think there are other sectors where we have such a hard time replicating success in this country. And I mean, I say education is the worst. Education, if it's working across the street, their first instinct is hire a consultant, see if we can do it a different way, see if we can have even a better success rather than simply move everybody up. And I'm a big believer if we can get everybody doing the best that we know how to do today, we get a quantum leap in performance. And whether that's in a public or a private or a combination program, I don't care. But let's really put a premium on doubling down on what is already working and see if we can't make that better before we invest in new strategies that are unproven.
Yeah, I just want to close. That was a point I was going to make. There's a line in philosophy which is you can prove the possible by the actual. The reality is that for all the problems that people think exist in America, the problems that do exist in America, there is a program and a group that is addressing them in some way. It's not as if we don't know how to do these. What we're having a problem doing is on scale. And we do have to focus on what works, because in a lot of cases we know what works. The thing is, and Governor Engler was one of the leaders of this, but it's one of the things that governors have really taught us. And I do think that there is, these days, what I would say is a more sophisticated discussion of government from the simple sort of big government, small government mode to this idea of what works. And the reality is, even on a national scale, you've had enormous success in the last couple of decades in crime, in welfare, teen pregnancy, drug use during the years, late 80s, early 90s. This charter school movement, this is one of the great educational success stories. So these things can be done. You may be a theoretical pessimist, but you ought to be an operational optimist. And I think that there's enough tangible reasons for optimism that really is linked to reality.
We do have to be careful about scale. An ex-president of the Ford Foundation once told me a story. He had a little program in New Haven, and he went to see Lyndon Johnson. And he said, well, I'd like to do this in some other cities. And Lyndon Johnson told him, add 3 zeros to that, boy. This is the federal government. Yeah. Right? And that's the danger, is that you're going to scale it up so much that it becomes utterly attenuated, and we want to be careful about that.
With that, we'll stop now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It was great. It was really great. I didn't mean to...
Great.
are you? Thank you very much, Eduardo. Good to see you. Well, hey, I enjoyed meeting your provost, too. She's a talented gal. She's very impressive. Yeah.
Sorry, Tamara.
Hello, everyone. Whoops. Now it works. What a rich, thoughtful conversation, really surpassing expectations even, and expectations were high. So thank you so much to the last panel. So we're at the last plenary before we break for lunch, and I appreciate all of you sticking with us so patiently and attentively. And I apologize that we actually haven't any questions. We'll have a few questions in this session. So please stay with us, and if you're going to have private conversations, please go outside into the hall. So. Everybody knows who I am by now. I won't say it again. I'm Tamar Jacoby, President of Opportunity America, and I'm really thrilled to be here with Charles Murray. So I'll frame our conversation just very briefly, but then it's really going to be Q&A with Charles. So, one of the most striking things about any conversation about poverty and upward mobility in 2016 is how the topic has changed from, just 6 months ago, really. And the conversation what's happened is the conversation has expanded beyond the people that we traditionally think of as the poor, right? Or poor people in cities, multi-generational poverty. We're now also talking about the working class. And, I think some of us were, including Charles, been thinking about the working class for 20 years. Some of us have been thinking about it for a few years. But, in some way, thanks to Donald Trump for waking us all up to the problem about the working class. So why they're in the conversation now, it's true for two reasons. One is obviously because they made themselves heard in this election. But they're also on our minds because the way things are changing in their communities. And they're not changing for the better. I call it working class decline. Other people have other names for it. But the defining symptom is that the problems and patterns and behaviors that we used to associate with the poorest of the poor, with multi-generational poverty in inner cities, are now showing up in working class communities as well. And devastating working class communities. Not just poverty, but family breakdown, men who don't work, drug abuse, family violence, the collapse of community institutions. And inevitably, because families are involved, spiraling generations of problems. And it's a deeply troubling story, and a relatively new, deeply troubling story, right? Like how upsetting is that? So we're really lucky to have Charles Murray here to talk to us about it. Charles really emphatically does not need any introduction. He's the W.H. Brady Scholar at the American Enterprise Institute. He's author of more important books than most of us can keep track of, Losing Ground, The Bell Curve, and Coming Apart. I mean, milestones in anybody's intellectual development over the past 20 years more, and more than a dozen other books that you don't even know the names of. And in many ways, in my mind, Charles is the dean of center-right thinking about poverty and opportunity. So I'm really pleased to be here with you. And you studied both the poorest of the poor and working class. And you've been writing about working class decline since the 1990s. You were 20 years ahead of everybody else. You saw it much earlier. So I'm hoping you can help us understand what's going on in working class communities today, help us understand what we're going to talk about a little bit is the similarities and the differences between working class poverty and poverty, urban poverty. And also, of course, help us think about how we should approach policy for the working class. Can we remedy this decline? Can we stop it? So I'd like to start off the way you often start your books, which is the picture of before, the status quo ante. Let's look briefly at the working class before the decline set in. And you can pick your year, 1996, 1972, some other year. But what I'm trying to get at is the working class before the deindustrialization that's come with globalization, and before the onset of the cultural changes that are plaguing so many working class communities. What was life like in working class communities before the decline, and how were they different from urban enclaves, putting aside the question of race, of course. And I'm sorry you have to hold the microphone.
That's question number one?
Yeah. Before.
They're taking the mic away from me because I think they've got the other one working.
Yeah.
All right, I will do the best I can. And let's go back to 1960.
Okay.
Because if I make it November 21st, 1962, which I did in Coming Apart, 1963, that's being more partisan than I want to be this morning. Let's say 1960. For those of you who don't remember 1960 personally, this is going to sound incredibly nostalgic, and I want to assure you it's not because there weren't a lot of bad things in 1960. It just is that some of the things that were true in 1960 are hard to believe. Number one is that if you were male, working age, not physically disabled, you were in the labor force. You were either working or you were looking for work. If you were a woman in your 20s, you were probably already married and had children. But in any case, the proportion of children that were born to married parents was over 90%. And even among blacks, who were already considered at that time to have a problem with family formation, more than 80% of kids, black kids in 1960, were born to married parents. And the thing I guess I'd like to emphasize is, in many ways, that's an unnatural state of affairs. That after puberty, you have guys who really would like to sleep with their girlfriends, and you have young women who've hit puberty who find babies adorable. It's your late teens is not the time you want to get up every day and go to work at the same time, even if you don't feel like it. If you're a guy, it's certainly not the time when you naturally say, I think I want to get married. And yet you had a situation in which these were not only norms, they were almost universal. How did that happen? It happened the same way most societies have done it. First, there was economic exigency. If you were not in the labor market, were not working in those ages, this was a bad thing in terms of trying to survive at a time which the nation was not nearly as rich as it is now. And to have a baby without having a man to join you in taking care of it was extremely punishing economically. And in addition to that, of course, and partly because of that, you had enormous sticks and carrots socially associated. If you were not in the labor force, if you were a male, you were a bum. Your parents told you were a bum, your girlfriend told you were a bum, your friends did. And this was also true, by the way, if you were a rich kid with a trust fund. You were kind of looked down on by society as being effete and a slacker and a no-good. But it was certainly true in the working class, in spades. And if you had a baby out of wedlock, the social stigma there was incredible. Nobody had any problem at all using the word illegitimate in those days. In fact, it had only recently supplanted the word bastard. And you were just sort of cast into outer darkness if you had a baby out of wedlock at that time. You also had carrots. And that is if you were a guy who was holding down a job and taking care of a wife and children, you had status in that community, real status. You were a real man. To be married and taking care of your family was a rite of passage to become a real man. And the same was true for women becoming wives and mothers. Now, we can talk about all the ways in which we're glad that feminism occurred. We're glad a variety of other things occurred. But what did occur throughout the working class and society at large was that those status rewards were taken away. The stigma eroded as the behaviors became more common. It became a self-reinforcing cycle. It hit first in the most vulnerable communities, and that's why you saw these problems arise with the African American community first. But even by the late 1960s, early 1970s, one of the guys I met in Fishtown, to tell me the story of the real Fishtown, was talking about some of his friends had what they called the Sunshine Club. And the Sunshine Club was guys who would work just long enough to qualify for unemployment benefits. And then they'd spend the summer on the Jersey Shore, and then they'd come back and they'd work enough. Well, that's the late 60s, early 70s. There was some erosion even then.
So, but you're kind of seeing it as one disease or one set of problems that the poorest of the poor caught first, and that gradually moved up the ladder. But there was a time when the two groups looked very distinct, right? And even now, there's still significant distinctions, right? I mean, people in the second income tier are still twice as likely to marry, and 3 times more likely to have somebody working full time. So, pull it apart a little bit. No pun intended.
They are starting to look more and more the same, I think. Anytime you write a piece that turns out to have been pretty much true, you can be sure the author will remind you of that later. and so I had a piece in 1993 in the Wall Street Journal called The Coming White Underclass. And there I looked at marriage, the out-of-wedlock birth ratio in the white community, and I said, we're going down exactly the same road that African Americans went down, because there's no reason to think that the effects of family, the breakdown of the family, are going to be any better for whites than they were for blacks. And so, in a way, we are looking at, when you say they're still not the same, I think what we're saying is this is sort of what the poorest of the poor looked like in the mid-1960s in an upper middle class or a middle class neighborhood, black neighborhood of Washington, where the signs of erosion had already set in. So I live in rural working class America myself, out in Maryland, and I can tell you, I can give you a status report. Yes, it still doesn't look like the inner city. Well, only 150 people in the town, so no, it doesn't look like the inner city, but friends of ours who are the most conservative, socially conservative kinds of people, have a daughter who has a couple of children, hasn't gotten married yet, got other families where the son is still living at home, even though in his late 20s and can't seem to hold on to a job. And then further down the ladder, you have people who are on drugs, and they are getting arrested, and they're in and out of jail. So I guess I'm saying there is no stopping point at which the current working class problem is going to no longer become the classic inner city.
Yeah, so you see the water rising.
The water is rising, yeah. And some people still have their heads above water.
But yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's dig into the causes. What's driving it? Why did this happen?
Well, I wrote a book called Losing Ground, which indicted the 60s. And I guess I'll just recapitulate in 30 seconds that argument, and then I want to add on some other things. What I said in Losing Ground was that the reforms of the 1960s changed the rules of the game for poor people, and they especially changed the rules of the game for young poor people, and most especially for black poor young people. And by rules of the game, I mean this. By 1970, that's only 10 years after my baseline, all right, it had become much easier if you were a guy to commit crimes, to get caught for them, and not go to jail. There was a huge change in the incarceration rate going that direction during the 1960s. It was much easier to slide through school, even if you were a troublemaker, and end up with your diploma, having not learned anything, but also not having faced the kind of pressures to learn something you had before. If you were a young woman at the end of the 1960s, If you had a baby, you were not the only girl in your classroom in high school who had one. There were probably half a dozen others. The stigma was pretty much gone. You could afford to take care of the child without a husband. It wasn't a life of luxury, but you could afford to. You had a bunch of other benefits. You could live with a boyfriend, which you couldn't have done before. All of those rules were changed, and I could go through similar kinds of changes in rules in just about every other aspect of life. And the common theme of all of these was, here's something that you get as a short-term reward, and we're going to mask the long-term costs. And guess what? Adolescents are not the most far-sighted of individuals, and this really helps if they have much stronger social forces on them. Now I want to add the other ways in which this was a perfect storm. And the big thing was the sexual revolution. The pill was first put on sale in 1960. For the first time in human history, women had a convenient, safe way to have sexual intercourse with guys, even if the guys did not do anything themselves to take care of, protect against pregnancy. And naturally, there was a subsequent revolution in that. Well, that has a huge effect on family formation. And it has it because, in words of one syllable, in the 1950s, it was really hard, if you were a single male, to get easy, free sexual access to a woman. And by 1970, it was no problem whatsoever. And those of you who think that I am relying on statistics or making it up, let me tell you something. I turned 13 in 1956, okay? I was in high school during the late 50s and early 60s. I was in college in the first half of the 60s. It got way easier, okay? way easier over the course of those, the time that by 1970, I was in my late 20s. That's a big deal. And it's especially a big deal in the working class where early marriage had been so common and so much of a way of doing things that it turns out that as marriage gets delayed, it's one thing if the reason it's getting delayed is because you're getting established in your career, and then the reason that the average age of marriage for upper middle class kids now is around 30. It's another thing if the reason it's getting as delayed is because you're having a great time and you are also not getting into the labor force and staying there and establishing yourself. By the late 20s, your life is kind of a mess. I'm talking about guys now. And so I think the sexual revolution has to be factored into that. Plus, well, we got other questions.
Let me play devil's advocate, and maybe this is where you're going.
Oh, please do.
And it's clearly not an either or, but there are a lot of people on the left and the right who would say that economics has as much to do with it as culture, right? I mean, and just to put some of the numbers on the table, the U.S. has lost 5.6 million manufacturing jobs between 2000 and 2010, and that's 30% of manufacturing employment. And for the typical worker, you're the guy making $25 an hour in a fabricating plant, and now you have to go to work at Wendy's for minimum wage. And I mean, obviously, this in turn drives cultural decline. If you can't find jobs that pay what you're used to, maybe you drop out of the labor force, and then women don't want to marry you, and then the women are raising kids on their own, and et cetera, et cetera. But in this theory, the economics and the culture intertwine and drive each other. And I guess my question for you is, don't economics play some role in addition to the cultural stuff you're talking about? And how do you think they go together?
First place, I'm not denying that these things have occurred. I'm not denying that they interacted, as you quite rightly put it. I wish people would take a closer look at the timing, who say, oh, jobs went away. William Julius Wilson was famous for a book in which he said it was the disappearance of the jobs in the city that precipitated the problems in the black community. Problem is the timing of when the jobs went away and when labor force participation started to decline, when out-of-wedlock births started to rise, when crime rose. All of those things were happening in the last half of the 60s when the jobs hadn't yet left and when the economy was red hot. The same thing is even more true for the white decline, that it does not get started when the economic problems set in, nor, and I think this is really important, nor does it get better when the economy gets better. when people say that what we need are more jobs, I say, well, okay, we had a natural experiment. Not back in the 1960s, we had a natural experiment in the last 3 or 4 years of the 1990s. There were help wanted signs everywhere. And these were not just for minimum wage jobs. They were for jobs paying well over the minimum wage. And you could work as many hours a week as you wanted to work, even if you had low skills and low education. In addition, even at that time, there were a lot of these highly skilled jobs where employers were begging for the welders and the electricians and the cabinet makers and the stonemasons and things for which they were willing to pay, not minimum wage, but willing to pay the 25, 30 bucks an hour. During that period of time, the good news, such as it was, is that male labor force participation stopped declining for a couple of years. Didn't go back up. You did not have people flocking back into the labor force. You did not have a turnaround. There is no jobs program we can conceive of that would have nearly the kind of job availability we had during the 1990s.
Well, some of it goes back to the skills problem that people have been talking about all day, and maybe also partly where the jobs were. But I think it's partly about the intertwining, right? Once you're out of the labor force and a drug addict, you're not interested in training. And
even if you're not a drug addict, one of the most depressing statistics has to do with chronic unemployment, even among people who aren't on drugs and so forth, that if you are out of the labor force for a while, getting back in is really hard. And when you talk to employers, they will reinforce the same thing. They will hire people who've not been unemployed more quickly than they'll hire the guys who've been unemployed for a long time, just because the track record is so bad.
Okay, so let me try another devil's advocate question. That didn't work that well. No, I'm like.
No, this is supposed to be pushback is what we need. Yeah.
So if let's posit that culture is the overwhelming driver, why is it having such an outsized effect in working class communities? Why is this erosion of cultural norms hit the working class so hard, but it hasn't really done much damage to upper middle class elites? I mean, Coming Apart paints this amazing picture, vivid picture of these two communities, working class Fishtown and upper middle class Belmont. Why is one devastated and the other largely immune? Or is the water just rising and it's going to get to the rest of us soon?
Well, now we get into some slightly inflammatory issues. Let's start with a couple of forces that happened not in the 60s, but started in the 50s. Two things went on, actually. One was that colleges became much better at identifying academic talent wherever it was and pulling it in, especially the elite colleges. As I document that in some detail, but I just assure you that schools like Harvard, Princeton, and Yale were transformed over the 1950s from places where a lot of rich kids went, some of whom were smart, to places where really smart kids went, some of whom were rich. But they also had kids from Kansas and Idaho and South Carolina, and it was the beginning of this process whereby academic talent was brought together, formed critical masses. Those then eventually became entire enclaves. So you take a place like Cambridge, Massachusetts, where Harvard is. In 1961, you had Harvard stuck in the middle of basically a middle class / working class Boston neighborhood. You go up to Harvard today, well, within walking distance of Harvard Square, there is not one but two Whole Foods stores, okay? I mean, and the rest of the town is like that. And it formed, this was part of forming a culture. The other part of forming a culture was that brains became much more valuable in the marketplace. The ways you could make money just by being smart, whether it's working for Apple or whether it is making lots more as an attorney if you were cognitively able to negotiate complex regulations and laws, it just became a lot more valuable to be smart. So you had this class, which I call the new upper class, which coalesced in the decades after the 1950s. And of course they did well. Now, they don't get married. So if we're talking about the sexual revolution, they participate in that fully for their 20s.
Well, eventually they do, though. When it gets around to raising kids, they do.
But then it's time to settle down and have a family. And they, look, one of the aspects of having academic talent is there are a whole bunch of correlated things that go with that. One of those is, and by the way, I will go into a rant about how stupid smart people can be at the drop of a hat, but I'm speaking statistically. Things like thinking ahead, calculating the long-term consequences of doing A or doing B, all sorts of things are kind of prophylactics against doing stupid things. Plus, there's one other advantage. If somebody who is in the upper middle class does something really stupid in their early 1920s, in their early 20s, they not only have time to recover from it, they also probably have parents who will help them recover from it, either financially or with support. And if you are from the working class, you are much less likely to be able to bounce back from dumb decisions you make. So for a variety of reasons, the upper middle class has behaved themselves pretty well in terms of marriage, in terms of working long hours and being engaged in their communities. The only thing is, what they won't do is say, this would be a good idea for other people as well. We're very non-judgmental.
Okay, so this brings us to policy, what we can do about this. I mean, one of the things that troubles me so much, and one of the reasons I kind of cling to the economic causality as much as, at least as much as the cultural causality, is culture is so hard to change. I mean, economic trends are hard to change too, but I mean, culture it's so intractable. You know, where does it
Yeah, well, see, this is why I wondered whether I should be invited today. I mean, my usual line is I'm a libertarian, and libertarians don't do solutions. But the other thing is, my dear friend Pete Wehner was on the previous panel, and Pete, as I've heard at the end, say, well, we know what things work, we just have to do them. Well, maybe for some things we do. I think we could have much better K-12 schools than we have. I propose to you, we do not know how. I can give you a limitless budget, and then I can give you 100 guys who have dropped out of the labor force and been unemployed for 2 or 3 years. Or I can give you 100 16-year-old, 17-year-old kids, poor kids, low-income kids, I don't care whether they're white, black, Latino, or whatever, who have grown up without fathers. And you can spend all the money you want. And I also get to give tests to these kids at the beginning of the program about some of their own personal characteristics they already have. And what I say is that you will have turned around very few of those kids. Whether you use mentoring programs, whether you put them into apprenticeships, whether you take all of these different strategies, we do not know how.
And is this what, I mean, is this what the history of the last 20, 30 years shows? We tried these things and they don't work?
Yeah, and occasionally you get a very small pilot program that is run by a charismatic person that works pretty well, but the previous panel was talking about scaling up. Yeah. You can't scale up charisma. You can't scale up the specific circumstances that make a program work. We have 30 years of CBS Evening News announcing the exit results on some jobs program or some educational program in which, by golly, we've made this huge progress. And what you never hear in the CBS Evening News, sorry CBS if you're in the room, everybody else does it too. You never hear a year later, oh, all of those kids that went off drugs, they're on drugs again. All of those kids that got jobs, they're unemployed now. They never go back and look at I know this sounds extremely cynical and pessimistic. I am saying it as a social scientist who can back this up. Fade out in programs to intervene in the lives of disadvantaged kids is universal, even for those programs that get exit results that look pretty good.
Boy, it's pessimistic vision. You do have one thing that you've been advancing in recent years, well, more than recent years, long time, universal basic income. Is that?
Yeah. Well, you asked a minute ago, how do you change a culture? And let me say that one of the components of that, I think, has to go into it, is that the new upper class has to stop being AWOL in the culture wars. Right now, the new upper class is doing quite well, but as I said, they're very non-judgmental. And as I've also said, they don't preach what they practice. And it's time that it's in the air. It's commonly voiced by senators and representatives, but also is thought by people who write sitcom plots, by people who make movies, by people who are engaged in infecting the culture. If they say, you know, it's really a good thing for kids if people are married. It's really important that the guys get into the labor force and stay there. You have to have. When I wrote Coming Apart, and I said that they should preach what they practice, I did not mean they should get bullhorns and go down to working class communities and get on soapboxes and yell. I said that in things in the 1960s or 1950s about these norms I'm talking about, it wasn't because people were on bullhorns, it was in the air. These were values that were promulgated by the people on top of society, just as a matter of course.
Well, you know, I mean, people did stop smoking in America. I mean, that's kind of the one interesting counterexample. And I mean, not as much in the
Who stopped smoking?
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. But I mean, there was a norm that became a new norm.
That's right.
And I mean, I think people, you know, the people I know on the Upper West Side would be uncomfortable telling working class people or urban poor or anyone else, you must get married, but they weren't uncomfortable telling them you must stop smoking. And so, I mean...
They weren't uncomfortable passing laws forcing them to stop smoking.
Right. But I mean, it's, I mean, part of me was about to say it's so unrealistic to think that the elites will start asserting norms, but then I did remember this one example.
Yeah. But I agree, but essentially I'm not going to argue with you. So let's go back to the universal basic income, which I have proposed first in a book in 2006. Then I redid it, a new edition that just came out last year, in which I proposed that everybody over the age of 21 get a monthly check deposited electronically to a known bank account. And I'm not going to go into the details of it here, but I'll tell you why I want to do it. And partly it's just because, A, it's affordable. We can do that, whereas we're running out of control now. And B, it really would get rid of involuntary poverty. Everybody would be able to put together a decent life for themselves with only minimal effort. But the real reason I want to do it is it's the only way I can think of to resuscitate civil society. And I'll give you some examples of how that's the case. By the way, my version of the universal basic income gets rid of the entire current system.
Yeah, I think that's the hard part.
Yeah.
just guessing.
Even when I come up with solutions, they aren't practical solutions. There are things that, you know, I will say, this would work, okay? And I want you to think seriously about it. And I'll tell you what I think would work about civil society. Would you have people who would drink up their monthly allowance 10 days before the end of the month? Yeah, there would. They would not be able to go to a governmental social service agency. They would have to go to friends, relatives, the Salvation Army, someone. But the entire dynamic would have been changed. So that before, it's very easy right now, if you're at the bottom of society, to present yourself as a helpless victim. And also to be treated as a helpless victim. We don't expect anything from this person. If you know that that person has, let's say, $1,000 coming into his account in 10 days, all at once, those friends, whether or a girlfriend or relatives, can say, okay, Joe, we are not going to let you starve in the streets. It's time you got your act together, and don't give us this nonsense that you're helpless. You aren't. You have resources. Imagine that conversation repeated millions of times every day in all sorts of human needs and human problems, in which the human needs are being dealt with by the people who know the people best and are best able to adapt the response, because some people need a kick in the pants and some people need a pat in the back. And in addition to that kind of revitalization of civil society, think of all the ways in which social capital, that thing which makes communities work, the thing that Bob Putnam talked about in Bowling Alone as the thing that has been going like this. Well, a universal basic income would also make it much easier for example, women who want to stay home with their children, rather than be in the workplace. It makes it a lot easier for them to do that. And that's a good thing for a community, that you're pumping social capital into communities that right now don't have enough. That's a very short statement of a more complex problem.
So I'm not sure how, I mean, I don't think it's that plausible in the short term we're going to get a UBI with your conditions, but I am going to accuse you there of a little optimism. You almost think that cultural norms can be changed by something that the government would do that would allow the energy of society to regenerate itself in a certain way.
Okay, I'm going to pick that up and run with it. You're going to get all the optimism out of me in the next 2 or 3 minutes I'm capable of.
And then we're going to have one question from the audience.
And that is that we have had a history in this country of revivals, of reawakenings, they were called. They were religious. We had 3 or 4 of them over the course of the history, and each one of them had huge effects on all of the culture. The civil rights movement was a kind of great awakening, and that happened basically in the blink of an eye. In about 10 years, the core of the movement from 54 to 64. There is then also, I think, a lot less resistance in 2016 to these things that we've been talking about with family and work than there was 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Much less resistance to those. There are lots
of elites willing to say.
Yeah, willing to. I have not gotten hissed once in this audience, and I couldn't have said a lot of these things 25 years ago without getting hissed. And I think that there is the potential for this kind of cultural revival. What are the odds? I don't know, but they're greater than zero. And given how little we know how to do programmatically, with government interventions, we better go with the only game in town, and I think that is culture.
So I think let's take one and see if we have more than room for one, but there's a lady way in the back. You guys have been so patient all day, no questions.
You have to go ahead and prove that the child is getting a nurturing, warm environment. But once you've done that, I'm willing to say a lot of these early interventions are goods in themselves.
Okay, I'm going to hold on to this a little bit glimmer of optimism with a last question. So whatever we can or can't do about the cultural forces, whatever we can or can't do about the economy, can we reduce the cultural difference and the lack of respect and the polarization and the separation between the working class and the elite middle class? And how good a thing would that be? And could that lead to cultural
Thank you
change
so much
eventually?
for giving me an opening on this. Because remember what I said about out where I live, there are problems that we are seeing. There are also really good people living out there, and who are handling their lives just fine, thank you very much. And the disdain that is openly expressed by the new upper class. In the case of a neighbor of mine who bought a weekend place in West Virginia, and his Georgetown neighbors, he literally lives in Georgetown, would sort of make jokes about deliverance and the kinds of people they must be. They are great neighbors, they are great friends, they are great people, and the new upper class has been very open in its disdain, and that's why you got Donald Trump, if you want me to oversimplify. That's one of the main reasons you got them, is this terrific anger at watching the elites behave the way they have. And so to my fellow members of the new upper class who are in this audience, and that means just about all of you in this audience, we've got to start behaving ourselves a little better and be better neighbors to our fellow citizens.
Okay, well, I think we're out of time. But we are now, thank you so much, Charles. What grim, but in some ways, the optimism was hard-won. We're going to break for lunch, and I'm going to be, please listen while I describe breaking for lunch. Look at your program, decide which breakout you want to go to in the next hour, and go there for lunch. So if you're going to stay in this room and go to the breakout here, get your lunch outside. If you want to go to the breakout downstairs, it's just one floor down in the elevator on the 21st Century Workforce. Go there now and get your lunch there. Half the lunches are down there. We have half an hour break for lunch. The sessions are going to resume at 11:55 on time working sessions. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Hi, everybody. I think we're going to go ahead and get started with our afternoon sessions. It's not on. Well, I'll yell. We're going to go ahead and get started with our afternoon sessions. Very excited about the panels we have upcoming this afternoon. And we're going to get started with a great one on family policy, moderated by Mark Rogers of the Clapham Group. So if the first panel will go ahead and come on up, and Mark, you can take it away. Oh.
Mark can arrange us.
Manhattan.
Mark can arrange us.
Yeah, I was
Mark,
here where we sit.
Yes, Ron's here. And then Kay, you're next to Ron. Wade, you're there. And then I just made this up. This is called calling an audible. It's good to meet you.
Good to meet you, too.
Likewise. Thank you. Can you give me your title real quick?
Research fellow.
Poverty study. What's your current title, Wade? What's your current title?
It was a big auditorium.
I lead Deloitte's Health and Human Services practice for focusing on state government. We don't have titles at we're very egalitarian. We don't have titles at Deloitte.
No, that wasn't.
I know.
I was going to
all
say it was
these
the
things.
20th anniversary of Welfare Reform, but that one was in a very nice hotel.
Uh-huh.
It was the 20th anniversary, but it was gated.
Oh.
Do I get a thumbs up, or should we just rock and roll? Thumbs up. Okay. Well, first, thank you all for. Oh. We don't go for rock and roll, Ron says. Yeah, we're
Did you get a City Journal down there too?
City Journal. I did not.
Contributing editor, City Journal.
Okay.
They'll kill me. Also, I have a new book coming out.
Too late.
Got to get that in there, Mark.
Well, I'm kind of very quickly gathering the way each of our guests are interested in being panelists being introduced. My name is Mark Rogers. I'm with the Clapham Group, and very briefly, I served on Capitol Hill for 16 years as Senator Rick Santorum's chief of staff, and oversaw the Senate Republican Conference, and was very active while on the Hill in areas of, I'd say, child welfare, social policy, broadly speaking, and worked with a number of the folks on the panel over the course of those 16 years. More recently, I do work with the Gates Foundation, Casey Foundation, a number of others on areas that relate to opportunity and poverty. But just to say, in light of this panel today, as Senator Santorum's kind of top staff advisor, and looking at the conversation taking place around opportunity in the 2000s, one of my recommendations was we look at the next phase of compassionate conservatism, as it was called. I suggested we look at asset building, and he came back and said, actually, the most important asset that needs to be built is the family. And over the course of a few years, helped write a book called It Takes a Family, and more recently with him, Blue Collar Conservative. So I think this panel is a perfect setup for the conversation that we're having today after the election. We're blessed with a remarkable set of experiences and experts that are going to share with us some of their views of current data, policy, and politics to some extent. Ron Haskins with the Brookings Institute. Ron, I met Ron actually when Santorum was a House member, and oversaw at that point some of the Republican formation of welfare policy that became part of the Contract with America, and eventually was the basis for what was passed through the House and Senate in 96. Ron is currently the chair of economics at Brookings and the Center of Child and Family. That's accurate for your title?
Close.
Close enough. But most importantly, is married with 4 kids. And Ron, again, is also a dear friend and deeply appreciative of his leadership. Kay Heimowitz is a senior fellow at Manhattan Institute, contributing editor at City Journal, and most importantly, has a book coming out. That's another child of sorts, having
harder to do
harder
that.
than Wade Horn is currently with Deloitte Touche and is the senior advisor for the Health and Human Services portfolio and work. But Wade, and again, we go back probably to Pennsylvania politics and Don Eberle back in the late 80s. Wade has been, I'd say, a thought leader as well as a practitioner in the area of family policy, including overseeing these issues for the Bush administration, and also has how many children do you have, Wade?
2.
2 children. So he's a practitioner in other ways. And I'm just getting to know Angela Rashidi today. Angela, I know, was kind of in some ways the critical, having served as a chief of staff and a person often behind the scenes. You were, Robert Dorr tells me, you were Robert Dorr. I mean, you are the person that made everything happen in New York City. But there's a kind of an expertise that comes from that level of work that you're going to share with us over the course of our conversation today. The family is a basic social unit of American life. It is the basic socializing unit. By and large, adult conduct in society is learned as a child. A fundamental insight of psychoanalytical theory, for example, is that the child learns a way of looking at life in his early years, as is through the family, through which all later experience is viewed and which profoundly shapes his adult conduct. Anyone know who that was, who I'm quoting? Patrick Moynihan. And he argues in his now 50-year-old observation, the role of the family in shaping character and ability is so persuasive that it's often overlooked and taken as an assumed. 50 years ago, we're having a conversation in some ways no different, but very different as the culture continues to shift as it relates to the family and the issues of family breakdown or family dysfunction, family challenges has continued to spread in our culture. Let's start by talking about the issue and the status of marriage itself. Ron, why don't we open with just your observations of how bad is the situation, or where is there hope that you see in the landscape of marriage?
I'm going to be short on hope, but the situation is horrible. It's the worst it's ever been in the history of the country, I believe, with regard to the family. Moynihan, interestingly, I hadn't planned to talk about this, but called attention to it back in 1965 in a very, very forceful way, and he was slaughtered, especially by the left. I don't think he ever totally recovered, but he was totally right. And here's an interesting statistic. He was primarily concerned about the lack of marriage among blacks and the non-marital birth rate. That's why you really focus on non-marital birth rate. The white non-marital birth rate today is greater than the black non-marital birth rate that set Moynihan into orbit. So that's where we are, roughly speaking. I want to state my conclusion twice right at the beginning. This is a huge problem, and it's a problem in two generations. Single parents, both the mother and the father, are less likely to thrive if they don't if they're not married. And then they pass it on to their kids. Back when this debate started 20, 30 years ago, the academic world was deeply divided over this. A lot of scholars said it's not that big a deal. Kids are fine, they recover and so forth. Hardly anybody believes that anymore. There's a huge literature now that it really hurts kids. So how big have these declines been? With a colleague, I carefully analyzed the decennial census data from 1970 to 2010. And for every group, by education, by age, by ethnic group, there have been huge declines in marriage rates. And although they didn't study this, I think we all know that sexual desire did not decline. And if you have fewer people married and sexual desire is constant, then you have lots of non-marital births, and that's what happened. And the increases in non-marital births have been spectacular. Today, so about 70% of black kids are born outside marriage, over 50% of Hispanic kids, and we're approaching 30% for white kids. 42% of American kids are born outside marriage. And why would we be concerned about that? The first answer, and most obvious, is they're 5 times as likely to be in poverty. And there's nobody who thinks poverty is good for children. So kids start off at a tremendous disadvantage. Another big problem with single parenting is that there's a lot of cohabitation. 40% of American children now, by the time they're 12, live with a cohabiting couple. And they break up. And these breakups are very good descriptions of this now, are not pleasant. They often involve all kinds of violence and yelling and screaming, exactly the kind of things that hurt kids, even if they're being raised by married parents. So these effects are so great that I feel very comfortable saying that if we can't do something about family composition, our goal of reducing poverty, and we're on the target for this conference, of increasing economic mobility will be very, very difficult to achieve.
And just to push on that, I think when you and Bell did your analysis a few years back, you identified different variables and gave them different configurations about what actually reduces poverty the best. And marriage, in your analysis, was the second best variable. Is that correct?
So let me just I'll give you the numbers in 1 second. This is not causal. I want to make that clear. Somebody on the panel may criticize me because it's not causal. This describes what the American population based on the census data. If you follow 3 rules, graduate from high school, get a job and continue working, and wait till you're 21 and get married before you have babies, the probability that you will be in poverty in any given year is 2%. If you violate all three of those rules, the probability you'll be in poverty in any given year is over 75%. If you flip it around and you follow all those rules, you're going to make the middle class, defined as 55,000 or more, with just about the same percentages I just cited. So it's under 5% that you'll make it if you violate all three of the rules, and it's over 70% you'll make it if you follow all those rules. So this shows you how important marriage is. But work is even more important. But this panel is not about work, so let's ignore that.
So wait, in light of this, ongoing decline, degradation, shifts, from Moynihan 50 years later, why fight about the word? Why even fight for marriage? Why not just give in to this and find some other way to create kind of stability for children? Are there other ways to compensate and not worry about marriage per se? And you and I talked last night. What's the big deal about the M word, right? Is there some other alternative to marriage?
Well, at its core, I think your question is, should we give up on marriage as a matter of public policy?
Right.
And I'll tell you, someone who hasn't given up on marriage, it's the American people. So today, despite everything that you hear and all the statistics Ron just cited, which all are true, today, 70% of all adults have at least one marriage by the time they're age 35. And of the young people today, between the ages of 25 and 34, fully 75% of them, this is an estimate by Pew, will be married at some point in their lives before they reach the age 55. Now, it is true that people are waiting longer to get married, but they seem to still be getting married in rather large numbers. If I had a product and I was selling it and 70% of the American people wanted it, I would be a very rich man. So we have a product that people still want. It's not as though people are saying, we hate marriage, marriage is a terrible thing, we don't want it anymore. What is interesting within those statistics, though, is the increasing divergence between the married, the college-educated, and less well-educated populations. So we know that college-educated women, for example, are much more likely to get married than their less well-educated peers, and their marriages are much more stable. What is interesting to me about this is that the college-educated sort of group in America are the ones that are the most reticent to want to say to people who are poor that marriage matters. Now, they have no trouble saying to their own children marriage matters. They have no trouble saying to themselves when they're single and have graduated, marriage is important to me, but they seem to be very reticent about saying it to those who are poor. And it's kind of like what I'd like, there's kind of the message they're giving is, do as I say, not as I do. And it seems, unfortunately, that the poor are listening. So when you ask the question, is marriage becoming obsolete? 45% of those with at most a high school education say yes, compared to only 27% of college graduates. So there's this divergence within by education level in terms of both the marriage commitment and the actual behavior of getting married. So why are we even asking this question? It's because when I was Assistant Secretary for the Administration on Children and Families, I also had the title, the Bush administration's Marriage Czar, which when you're the marriage czar for the country, it gives your wife a lot of power in the relationship. I made a very critical, I started something called the Healthy Marriage Initiative, and I see Brent Orrell here, who was my Deputy Assistant Secretary for Policy, and he was very instrumental in developing that initiative as well. And the goal was to see, could we use the instruments of government to affect marriage? And I made one really fundamental mistake. I forgot Peter Rossi's ironclad rule of evaluation, which says that the expected value or expected effect of any social program is 0. And then his corollary, the stainless steel law, which said in the more well-designed the evaluation, the even less likelihood that you will find any impact. And so we not only evaluated it, but we did a well-designed evaluation, and so we found very little impacts. So apparently there are those who would say, okay, done that, tried that, well, let's never mention the word again. Whereas really what I think we should be saying is, what can we learn from those evaluations, and what other things can we try? And I'd like to see the next administration at least try.
I'm going to pull you, exactly. I'm going to pull you in on this because I think, in some ways, I think you've affirmed marriage's value, but you've questioned to some extent the efficacy of some of the programs, I think.
Right.
What are your thoughts on that?
Well, before I go into that, a couple of additional points I want to make just for setting the background. It is true that Americans are still very keen on marriage. I agree with Wade about that, if you ask it in an abstract sense. What they are not so keen on is the idea that marriage and childbearing are connected. And I think that is absolutely basic to our discussion today, because it's that disconnect between marriage and childbearing that we're really concerned about. Why? Because we know that the children of married couples are in a far better position to avoid poverty, to avoid a whole bunch of social and emotional problems, and they are more likely to move up from poverty if they are born into poverty. So all of those issues are what bring us here today. It's very, very important that when we're talking about marriage, we're also talking about the kids and the kids that come from the relationships that we're describing. That's number one. And number two, I just want to put this out there because it impacts the way we think about programs. One of the things that's happened over the last decades is that we've seen, as Ron said, a real rise in cohabitation, but also in what social scientists call, and I always hesitate to throw out these kinds of terms, but multi-partner fertility. So what we're seeing to a great extent now among the poor in particular is a couple that gets together, they're not married, and if you ask them, I'm not even sure they're committed to being together for the long haul. So it's not like they just forgot to get married, but they're really, in a very committed relationship. It's not like that. That relationship, they have a child together. That relationship breaks up, and one of them or both of them goes on to have a child by another partner, and frequently both of them then break up with those partners, and it goes on like that. Andrew Cherlin referred to the marriage go-round, but this is more like the cohabitation go-round is really the better term for it. So that creates a puzzle for those of us who are interested in marriage as a way of affirming this commitment that we need to see between parents before they go about having a child together, because then the question becomes, once they have a child, which parent are they going to marry? Okay, are they going to marry the parent of the first child or of the second child? The multi-partner fertility aspect of this is very, very important, not just because of marriage, but because each of those transitions, that is, if a child is born to a mother whose boyfriend, the father, leaves, that transition is a surefire way to reduce his chances in life. And with each boyfriend or partner that comes into the house, those are more transitions that create problems for kids. So when we talk about the stress of poverty, actually a lot of it is associated with the stress of domestic relationships. So I just wanted to get those 2 points out there.
And I'm going to kind of pull Ron back into this. I think what was interesting about reviewing some of Murray and Putnam's different perspectives but similar observations on marriage was how much apparent consensus there is on the importance of marriage and family stability and intactness. It doesn't seem like that's really a debatable point. What does seem to be, even in this room, a little bit debated is the efficacy of federal programs that deal with that. I'd love, just Ron, for you to speak to that question as well with with us, and then we're going to move over to Angela, to you in a
Okay,
second.
well, I agree with Wade that we shouldn't have given up on it's generally called marriage education. The program there were 8 programs, and they were very different, the results. And the program in Oklahoma was a thing of beauty. I've been on their advisory board. I've been out there every year for a decade. I've sat in the sessions. The parents were extremely engaged. That's one of the big problems, that parents often did not come. You sign them up, and in one site, the average attendance rate was something like 15%. Well, you can't have impacts when that happens. So if you follow what Oklahoma did, they had very engaged parents. They did have impacts, and including on the most important, or second most important, the couples were more likely to be together at the end of the study. This is random assignment, long-term follow-up. So if you could build on that, and think about this. Head Start has been going on since 1965, and we never had very good evaluations, but as soon as we had a good national evaluation, it produced immediate impacts, but they disappeared. And did people give up on Head Start? No, they supported strongly. So we shouldn't give up on programs when they don't work the first time out. So I would, that's one thing. A second thing is we could really substantially reduce non-marital births. They play a big role in this. A lot of these young girls have non-marital births. We've made dramatic progress. Americans don't know this. Surveys show this. Every year since 1991, teen pregnancy has declined. And over that period, it's declined by 60%. This is a huge triumph of national policy. And I think we have agreement on the values, and everybody agrees, including the kids, that surveys show this, that we shouldn't do it. So we could now have all kinds of new technologies. The moms want to control their fertility. Some of them are, I would call them indifferent about birth control. But if we make it easy and pay for it, as Medicaid does, that would be a second thing that we could do that would have a big impact. And then I think we ought to continue to explore changing our welfare programs to provide incentives for marriage. So there are things we could do we should not give up, because unless we can do something about the marriage problem, all these other efforts to reduce poverty and increase economic mobility, I think will fail.
So marriage matters, and I think we can agree on that. Federal role, I think I would agree, is important, but I think let's talk a bit about the reality that exists where families exist without a marriage relationship, but the importance then of kind of, parenting. And I think, Kay, you've written about single parenting extensively, and of course in New York, Angela, you all operationalize this. So marriage matters, but family matters for kids that are in families of whatever type. Let's talk a bit about kind of the role of parenting and the role, the challenges you see, Kay in particular, and Angela, will come to you on this as well, what you experienced in New York, and just the kind of very real challenges that low-income families face when it comes to the function of parenting in a healthy way, and observations you have on that, Kay, first.
Right. So experts in this field refer to something called the parenting gap. There seems to be a gap on just about everything, but this is the parenting gap. And there's a tendency to think of that parenting gap as being related to how many books, toys, or toys are in the house, how much time a parent spends with the child, and that kind of thing, easily measured things. But in fact, some of the work that's being done now shows something else that is not so easily measured and is now being addressed in some interesting programs. And that is the gap in actual treatment of one's child. So what they're finding is that the poorer parents tend to be less nurturing, less affectionate, less likely to be holding and cuddling and praising. There's a lot more negative interaction. Sometimes you'll hear parents say, as I have, that their lives were tough, and this is the life that their kids are going to have too, and they better learn to deal with it. Where a middle-class parent, especially these days, and we sometimes poke fun of them for understandable reasons, is teaching, it sees their role in part as stimulating and teaching a child. I have a new grandson, and my daughter, if I have to hear one more, and now we're putting on your blue socks, and now we're putting on your pants, and now your shirt, it can drive you crazy, but you know what it's for. And it actually seems to be somewhat good for children. That kind of thing, though, is not going on in poorer homes. And what some researchers will tell you, if you put poor parents in a room together with their child and you just say, just play with your child, just the way you would ordinarily, there will frequently be no interaction. And the mother, and it's usually the mother, will look at the researcher and say, I don't know what you want me to do. So one of the things that needs to be addressed is that special relationship, early relationship between, it's generally mother and child. There needs to be a lot more giving to the kids, because that seems to create the environment in which the child can learn. There are kids show up in preschool. There's already a big gap between poor and middle-class kids before they get to preschool, so that's already a little late. So at any rate, there are these programs around. The Nurse-Family Partnership, somebody in the last session brought that up, has been doing some very interesting work. They send nurses into the home of pregnant women, and then for the first year of birth, after birth, and encourage more nurturing, more affectionate behaviors, and more stimulation as well. And there have been some good findings on that. There's another program I looked at in Brooklyn, Brownsville, Brooklyn, which is quite interesting on these things. And that only is 10 sessions with first-time mothers. And it's somebody, a very well-trained person, who goes into the home and watches the mother, praises her when she is involved, and maybe a little later makes suggestions. But there's very little negative interaction because with the mother, because they found that is part of actually the problem of these programs. At any rate, they've had some very interesting findings. All of that is great. These are really an example of what we've been talking about today in civil society, the experimentation by groups, different groups around, and finding different ways of handling this. But I do have to give a caution, which is that, yes, there are some improvements. And with the Nurse-Family Partnership, which has gotten a lot of press, there are some improvements. But these are not programs that are going to turn very disadvantaged children into middle class.
Angela, let's pull you in on this point. I think your experience in New York is particular to that context, but I think it has a lot of application. Talk about your own experience in the role of the city in that sense, working with NGOs on both marriage promotion, but also on parenting skills. And where have you experienced success and outcomes, but also maybe talk a bit about where you feel that maybe government has been a barrier or inhibited good parenting or good or marriage.
Right.
Yeah.
Sure. So I think of this issue about good parenting and the marriage issue as actually very much related, in the sense that I'm a mother. I have 3 young children. I have a husband at home. I cannot imagine trying to raise 3 young children without a partner. And I don't think I would be a very good parent if I had to do that. And yet we expect, poor families, poor mothers, that they're supposed to be these great parents when they don't have that support from a husband or even just a second adult. And so my experience in New York City really taught me is that in many ways, government policy is sort of working against developing strong families. And so there's kind of 2 points I want to make related to that. One is sort of a broad point, and one is much more policy specific. And Ron alluded to this a little bit, but the broad point is, and I'll use center right for lack of a better term, but center right is very good about talking about the importance of work and family in terms of reducing poverty, increasing upward mobility. There's a lot of things that have been done, even legislated on its supporting work. Much less is done in terms of supporting family. Almost all of our public programs that target low-income families are more if you have two parents who are both working, they actually are worse off if they are married than if they're not married. Okay? If there's one parent who doesn't work at all, then they might be better off working, but there's almost every single program from Medicaid, SNAP, EITC, all of them are sending a message that if you get married, you are going to be worse off financially. So from my perspective, I understand maybe why some of these marriage promotion programs didn't work quite as well, because they have those forces working against them, and they're all financial, really financial decisions around that. So that's sort of the broad point. The other thing we know, and this is from the Fragile Families data, is that at the birth of a new child among low-income families, the vast majority of parents are together romantically. It's about 50% are actually cohabitating, another 30% are together. So if you think about this as a family unit, they're not married, but they are together. You think about these families, the future of these families, you have government forces working against them in the sense that government's telling you if you get married, we're going to financially penalize you. And then you just have all of the other stresses that come with parenting, relationships, and trying to find employment and have sustainable employment. So I see, and this is to my second point, there is a role for public policy, I believe, to try to relieve some of those stresses, especially for low-income populations. And that's where you get into, and there's not a lot of talk or even sometimes support among the center-right for some of these policies, but policies like child care assistance, policies like paid leave. From my perspective, if we want to support work and support strong families, we have to implement policies that have been shown to do just that. Child care assistance has evidence that it increases employment, evidence that it increases the health and safety of children who have to be put in these types of care arrangements. And so from my perspective, again, it's, we should be looking to the policies that we know are going to be effective and are going to support strong families. So it's child care assistance. And paid leave, another one that's a little bit of a hard sell on the center right, but there can, I think, be a very strong economic argument that can be made for paid leave to low-income families, so you're not necessarily supplanting what can be provided on the private market, but you can make an argument that if you provide paid leave to new parents, it just creates some support that's not there otherwise and reduces some of those stresses, and I just think that has some opportunity to give families a little bit more chance of forming a strong family, potentially getting married, but even if they don't get married, at least they're together and have more chances of getting married in the future.
Let me let Ron, why don't you and Wade just comment on the parenting kind of conversation as well, just any of your own thoughts. And of course, you've both been involved with programs, Wade, you've overseen them that actually are involved with parenting skills. Any other observations about the role of government or lack thereof on this issue?
I agree with the main point, which is we now have a lot of very good experiments, random assignment experiments. Some of them with the home visiting programs tend to be quite expensive. But there are programs that are done primarily by telephone that encourage parents to interact more with their kids. And also there's a study in the University of Chicago they give parents iPads and they read to the kids, greatly increases the reading. So there are a lot of things like that. But I think in the long run, they're probably not going to have a huge impact. The families face so many stresses, especially when it's a single-parent family, and the difficulty in their lives and the number of changes that often involve lots of noise and things more worrisome than noise. I think these are drops in the bucket that are not going to have a long-term impact. I'm glad we're doing them. I hope we keep doing them. Civil society probably has a role here. Churches could do this even more effectively. So if there's a local program that wants to help with parenting, there are a lot of things they can do that have been shown to be effective.
Wait.
So I'm a child psychologist, so I'm not going to be against good parenting. And I agree that good parenting is better than bad parenting. I think childcare is a great, childcare, access to childcare, affordable childcare is a good idea. I think parental leave is a good idea. But given the centrality in this of marriage, it seems to me that when we talk about these policies as being the policies that are going to support marriage, it's kind of like doing a carom shot in billiards. Like you're really not, hitting the ball straight on to where it needs to go. And it's like we want to promote marriage without saying the word. And an insight that David Blankenhorn had many years ago when we started the National Father Initiative, he said, when you lose the word, you lose the thing. And so when we avoid in public policies even saying the word marriage, don't be surprised if we eventually lose the thing. And I think that one of the things that why welfare to work worked is because we became very explicit about what we wanted people to do. We didn't say, gee, why don't you kind of wander around and maybe somebody will offer you a job, we said, go look for work. And we aligned that message very clearly. And guess what? People responded. I said I'm a child psychologist, and when I went to graduate school, they filled my head with all sorts of crazy parenting ideas. And one of them was that you should never tell your children what to do. You should help them discover what to do themselves. So I was once, my 3-year-old, I was trying to help her discover it would be a good idea to pick up her toys before going to bed. And she was getting frustrated, I was getting frustrated. And finally she looked at me, put her hands on her hips, and she said, Daddy, if you just tell me what to do, I'll do it. So I said, pick up your toys. And she said, okay. She picked up her toys. If we want people to get married, if we think that's a good idea, we ought to say it. We shouldn't be afraid to say it. So I'm in favor of all of this stuff. All of this is absolutely necessary. But it seems to me if the marriage is really the central thing, we can't be reticent about using the word.
Can I tell 1 minute that I think is worth this audience hearing? AEI and Brookings formed a group about 2 years ago with support from Casey and other foundations. And the goal was to reduce poverty. We're going to set out an agenda for reducing poverty and increasing economic mobility. We had 8 left-of-center economists, primarily economists, and 8 right-of-center. We met 5 times in Washington and New York. We published a report. It's on Brookings' website and on AEI website. You can all go to read it. And guess what? The left confessed marriage is crucial. The board is full of marriage. Robert Doerr is out here somewhere. He was kind of the chairman of that part of the group. And we had to sacrifice some things, like we said, okay, we'll support minimum wage if we can talk incessantly about marriage. And they said, okay. We reached a bargain like they possibly could do in Congress at some date. We'll all be dead by then, but it could happen. And we exchanged things like that. And the left was really, and it was very obvious from the discussions, which were very friendly, often abetted by a little wine here and there, that the left knows how important marriage is. And all of them are married, every single one of them. And they have kids, and they know how important it is to kids. So we're not knocking on a locked door here. The left knows how important this is. So I think if we're a little more strategic and a little clever, we can make progress, and the left will support some things we want to do.
And Kay, one last comment. I want to pull a different issue in, but go ahead.
Not to be Debbie Downer, but
but you're going to do it anyway.
My memory is that we actually did have some trouble with at least one of the members of that.
They still agreed.
Yep. She did come around. I can't remember whether it was a minimum wage we gave her or what it was, but there was a little bargaining. However, I will say, because I spend much too much time on Twitter, I did see a lot of response to this report, and there was a lot of annoyance on the left about the report, the marriage being one of the
inclusion
reasons.
of marriage.
And I see not just people being AWOL, like Charles Murray said, but actively hostile.
Yeah, and that's where I raised earlier that, the Putnam's observations about the importance of marriage, its centrality. I think he creates another space of conversation that is really important for us kind of looking forward the next few years. He also points out the importance, Wade, to your own work as a child psychologist, that those first months, and first years of a child's development are essential with parental kind of engagement. And he talks about the most important thing you can do for a kid's development is just to talk to them, right? The importance of words and sounds, et cetera. And I think that's, for me, a critical. Both nutritionists have pointed out the first 1,000 days for kids' development physiologically is important. And so the one public policy that now President-elect Trump really detailed on the campaign trail was family leave. It's really the only detailed kind of social policy.
Some on
domestic.
child care too.
Bit. Well, they're connected. Any comments on each of you on what he recommended or proposed on the campaign trail, and any thoughts again in the area of family leave and child care that would be your advice? Let's start with Angela first, since that's an area that you've spoken to already.
Yeah, and so in terms of the Trump proposal, I think it was encouraging to a lot of people that they were even issues raised, and you're right, they were actually, I think, the two only specific domestic policies that he really put out there, and many people think that was very much influenced by his daughter and more of her views on working family policy than maybe his. But in terms of the specific proposals, they're, without being too critical, slightly incoherent, although they highlighted some things that could work. So on the child care proposal, for example, there were about 4 or 5 different things that were kind of thrown together into this proposal. And many of them on their own could be viable policies. I think as a package, though, the main problem with the child care proposal was it was a little bit more beneficial to higher income families, and there was less attention paid to sort of poor, low income families. And I think that if we look at child care assistance as something that is going to support work, which from my perspective it really should be, it needs to be much more targeted to low income families, because those are the families that are making a decision about going to work or not based on child care. A middle income family can provide a little financial relief, but it's not really going to be the determining factor of whether they work or not. So I think that there were some good things in the proposal in the sense that, some things could work, but I would very much prefer sort of a refundable child care tax credit, for example, that's much more concentrated on low-income families, as opposed to, I think their proposal went up to maybe $200,000 per year. I don't necessarily think we need to dedicate a lot of public resources towards child care assistance for more affluent families. And then just real quickly on the paid leave, I think, again, the proposal had, maybe some good things in it. I think they had some things about stay-at-home parenting on the child care and on the paid leave, which I think gets just sort of confused the issue a little bit. But again, I think paid leave can have some very strong economic benefits by keeping attachment to the labor market. Again, though, I think it was a little bit skewed towards higher income, and it needs to more likely be concentrated on low-income families for it to really be effective, again, from an economic perspective. If that's the problem we're trying to address, which is a lack of labor force attachment among low-income people, which is a problem, then we have to be very targeted about the public policies that we put into place.
Okay, is Manhattan Institute ready to endorse a federal paid policy leave?
Well, I'm not going to speak for them right now.
How about yourself?
I came to the conclusion a year or two ago that there is no way we're going to avoid this topic, and that those of us who want a limited government role in general and social issues, this is just something we're going to have to get behind. It's not possible for this to be solved just through the private market. although it's getting solved at the higher end, I think, through the
As a
private
benefit.
market. I just want to remind everybody, or to tell them that something I ran across recently. I agree with almost everything that Angela's recommending here. However, when you go to a country, let's say like Sweden, that has all of this and extensive social welfare and help for families, there is still a large difference in child outcomes in single and married families. So single parent and married families.
Let me ask you two to comment as well on federal policy leave, federal family leave and/or child care policies. Where do you
Okay, first, I think we should have it. I agree with it. I think it's astounding that a panel of conservatives would say this, because 2 years ago, 3 years ago, they would not have said that. And it's still not very popular among Republicans on the Hill, I think, although some Republicans have signed on to bills. The big deal here is how it finances. Trump says he's going to get out of the UI, unemployment insurance. And I think that is an extremely bad idea. And the reason is that employers have to contribute to the way the unemployment insurance system is financed. And we don't want to put this on employers, especially small employers. I think that would be a mistake. We've got the person who gets a benefit should pay part of the cost. So we should treat it with some insurance-like principles, that people pay into it regularly and then it's there for them. People of a certain age may pay more. I don't know exactly how to work out. I haven't thought through the issues. But putting an additional burden, especially on small employers, is a bad idea. Trump didn't put it that way. He didn't say that, but that's what would happen.
So I work for a firm that has an extremely generous leave policy. I think we are eligible for, and this is up and down the wage scale. It's not just for upper management. I think we get something, or can access 3 months of paid leave upon the birth or adoption of a child, or 3 months for taking care of a ill relative, like an aging parent. And I think those are really great policies. And one of the reasons I think our firm decided to do that was because we do have a changing workforce, and the millennials are, sort of demanding that kind of flexibility in their lives, because they'll just leave if and so I think that's a very good thing. But I want to make a point that's somewhat tangential, perhaps. We've got to be a little bit careful about this early brain development, early childhood argument, because as it can start to give the message that if you didn't have that experience early on, that you're doomed. You're doomed by the time you're 18 months old, because you didn't have a parent at home except for 3 days after and it becomes sort of the modern equivalent of tracking. Which kids got it, which kids didn't. And if you didn't get it, you're kind of doomed for the rest of your life. And as a child psychologist, who used to do therapy, the whole premise of therapy is that you're not doomed. You can actually change. Things can get better. So I just think we have to be a little cautious about over extrapolating from the early brain development, early childhood, so that we don't set up this expectation that somehow you're doomed to fail.
Any comments on child care and the right way to do that from your perspective as conservatives, to incentivize it, to ensure equality, the role of federal policy?
Well, I mean, I agree with Angela. I think that federal child care policy should be geared towards those who can't afford it. Right. I don't need a subsidy. I don't need a tax deduction in order to put my kids in child care. I don't think I should get one. I think that's really much more important that we target that, means test it, target it to those people who really need it. I do think that if we're going to have an expectation that people go to work and they have young children, that we can't say, well, leave your kids in a, put a little bowl of food and water in the kitchen,
Like the dog.
And you'll be fine. So that there's sort of that reciprocal, that social contract, that if we expect something from someone who's receiving benefits, we also enable them to be able to do that thing we want them to do. And in most cases, that's work, and childcare should be available to them.
So, Angela, let's if you could make one recommendation, wave your magic wand, and the administration would prioritize one thing that would be consequential with marriage and/or parenting, or obviously the connection of the two. What would that be? And we'll just kind of walk down the line here. And what would be the one priority you'd suggest they take on?
Well, it's hard to identify just one. Can I do 1.5?
You can do 1.5.
But so I think the big one is really this, the way that all of our safety net programs are set up to disincentivize marriage. And I think, I think in all of the discussions, that Speaker Ryan talked about this morning, all the discussions about reforming our programs, I think we need to keep that in mind. And it's probably not the government's role necessarily to encourage marriage, although I completely agree with the messaging aspect and how important that can be. But I don't think it should be in the business of disincentivizing marriage and really sending completely the wrong message and really sending different messages. It says, oh, it's really important to work. You have to work and you have to get married if you want to get out of poverty. But if you work, we're going to provide you work supports only if you stay unmarried. So it's just it's a very, again, sort of incoherent message. So if there was one thing, it would be really addressing sort of the marriage penalties, which is expensive, but addressing the marriage penalties and maybe reprioritizing other money rather than having new money. Then the half thing would be really taking on this child care issue and addressing the need to provide child care assistance. There's been a little bit of a push to try to address child care needs through things like the child tax credit or even the Trump proposal, which it was basically a child allowance because it wasn't linked to child care expenses because they were trying to get at stay-at-home parent issues. But if we really think about child care as an expense, it's extremely expensive, but it's a fairly short time period in the course of your working life. It's 0 to 4, maybe. If you have 2 kids, maybe 6 years. But it's very expensive. So provide that large benefit in a short amount of time that allows low-income families to work, which the child tax credit, which might be $1,200 or so, isn't going to do. But a $5,000 or $6,000 benefit for a few years for a low-income family could really be the difference between work and not working.
Thank you. Wade, 1.5 minutes you can do 1.5 recommendations.
Okay. First of all, I'd say that, just to make clear that while we've talked a lot about public policy, I actually think culture matters much more than public policy does. Last night, Arthur Brooks talked about how public policy is about 5% of the impact and the rest is sort of culture, and I totally agree with that. So, but my one change would be to make marriage explicitly a legitimate purpose, that is supporting healthy marriage, a legitimate purpose of public policy and government. In the same way that we say, poverty reduction is a legitimate purpose and goal of the government in public policy. We shouldn't be afraid to say that. Because the more we're afraid to say that that's a legitimate goal and a legitimate purpose to support healthy marriages, the less likely we're going to be able to affect whatever percentage it is through public policy and government.
Okay.
Well, as we're talking about this, I keep thinking about the problem of the messenger in this case. So whatever your feelings about Donald Trump,
I thought you were talking about me.
No, you'd be fine. But whatever your feelings about Donald Trump, I think we can agree that maybe he's not going to be the best messenger on marriage. Although Hillary Clinton...
You're not going to be in the administration, I'm sorry to say.
No, for sure. So I just want to. I'm going to punt on your question a little bit and just reemphasize what Wade just said, that this is it's a cultural issue. And what that means is people do more or less what's expected of them when it comes to marriage and children. They follow the rules in their local communities and their neighborhoods and their families. So I think that we need, Raj Chetty's work has shown us how much the marriage issue is really a community issue. The kids who grow up in communities with lots of married families are going to be better off whether they're growing up with a single mother or not. So I think we should be thinking more in terms of very local initiatives on this, not just federal, and supporting as many experiments as we possibly can. I agree with Wade that they really have to be able to use the M word.
Ron?
I agree with all these things. I'm especially tempted by Wade's, something we could do to make marriage. The problem is there'll be a lot of kickback, but I think it's worth that. But I'm going to propose something else because I know it will make a big difference, and I think Republicans are about to make a huge mistake here. If we repeal Obamacare, there is so much birth control provided by Obamacare. The regulations are so strong. They've had a big impact on the states, and many low-income mothers, not just teenagers, but in their 20s and early 30s, will have babies if they don't have good birth control, and that will start the whole cycle that we've been talking about here. So we have got to make sure that birth control stays in place, especially for low-income women. The Obama administration, plus previous policy, has done a pretty good job of that. Everything Obama did is not bad. We ought to get over that. And we need to make sure that whatever else we do to Obamacare, we got to make sure we preserve the coverage. And the thing I'm obviously the most concerned about is if we lose Medicaid, which seems to be a high probability here, there'll be a huge price to pay, and we'll get a lot of criticism, well-deserved.
Well, I'm reserving the last word for myself. Wade, you heard me speak in Georgia recently about the culture upstream of politics, and I just want to affirm that I think as important as federal policy is to either incentivize or perhaps, unfortunately, disincentivize marriage and parenting, there's probably nothing more important than the cultural signals sent as to what the aspirations should be and what the ideals should be. And those are sent sometimes by government, but more often by other key gatekeepers. And for me, it's who you see as you go down the grocery line and who's on the tabloids. And I think the role of culture, moral messages sent by the cultural elites, messages sent within our media is essential to the communities into which we are trying to encourage certain behaviors and patterns that are essential. So part of my work personally is in the area of entertainment and pop culture, because I think those are essential variables. You and Isabel talked about that, the importance of messaging, who's the communication, who are the communicators, how do we foster a general environment that promotes message of marriage and parenting, and we've got to find ways to invite in and hold accountable our pop culture messengers, because they are shaping the context in which our children are making decisions. So last word was mine. Thank you all for being here, and thank you. On to the next.
Do we have any evidence that that Obama?
All right, we're going to move straight into our second session on the safety net. So if all of those panelists would go ahead and come on up. We've got a very distinguished panel and a great moderator in Mike Frank from the Hoover Institution. So I'll let Mike take over from there.
Bio.
Hi, I'm Mike Collins. Hi, nice to meet you. How do you want me to introduce you real quick? Oh, I don't know. I didn't get a bio, just your title. Oh. Yeah, that's fine. Just your title, Clay? Yeah, I used to work in Oh, you worked? Definitely. Wow. That's a big deal. That's and your focus is again disability in general? Or do you have, I can do disability. In the notes going back, just one speculation. I'm going to ask initially what you're liking around, what's your general assessment of the safety net program, what would you change? And then we'll go into more detail in a second. And I have a question or two that I was just going to get at, is just the work as incentives. You phase out benefits, you create incentives, money, you lose things in the just address all of that. Yeah, up there. Who are you, man? I used to know this guy. Yeah, back when he was on record.
All right, so this panel is going to go ahead and get started with our moderator, Mike Frank from the Hoover Institution.
This is a general one. It's good at this basically. What's wrong with the... You doing okay?
I'm doing fine.
Good. Yeah, yeah. This is working. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mike Frank. I'm the director of the Washington, D.C. office for the Hoover Institution, and had a long affiliation with, among others, Robert Rector at the Heritage Foundation. Worked on Capitol Hill, and my duties today is to be moderator and to basically give our panelists a chance to shine. So quickly, who we have here, Grant Collins, who is at the FedCap Rehabilitation Services. He worked in the Bush administration where he ran the TANF program. Lawrence Mead, who's a professor of politics at NYU. He wears a hat at AEI, prolific writer and thinker on all aspects of our safety net programs in the federal welfare system. Robert Rector, he's a senior fellow at Heritage, where Robert has been one of the most prolific thinkers and on-the-ground practical sources of assistance for a couple generations now, probably, of staff and members of Congress, House and Senate, and in the executive branch on the failings of the current welfare state, how to improve it, and the mechanical level of what the laws should say to get the ideas that people believe in translated into reality. He's been terrific on that. And Jason Turner. Jason worked in Wisconsin, Governor Thompson in the early days of welfare reform in the 1990s. He worked for Rudy Giuliani in New York City, where he did the same kind of job for New York City. And more recently, he's been kind of the convener and the chief, I guess, agitator of the more market-oriented and, I would say, enlightened state-level commissioners who run the welfare systems in the various states, and has been a really terrific, played a terrific role in helping give a voice and some coherence to that very, very important group of policymakers. So what I'm going to do here is just start off with a general question meant to be a lightning round. I'm going to ask what's wrong with the safety net as we know it, ask each of the panelists to briefly address that, and then we'll get into some more depth in the second and third round of questions. So maybe, Professor Mead, would you like to start?
Sure. First of all, my thanks to Tamar and Opportunity for America in staging this session, which I think is very valuable. The main thing I'd like to do with the safety net is to have what I call welfare reform for men. In welfare reform for women, we succeeded by combining new benefits, namely EITC and childcare, with more clear-cut work requirements. And the result was a revolution where welfare declined dramatically and work levels rose for that population. For men, we need to do the same thing. We need to have expanded wage subsidies for low-skilled men who are not caring for children. At the same time, we need to develop a system of work programs for them where those who are obligated to work can actually have to work. And I'm thinking here of the child support system, criminal justice system. In these areas, we need to develop a program structure that will actually do for them what welfare reform did for women. That's the big change that I think we need, and there's some prospect for some movement in those areas. The second thing I would do is improve the work requirements that we already have in welfare. We need to revive the work programs in TANF, which have deteriorated and in fact ceased to exist in many states. They weren't required under the Personal Responsibility Act. The second thing is to extend some kind of work requirement to food stamps, something Congress is already considering. And we should also worry about the use of some welfare reform programs, I'm thinking of disability, to allow many people who are actually employable to escape any work obligation. So those areas are, I think, where we need to focus.
Robert?
Well, first of all, maybe I should say what's not wrong with the welfare system. This morning we listened to Paul Ryan talk a whole lot about marginal tax rates in welfare and poverty traps. Everything he said was incorrect. okay? It's simply wrong. Those things don't exist. And for the simple fact of the matter is that for a single mother or an earner making between, say, $0 and $20,000 a year, the marginal tax rates on the benefits are close to 0, okay? Because as TANF or food stamps goes down, EITC and ACTC go up. There, in fact, is no poverty trap whatsoever. A single mother who works full-time, full year at a minimum wage earns about $14,000 a year, but when you put the benefits that she gets from the 6 major programs in, she's up over $35,000. That is not a problem, and the proposed solution to that is just to keep expending the benefits farther and farther up the income scale, which is enormously expensive. It's unbelievably expensive, and actually has negative effects on the overall economy because you're raising the marginal tax rates on the higher income, middle income people. So it's a non-problem, although we could actually bankrupt the country solving the non-problem. What I would say is the real problem in welfare is what Angela Rashidi alluded to in the previous session, which is that all of these means-tested programs actively and deliberately penalize low-income couples when they do marry. For example, and we have a paper up here that anybody can take a look at where we explain both about the marginal tax rates and the marriage penalties. But if you have a mother who makes $20,000 a year and a father who makes $20,000 a year, in the earned income tax credit alone, if they marry, they lose $4,000 worth of credit. And there is reasonable evidence to indicate that that, in fact, has a substantial behavioral effect, although I would say that's really not that important. As a moral issue, we should not be saying in low-income communities, hey, cohabit, it's fine, hang out, be separate, it's fine, we'll pay you a bunch. But if you put a ring on each other's fingers, we're going to take a whole bunch of money away from you. So I would say incrementally we need to start to reduce those marriage penalties. The final thing that I would say is we need to disabuse ourselves that the problem in welfare is that states don't have enough flexibility in spending federal money. If we look at the TANF law from 20 years ago, the law was initially successful because recognizing that it was federal money, we imposed national federal work standards on the states. On the other hand, on the issue of marriage, which was actually more important, as the last panel eloquently described, we did not get federal standards. We simply got goals. 3 of the 4 goals of the TANF program were to promote work and reduce non-marital childbearing. And since that time, we've spent $600 billion in TANF. And how many states honored those 3 goals of promoting marriage? 1, okay? The rest of them simply spit in the face of the law, okay? And that's what you get because when you just take money from Washington and dump it down to the states, what you're really doing is empowering state-level bureaucrats, and state-level bureaucrats, guess what, are not conservative reformers. And so they simply disregarded the law. So my principle would be is to recognize that as long as federal money is involved in welfare, you need to have conservative principles animating the programs rather than just collecting the money in Washington, dumping it downward in states, and expecting that you're going to have some conservative results. We've spent $450 billion in block grants that were established by Ronald Reagan. All of them are still here. I have a standing challenge, which I'll issue again today. I will pay anyone $500 that can show me 1 dime of that money that was ever spent for a conservative purpose. Now, I'm going to lose that money at some point, but it's pretty hard because I've been making that bet for 20 years. The last thing in the world you need to do is get the idea that what we really want to do is collect money in Washington and hand it over to the states to spend as they wish. It has not worked since the Nixon administration. It won't work now. Our principles should be that as long as welfare is paid for at the federal government level and 75% of the $1 trillion we spend on means-tested welfare is federal. When you take Medicaid out of it, it's close to 90% federal. As long as that money is being spent from federal coffers, we should insist on strong pro-family, pro-work principles mandated into those programs. If we want real federalism, what we should do is pull and say the trick isn't to give states more flexibility in spending federal money, It's to require them to spend their own money on welfare, which they're very reluctant to do. Maybe we can go into that more.
Sure. Okay. Grant?
So I come at this a little differently. I did have a role in Washington in setting sort of policy, but most of my experience in life has been working actually on the ground, trying to actually move these issues forward. So I appreciate the comments from the previous panel about how policy and culture matter and how culture really does drive what happens. I just want to give you a brief story that gives you a sense of what I look at and what I think are some of the things that we need to do. A few years ago, I've told this story, some people may have heard it before, but I was in a hotel. I was about to do some presentations at a government function, and the news was on. And in the news report, there was a reporter who stood there with a microphone and said, behind me will be the site of a new prison being built in the neighborhood. And I have some individuals here that are from the local town. A young African-American woman was brought up to the microphone, and he said to her, "So what do you think about having a prison built in your backyard?" And her reply changed the trajectory of my life, and it got me started in this, because this is what she said. She said, "I think it's great because my baby can see her daddy." And I realized that policy really should set a much higher bar on a whole number of issues. This is a single mother. This child will grow up, if this child grows up in deep poverty, the chances of that child at age 35 being poor are high. So there has to be an intervention of some kind, and I think policy can do a certain amount. I do think that the TANF messaging around work and reciprocity are good principles, but I would submit to you that we need to do more, and the statement that I use when I speak to my own staff or the other groups is we need to fight the soft bigotry of low expectation, which is a line President Bush delivered. We do this in the programs that I work in. In the last 3 years, 21,000 people have been put to work. We've put $75 million in the local economy through wages, and we've saved government $30 million. Now, the people that I'm talking about are formerly incarcerated, they are homeless, and they're individuals with disabilities. And so my point on raising the bar is we tend to not deal very well with the populations I just mentioned. And part of it is because of our expectations. And quite frankly, I do this work on a daily basis. I get to see the benefit of the joy on the face of the person who just got a job for the first time or maybe for the second time. They're very excited. There's a dignity that goes with work. And I'm submitting to you that more people can, in fact, succeed. Everyone can do something, and we should be challenging in our policies and our approaches to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to succeed.
Jason.
Well, I think there's three big problems with the current system, and I'll touch on each of them. Idleness, the culture, and the relationship of the federal government to the states with whom I work a lot. Let's take idleness. The safety net programs as a group, everything from UI to disability, TANF, SNAP, encourage idleness and don't do a good job as a group at mandating work activation. And idleness, enforced idleness, has a tremendous deleterious effect on both culture and individuals. If you take disability, for example, the day before somebody successfully enrolls into a disability program is usually the best day that they'll have for the rest of their life. Because what the research shows is once you get on disability, far from it being a system where at last you can relax a little bit, your economic uncertainty is gone, you can focus on improving your health. That's a theoretical model. Now here's the actual model. What happens? First, your physical health declines faster than it did before. Secondly, your mental health declines. We know this. Depression goes up. Substance abuse goes up. And much of these things are due to isolation, enforced idleness, and family stress goes up. Now, I want you to do a thought experiment with me just for a moment and imagine what would enforced work have an effect on these following things that we'll go back through that are consistent with idleness. Enforced work, think of that. Physical health, improved or worse. Mental health, depression, I think it's going to be better. Family stress, are you in the home all day long, or are you going out and coming back? Isolation and substance abuse. Substance abuse. Sitting on the couch for 8 hours a day is not a recipe for substance abuse treatment. So when you have a whole system which is mobilizing to increase the level and time that people are idle, work is the key component of the basic part of the day. You cannot read a book for 12 consecutive hours for pleasure. Everybody needs work, and from work, they need self-actualization. The second is culture. Charles Murray talked about that. And he said in the old days, there was an economic exigency, which was pressuring men to go out and go to work and provide for their families because there wasn't an alternative. I want to posit to you the notion that for a period of time after welfare reform was passed, in 1996, in the local welfare offices, there was a tsunami of cultural information supporting values of work that was combined with economic exigency because there was a time limit and there was obligations to go to work, and these two things were taken very seriously by welfare applicants. And the final thing I'll say about that is if you take the welfare system, imagine everybody in this room is on welfare and 30 people stand up and go out that door because they have a job. Well, now the dependency level is down. But if 60 people come in the front door and get on welfare, well, it hasn't worked. What happened in the welfare period was that people stopped coming in or they went right to work. Not as much that people who were already on welfare got jobs, although that increased as well. So you have to look at the front door and the back door, and culture is a key element of controlling the front door.
Okay, so we've had a situation relative to men, marriage, the culture, the disability issue. Next question allows you to go a little deeper. What's the approach to dealing with the different aspects of concerns raised thus far? Blowing up the existing system and starting with a blank sheet of paper, or alternatively amending and reforming what's already there in certain ways that you might find constructive? Professor Mead, you want to start with that?
Yeah. I don't think we need to blow it up. I think we've made some progress on welfare reform. I agree it's not complete, it's not perfect. We need to revise and extend the work programs. We have a success to build on there. In the men's area, as I said, I think we don't have anything like that because we haven't seen the men as requiring this kind of structure. But we do. We do, in fact, need a structure for them, and I think it can be built using the child support and criminal justice system. In fact, in these areas, states and localities have already begun to develop mandatory work programs for men who owe child support and are not paying, or men on parole from prison who are not working. These programs already exist. They're just not known inside the Beltway. They've developed outside. When I went out to research these programs for my book, local people said to me they'd never before seen anybody from Washington come and talk to them before. I felt like Lewis and Clark in the Wild West because most policy experts are economists who sit behind their computers and analyze databases. They never lay hands on the institutions. And in the case of welfare, the crucial, although in fact I think culture did finally drive welfare reform, what triggered the culture and became the focus of it was the structure of welfare work programs that had developed over the previous 20 years, in part under the previous law. And it was that structure that made serious society's expectation about work. Well, we have to build a comparable structure for men. We have to build up these work programs. They know that if they don't pay child support, and if they don't go to work out of prison, they're going to be required to work. Society is serious about this. And you don't actually have to require work of absolutely everyone. Once you get up to a certain level, in welfare it was like a third, then the others comply voluntarily. They see that it's coming and they're going to have to comply. So as others have mentioned, they don't even necessarily go on welfare. They go directly to work, which is what you want. So today, the TANF program is a small shadow of its former self, but it still plays this vital enforcing role for the culture as a whole. By having that program there with the work test connected to the benefits, we dramatize society's expectations for the poor single mothers. We want you to work and then we will help you more, rather than you get help by not working. And for the men as well, we need to construct a system which makes evident society's expectation that they work, such that they also will go to work without being pushed. And then we'll get back to the world as it was in the 50s and 60s, when poor men mostly did work at low-skilled jobs. And they made money, and they often were the fathers of kids who went on to high school and college. You know, we need to get back to a situation where people at the bottom get their feet on the ladder. But in order to do that, society's expectations have to be made clear. And that is primarily a policy problem having to do with the buildup of these institutions. After that, the culture can take over.
But just to press a little bit, if you were advising Congress coming in January, what, if anything, to do in the legislative arena to further your ideas? Is there anything specific you'd want to
The specific thing, the biggest single recommendation I made in my book, and still true today, is that the federal government, under Title 4D of the Social Security Act, which funds child support, should allow federal funding for employment programs in child support. Traditionally, that has not been allowed. The administration proposed that it be allowed in a major revision of the child support regulations. Those regulations are held up in the White House. They may, in fact, be approved before the administration ends. There was a certain resistance in Congress. Some in Congress felt that a change this radical should be legislated and not done under regulatory authority. I just hope that the Obama people finalize that before they leave office, and then we can start building these work programs in child support all over the country.
Robert?
I think that all change has to be incremental, and I think that a lot of conservative condemnation of welfare, and I'm very critical of welfare, but it's based on misinformation. I mean, you often hear conservatives say, oh, well, we spent $22 trillion on the war on poverty, and poverty is the same today as it was in 1965, which technically is true. But the reason for that is the flim-flam that goes on in the Census Bureau, where the way that they measure poverty, you're poor if your income falls below a threshold of, say, $24,000, but the entire $1 trillion a year that we spend on means-tested welfare, 93% of that, 97% of it is not counted as income. And then we come back the next year and say, wow, look at all the poverty we got, we need to spend more money. Washington has been playing that trick on the taxpayer for a half a century. And it's nonsense, but it builds an even greater cynicism on the right, because, oh my goodness, you know. Well, in fact, in fact, as I said earlier, we have now a very strong work-based system where even a single mother who's working even at the minimum wage, and most of them get much more than that, in fact, once you count the benefits that they get, has an income way above the poverty level. And when you add medical benefits, it's up to in the mid to high 30s, okay? And the taxpayer at least ought to get credit for doing that. We don't need to hand more stuff out. What we need to do is, as Larry said, is take the principles that were put in welfare reform in 1996, which were mandatory work requirements. It was not a block grant, it was an anti-block grant. I say that as someone who wrote major parts of the law. What we did was demand that the states put people to work, not just say, do whatever you want to do. Demanded that. And that was, as long as that demand was in place, the program was a success. When the demand faded away, the program became a giant pointless slush fund, which is what it is today. Okay, but you take those mandatory work requirements, you put them in food stamps, you improve the work requirement that's in the EITC, because the EITC is irrational in the sense that if somebody makes, say, $60,000 a year and only works 1 or 2 months a year, they get the same EITC as someone that's making $8 an hour and works the full year. Makes no sense. So you need to link the EITC benefit to the actual number of hours of work performed becomes a much stronger system. But then in addition, what you need to do is incrementally begin to take away those marriage penalties. We should not be in the position of saying to anybody, if you're a mother and a father and you cohabit, you get $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 more a year out of the government. You put a ring on the mother's finger, we take that stuff away. It's a terrible message to send. Can I prove that if we took those disincentives away that you would get pro-marriage effects? I'm not sure about that. But one of the great books I read originally about welfare was Larry Mead's book, Beyond Entitlement, which was sort of the foundation of welfare reform and the idea of requiring work in exchange for welfare. And the basic argument there, if I might state, was a moral one.
Yes.
That you don't do immoral things to low-income people. You don't do things to low-income people that you wouldn't do to your own kids. You don't pay people not to work, and you certainly with your own kids wouldn't say, get married and we'll cut your incomes. Okay? We should not be doing that. So we should incrementally begin to do with that. You can get rid of the marriage penalty that's in the Earned Income Tax Credit for as little as $3 billion a year. Okay? Then you can move to food stamps, you can move to housing.
Okay, good. Grant?
So I agree with what both Robert and Larry are saying. I'm just going to continue to stay on this theme of raising our expectation. One of the things that did not happen with some of the TANF recipients, just as a model, is we didn't do well with those that had barriers or challenges with the system. If they were disabled or have some sort of barrier to work, we typically parked them and did not serve them at the same levels we served the able-bodied participants. So we have to focus on getting that done better. It doesn't require any additional money. This is really a test of will and fortitude at the state level to be able to build systems that, in fact, serve all types of TANF recipients or all types of persons who are on government assistance. It can be done. I run a very large program in New York that does it. Basically, everybody can do something. Even if they can't go to paid employment, we can create work activities that are constructive, that help a person, in fact, recover from their barrier. Mentioning some of the work that Jason was talking about before, we know that when people are isolated and idle, they don't make as much progress physically and mentally as they could. And that we have evidence just through our work that shows that if a person is put on a wellness plan, for example, because they have co-occurring conditions, that after about 90 days, about 65% of them can work. So keeping the bar high around work, I think, is fair. The other thing that I would mention, just working on the ground, is there's no data that shows that when a provider or any other organization finds someone work and they work full year, that organization has, in fact, connected them to the Earned Income Tax Credit. And the only reason I mention it is because we really always have to continue to send the message that work pays. Oftentimes, government entities will send out letters to let people know that's not exactly going to get it done. We actually have to have venues and forums that connect the individual to it. We can use employers to send that message. We can use faith institutions to send it. But there's more to be done to, I think, make sure that work pays and that we make sure that we're working with the full population as we do it.
Jason, your other three panelists here are starting to agree to each other a lot. You want to join the crowd, or do you want to come out here and be a curmudgeon?
No, I don't want to do that because I don't have the fortitude of Charles Murray or Robert Rector, actually, in that regard. I once referred to Robert as being powered by a nuclear device in his belly that doesn't require any outside sunlight. So, I don't know if this thing died or not. Okay, it's still working fine. Okay, there's three things I think they're going to drive down and kill us all if we don't grasp them now in this next 4 years. Food stamps, disability, and marijuana. I'll explain all three and why marijuana is more deadly than opioids, but both are dangerous. First, in food stamps, 1 in 5 families is now on food stamps. So that's a cultural phenomenon, not just an economic one. It was doubled during the Obama years with actual forced policies, incentives to states, the Food and Nutrition Service giving laudatory letters to governors who went out and recruited people to get on food stamps, and an explicit message from the undersecretary under Obama that he wants to get as many people on food stamps as possible. Now, the effect of that is it's very difficult to ratchet back. You can take all of the policies that they did, but if you change them at the federal level, you have to be prepared, and we should be prepared for talkback, because people are going to go off of benefits. But if we don't get this thing under control, it's going to be a disaster. Food stamp caseloads went down during the first 5 years of the after '96, but then they diverged precisely because of policies that explicitly disconnected work from food stamp receipt and went on a recruiting drive. Secondly, disability. In the audience here is Scott Winship from Manhattan Institute, who told me in the hallway he's just finishing up a new analysis that shows that fully 50% of the decline in the male employment rate for working age men is due to exits onto the disability rolls. Can you imagine that? Now, actually, about half of people who get on disability don't need to be on disability. This is a rough figure, but it's basically made up of people who have things that can be controlled, like a bad back, depression, things like this that can't be diagnosed as a permanent work limitation.
Just to clarify, half of the decline in the labor force participation rate is attributable to?
Half of the decline in the adult male labor force participation rate over some period, in the past whatever period Scott's looking at, is due to exits onto disability by these same men.
Okay.
Disability is just told, there's only a 5% chance if you get on disability you'll ever come back, which goes back to my first theme, which is if you don't catch them at the front door, all is lost, essentially. Very hard to rehabilitate and resuscitate a dependent individual using traditional government mechanisms. Now, the last one is marijuana, which you're going to think is, which I want to be the canary in the coal mine, because I'm working on marijuana now more than I'm working on any other issue, and our secretaries, state secretaries, run substance abuse programs. They're not that effective, you know that, because once you're on drugs, you can't. It's all about catching you at the front door before the problem starts. So there is, throughout this country right now, sweeping the country, marijuana legalization efforts. You're familiar with that from the news. But what you may not be familiar with is the damage that marijuana does to the developing brain. This is from NIH and the National Institute for Drug Abuse, that Obama has tamped down this evidence, but it's all scientific. What happens with the developing brain from age 16 to 23, it's finishing out its development phase, and the synapses are actually being pruned. They're not being added to. And the wires that connect the brain with, this is oversimplified, are being finalized. What happens when you take any drug is that you have a short circuit from input to pleasure, and that atrophies the balance of the brain. And so what you see and remember from high school, where the drug users, marijuana users, were sitting in the back of the class, they were never on the sports team, they never played instruments, and they were just hanging out with each other. That's because they get their rewards not from playing the clarinet. They have a more direct reward than you and I have. Now, the final thing I want to say about this is it's cultural, because once the adults say it's okay, and my son is in college, he says, once the adults say it's okay, we've legalized it, I might even have a pot of smoke of grass with you, that's going to be transmitted to the high school kids. Under Nancy Reagan, Just Say No, that was mentioned in an earlier panel as a success. There was 8% use of marijuana in high school. Now it's a third. But imagine when Steve Jobs, the next one, is sitting in the back of the class because he had easy access to marijuana. That's the destruction of our best potential leaders of the future. That's a bigger problem than anybody knows about, I don't think.
And the solution, is it it's an administrative solution, the executive branch to enforce existing law, or would you recommend some kind of changes by Congress going in next year?
First, enforcement, and Sessions is going on a jihad, I hope. Secondly, the National Institute for Drug Abuse has to have a national program to go into all schools and all places. It's amazing how little, when I talk to people about marijuana, what I just said, policymakers and conservatives, they say, well, the ship has left the harbor. The ship hasn't left the harbor. But we have to go educate so that the school systems know when they have to be able to talk about this more. That's just one part of it, and then there's other parts too.
Okay, I'll ask one or two quick questions, and then we'll turn to the audience for the remainder of the time for questions. And the one thing I'd like to ask the panel, the Affordable Care Act has provisions in it that some have, I think Casey Mulligan, for example, at the University of Chicago, have looked at and says there's a lot of work disincentives built into that. Could you comment on the effect that, for example, the definition of a work week at 30 hours and how employers have reduced hours for a lot of low-wage workers, how that plays into this discussion, as well as the phase-outs of all the subsidies as your income goes up?
I had the experience of confronting Casey Mulligan in front of a congressional hearing, and he was about to testify on work disincentives in the welfare system, and I said to him loud enough for the committee to hear, I don't believe in any of this. To put it mildly, we disagreed. I don't know of any evidence, any serious evidence, that work incentives have had any important effect on behavior by those who are not working. And I would say the same about marriage disincentives. It looks very serious on paper, but I don't know of a case where it's actually affected behavior. It assumes that those we're trying to help are calculating in a rational middle-class manner, but they're not. But they do mostly what they're expected to do, not what they calculate is in their economic self-interest. And the worst thing about it, the focus on incentives turns policymaking over to the economists, who again sit behind their computers and never lay hands on the institutions. The tough work of solving the poverty problem is building the institutions at the local level. The real heroes of welfare reform were not the planners in Washington, but the local and state officials who built those work programs and made very clear to the recipients that the day was coming when they would have to work. They made it happen. And they're the heroes. And they're invisible inside the Beltway. So all these problems, including the ones Jason just mentioned about marijuana, they really are irrelevant to anything we can do inside the Beltway. Anything the federal government is quite secondary. We need to give a lead and affirm the important goals of our policies, but the actual development is primarily institutional, bureaucratic, at the state and local level. That's where the action has to be fought and won.
Robert?
I mean, I think we're in agreement on that part, but if you have federal money going in, you have to clearly tell the bureaucracies what you want. You want them to do work. You want them to do programs for fathers, because if you don't, they won't.
Yes.
Once you get that going, then, in fact, the institutions develop their own momentum the way that Jason's developed under Giuliani. Those institutions, to a certain extent, persist at least up until the time
But
of
the will to reform, I hasten to add, is often state and local. It isn't all coming from Washington. These people see a problem and they're trying to solve it. And oftentimes the federal government can be their ally in doing that. But I agree with Robert, we also need national standards.
Robert, let me just challenge you for a minute, if I can. May I do that?
You're allowed to do that, yes.
Okay.
Please.
Yes, if you take a lump sum of money, turn it over to the states, you're not going to get the best from them when it's 100% federal money. I was talking to, you're not going to get the best from them because they don't have skin in the game. So one of the most important things, and it's in Ryan's Better Way, one of the most important things to change state behavior, which then reflects on local and vendor behavior, is to have a shared 50-50 or 100% state. But you just can't give the states 100% federal money. You see what a disaster it is in disability. You got all the states, including my states, I call them my states, the ones in our organization, that are all Republican. They're all trying to get people on SSI and SSDI because it's 100% federal money. They know it's not the right thing to do, but that's a powerful, powerful tool. Where I disagree with you, though, is that the states won't do conservative things if they don't have the right incentive sets before them. I think that the TANF, which was so successful in the first 5 years and was driven partly by clear goals that you helped put together and partly by the system in which the states had a lot to gain by putting people into work and reducing the amount of money they're spending on benefits. Something like that has to be in place because states can always game the system if it's just a bunch of rules. And my colleague here in 2006 sat down with a pen and paper when he was a Fed to try and stop the gaming from happening, and the gaming is still going on. So you can always get around the federal rules if you don't have skin in the game.
If I could amplify on this point, there really are 3 lessons or 4 lessons from welfare reform from 20 years ago. First of all, there are over 90 different federal means-tested programs. We reformed one of them. Conservatives often lose that point, and that program is now essentially a trivial component of welfare. The second point is that we did put in place federal work standards with penalties on the states if they didn't comply, and when those were in effect, states began to run good work programs, and the caseloads dropped dramatically. The third point, which is the sort of loose rhetorical thing for people that really don't understand welfare, so, well, we let the states spend the money in any way they wanted to. And it's true, after the work standards, states have had $600 billion to spend under TANF at the margin. And they could have spent that on anything. Now, according to this vision that, well, states are these conservative innovators that are bound in by federal rules, well, $600 billion, you can spend it on anything. And what do we spend it on? Religious school choice, work programs that were unimaginable 20 years ago? Did we spend it on marriage programs, even though the law says that's what we're supposed to spend it on? Nothing. It's very, very difficult to see any innovation that came out of that spending at all. And the work programs that states are running today as we speak, 50% of the TANF caseload is absolutely idle because that's all that the federal government requires. And the work programs that most states run today are inferior to the ones you created in Wisconsin in 1993, okay? Dramatically inferior to those programs. So you have to, now, so just giving the states more flexibility means bureaucracies get to play with the money and do what they want. But finally, the other point in welfare reform was we froze the TANF spending in nominal dollars, which meant in real dollars, we actually cut that spending in half. And what that is real federalism, okay? Because now the states had a fiscal stake in the game. If a state like Massachusetts or California wanted to continue to run a big, large caseload check-in-the-mail system, they had to pay for it with California money, okay? And you know what? California money is real. Okay? Federal money is not, okay? The big secret in any state, whether it's Republican or Democratic, for the most part, governors regard federal money as a Keynesian stimulus to their economy. Wake up, okay? Federal money is not real. The state legislators don't monitor it because they have no opportunity cost on it. But if you are California and you want to run a big caseload, or if you're in New York State, you want to run a big caseload, big checks in the mail, under TANF, you're going to have to pay for that with real California money. And the answer is that no state, no blue state did that. They all brought their caseloads down in part because they had a financial incentive to do so, because to do otherwise they'd have to spend actual money on it, not federal money, okay, which is play money. It's Chinese funeral money at the states, okay? You just burn it as fast as you can.
That's an interesting, I never heard that concept before, but let's not turn. We have about 10 minutes or so left to the audience for your questions, and maybe if you can identify yourselves when I call on you. Yes, ma'am? Do we have microphones or, yeah, there's one coming around in the front here, please. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Li Yang. Thanks for your presentation. We talk about the beneficiary of all those social safety net. So I just wonder, do you know those money really spent to benefit those eligible recipients, supposedly recipients or applicants, or they will be denied? And I'm thinking about homelessness, about especially in DC area. Do you think what's the causes of those homelessness? They are hanging around in the park or street and sleep on the, just about anywhere. And what's the best approach to put them to a good social safety net?
I think the first thing is to understand the size of the social safety net, which is largely hidden. And it's hidden because there are 90 different programs spread across virtually every department, and it's never aggregated. So last year we spent over $1 trillion on federal and state spending on means-tested welfare. It doesn't include Social Security and Medicare. About half of that goes to children, families and children. And a sense of how much money this actually is, if you take families and children, the total amount of money that would be needed to raise all children above the poverty level is around $880 billion a year. Cash, food, and housing for families with children last year was $202 billion. You throw medical care in there, it's close to $400 billion. So we spend way more than is needed to eliminate poverty. Now, conservatives say, oh, well, that must be all sucked up by bureaucracy. No. In fact, it goes out the door to a very generous system of benefits, which we spend an enormous time pretending doesn't exist. And in fact, any parent who's working any significant amount of time during the year, in fact, will have a post-welfare income that is almost certainly well above the poverty rate. The take-up rates on the core welfare programs, which are EITC, ACTC, food stamps, Medicaid, S-CHIP, school lunch and school breakfast, are all close to, on food stamps, the take-up rate for single mothers is 130%. So for every 10 mothers that are eligible, 13 are getting benefits. Very similar in EITC, where the take-up data does not include the massive fraud rate, where 1 out of 10 parents that are getting the benefit don't even reside with the child.
If I could, in a much narrower lane versus what Robert was speaking about. If you just looked at the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families program, and you asked the question, are the states in fact meeting the requirements of putting 50% of the persons who are on the program into work activities and to jobs? The answer has been, for some time now, it's far less than that. So at best, maybe a third of the population has actually participated. But quite frankly, there's always more people who, in fact, in a given year, have not done any activity of any kind for any sustained period. So while there are great statistics around what we've been able to do with single mothers going to work over the years, there's more to be done, and I would submit to you even more for those who have barriers to work, those who are homeless, those who have mental health and other barriers that need to be overcome in the TANF program. So we're not getting that part done. So that's the bar raising I keep talking about. We have to do a better job there.
Quick question to the panel. Should the OMB and CBO budget documents every year be required to separate out all the social safety net programs and report it in some kind of, like in historical tables and annual changes, and reflect what Congress or what the administration wants to do to each of those programs, so the people out there and the media can see it and report on it that way?
One thing I would suggest as it relates to that is that before Congress passes spending bills, that it publish on the internet how much it's going to cost your household to pay taxes for it. You can input your own income. It doesn't have to be something that they have data on. But here's a fun fact. How much do you think the average family household that pays a net income tax pays for food stamps? Now, remember that out of 100 households, only 53 pay net income tax. So if you take that 53, the amount to pay food stamps, to buy cornflakes, it's $850 per household. Now, obviously,
Per tax-paying household.
per tax-paying household, the median between 40 and 60%, the median amount sent to the feds by an income taxpayer, it's $12,500. Now, obviously, the Chinese are actually buying the cornflakes because they're buying our bonds. But this is the level of crisis in spending that if we did that, then the public could say to Congress, I don't want to buy that.
So I think
I just want to say that money is, in my view, not the main issue with the safety net. There are some programs like Medicaid and Medicare, the health programs, that are vastly expensive and they pose a genuine threat to the budget. And I absolutely agree with any attempt to economize on those programs. But for most of the safety net, dollars are really not the key issue. It has to do with the effects on the society. The society is not against helping poor people. They actually insist that government help the poor. What they want, though, in return, is an affirmation of key values, like working, especially. So the bottom line ought not to be the budgetary bottom line so much as whether the effects we get. I mean, in the case of TANF, it is a small program today, but it's had massive and largely favorable effects on the society. That's the bottom line, and that's why that program is successful. We need to remake food stamps in the same way. It isn't so much that the program is costly. I agree it is overly costly. But what really counts is what it does to the way people live and the overall tone of the society. That's what we should care about most.
I think that we clearly should have OMB outline how much we're spending, which is over $1 trillion a year. But more importantly, what we ought to actually measure incomes in the United States, which we don't do.
I see, yeah.
So, for example, we spend about $80 billion on the EITC and ACTC. Those are the largest cash welfare programs right there. Who gets those benefits? We have no idea whatsoever, okay? I mean, none. I mean, zero. They're measured in the current population Bureau's Census Bureau. They're imputed. They're not, there's no data there on that. They impute them. And you know what? They impute them wrong. Okay? They're flat out wrong. So it's an $80 billion system, and we have no idea who gets it. Okay? We really don't know who gets food stamps either, because those are collected in the census documents, but they chronically underreport receipt of everything. They've done that since the 1950s.
Isn't EITC reported on a tax return? Is it EITC payment report?
Yes, yes.
That
So in fact, if you wanted to get an accurate sense of where the $1 trillion a year goes, because basically I've spent my whole life on it, and I would say I have no idea. Okay, I have no idea.
Wow.
Do you care about it? Okay.
Well, let me give you an anecdote that supports that.
Well, wait a second. The way to do that is to take a normal census survey, but then and go corroborate the data that's being reported with the tax record. And oh, you didn't tell us that you got $7,000 from the EITC and ACTC. You didn't tell us that you got this much from food stamps. What you'll actually find is that in order to get food stamps, households are reporting no income. In order to get EITC, they're reporting lots of income. It's the same household going on. So you need to take the administrative records from all the means-tested programs, or at least the big ones, the EITC records from the IRS, merge them together, and for the first time in U.S. history, you will have an accurate count of who's getting welfare benefits and also income distribution, because all of that $1 trillion a year that we spend is not counted when we measure economic inequality. I don't know how we could make a mistake like that.
Let me comment on what Robert said about fraud in the EITC. I work in the Milwaukee welfare office as a consultant. And the welfare recipients, TANF recipients, don't come in for their work assignments in the months of January, February, until the middle of March. So everybody was trying to puzzle that out. Well, it turns out the reason they don't come in is because you can go online to TurboTax without having worked at all and file a tax reform, send it in electronically. The IRS must mail you a refund check within 45 days without confirmation that you actually worked. So all welfare recipients who are not all of them, almost all welfare recipients in those months ask for up to $6,200 in refund money, and they can borrow children, and they can do they don't have to prove they ever worked. They could be self-employed, and this money comes in and is consumed first. So the whole thing is an anti-work program.
The EITC, although it's ostensibly a work-based program, works on the honor system. The income is not verified. I mean, it's unbelievable, but it's not. And in fact, the Obama IRS said that they couldn't verify it, that it was illegal for them to try to verify it. That can be very easily corrected. There's $20 billion of fraud in the EITC and ACTC. It can be, the paper which we are distributing here today shows how to get rid of that very simply. You could take that $20 billion and use it to remove marriage penalties. You could use it to make the EITC more pro-work, even more generous. But right at the moment, it's being wasted on fraud.
Good. We have some action items for those people here from Capitol Hill coming next year. Another question. Gentleman in the front. And I think we're getting close to our final. Are we just about out of time?
Yeah, 3 minutes.
3 minutes? Okay. So this will be the last question.
Thank you very much, Larry Checco. Just curious how UBI fits into this universal basic income, and how does that differ from the problems that SSDI engenders, because you're giving people money not to work.
Well, it's pretty clear what would happen if we had a serious UBI. It would lead to a dramatic drop in work levels among the low-skilled, low-paid. They would now be able to survive without working. And I think a lot of them would do that. I think it would lead to some of the problems Jason has talked about in the disability program. Many people would not work and be worse off physically and otherwise. So I really don't understand why anybody thinks that policy would regenerate civil society or produce other positive effects. This is not to deny that we need to be careful to avoid hardship at the bottom of society. I think we can do that without generalizing an income claim like this. Furthermore, there was research back in the 60s and 70s on the negative income tax, which was effectively a UBI for those who were eligible for it, and it showed declines in work levels. Also, it showed an ineffectiveness for work incentives. So the idea that the incentive structure is fundamental is simply not supported by research. But the benefit level is supported as something that undercuts work and has other negative effects. So we don't want to go down that road.
Right.
I know.
Specifically on that point, it's quite amazing. I agree with exactly what Larry just said. Those Seattle-Denver income maintenance experiments, interestingly, those are discussed at length in Losing Ground by Charles Murray, where he explains this exact effect, okay? And so at some point, actually about 10 years ago, he just flipped around like that, although in particular, he emphasizes that if you just give free money to single males in particular, they're going to stop working. It's right there in those studies. The UBI that he's talking about is fundamentally paid for by totally eliminating Social Security and Medicare. You might want to put a bill up there to Congress. I'm sure they'll go for
That'll
that.
pass.
And moreover, here's a simple way to think about it, and I brought this up ever since he came up with this idea. Setting aside if you wanted to give $10,000 to everybody, you could do it two ways. You could say, here's $10,000, you get it no matter what. Or you could say, here's a $4.50 hourly wage subsidy. You only get this for every hour you work, okay? And if somebody works full-time, full year, then they get $10,000. It's exactly the same program, but it has a work contingency on it. All the problems that Larry just described go away there. You still, it's absolutely, utterly unaffordable, okay? But, you know, all the anti-work effects disappear, okay? And the only reason that you wouldn't want to do that is because you think you're a libertarian and you don't want government to have these paternalistic requirements and stuff. But would you put those paternalistic requirements on your own kids? Of course you would. All right. So, but we wouldn't do that for poor people.
All right, I think we're out of time. Would you all join me in giving a warm round of applause to our panelists? Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah.
Good. Enjoyed it.
Good job.
We're going to take a 20-minute break and be back at 2:15 with our next session.
It's nonsense. Oh, what a garbage. They go out and find these, yes, it doesn't have that. First, there's no symptom for which there is approved FDA treatment. So the idea is to lead to go smoke marijuana. Secondly, no drug, legitimate drug, is smoked. Yeah. What's happening now is the kids know that, so they take marijuana to grass and then they reduce it to gummies. These are the children that look like candy, and then they give it to children, and the children, their brains are damaged. Marijuana, they took 2,000 people in New Zealand, tracked them, now they're 38 years old. The ones that smoke marijuana on a regular basis had 6 IQ points less than the ones that didn't. In other words, it's affecting the brains of them. And as it relates to marijuana, the things that they use for epilepsy, there's all kinds of drugs for epilepsy that have already been approved. But the Food and Drug Administration says about marijuana, it's not been proven to show that it has a medical effect or it is safe and effective. Those are two things that create safe and effective. So what the marijuana is they come up with examples of people who believe they've been helped. And maybe some of them have been helped. But that's not, you don't put all of society to become a drug addict so that you don't do that with opioids. So opioids are effective. So should we give it out to everybody? Of course not. In Colorado, I just came back from Colorado. It's if you have a card or something, I'll send you some information. I just came back from Colorado. It's a total disaster out there. Home in Pueblo, where I visited, the biggest homeless shelter. People are coming in from all over the country. They're bringing their children in station wagons, and the kids go to school from the station wagon, so the parents can smoke dope. There's so much marijuana that people reach the level of tolerance. They switch to a cheaper drug. Actually, heroin is cheaper than marijuana. So there's plane drops going over Pueblo now dropping heroin. The Chinese and the Russian cartels move into Pueblo. It's a total disaster.
If everybody can start moving towards their seats, we're going to get started here in just a couple of minutes. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started with our 2:15 panel. If the panelists would go ahead and come up on stage.
Okay, I'm going to have. Okay, thanks very much. Thanks for coming to this panel where we're going to focus on, I think, one of the most important social trends of the last few decades, which I think is central to the whole issue of the future of work and moving the middle and working class upward. And that's what's happened to men in the workforce. Why have their numbers declined so much? It's Nick Eberstadt on the far left has called this basically a hidden catastrophe. And so we have four panelists that are going to dig into this a little bit from both a top-down and a bottom-up perspective. My far left, Nick Eberstadt from the AEI, who's actually just written this terrific book that is about all the data you need to know about this very important phenomenon. There you go, Nick. That should get you up on the Amazon list a few decimal points. Michael Strain from the American Enterprise Institute, Orrin Cass from the Manhattan Institute, and to my immediate left, Brandon Krostowski, who started his own institute in Cleveland that is actually on the ground trying to draw some of these men that have been left behind back into the workforce. So we're not going to have a lot of sort of presentations. I'm just going to start by asking questions, getting a conversation going here. But Nick, I'd like to start with you because you're all over the data. Can you please sketch out for us the magnitude of the crisis that you've talked about?
Sure. I mean, I'm not trying to be hyperbolic in describing this as a quiet catastrophe or calamity. A couple of numbers, I think, will illustrate why I think the situation is so grave. If you look at any group of working age men, the prime age group of 25 to 54, the 20 to 64s, the 20 pluses, it's all basically the same story. From 1965 to the present, we've seen a really wrenching decline in employment to population ratios, what we'd call work rates. And we've also seen a surge in men exiting the labor force. To give you a couple of data points, for guys 25 to 54 or 20 to 64, the work rate last year was lower than in 1940 or in 1930, which are the only 2 years of the Great Depression that we really have good data for. So it's not hyperbolic to say that we're living with a sort of a depression scale problem for employment for men. If we had work rates like 1965 today for guys, even after correcting for aging of population, even after correcting for the fact that more adult students are in our society, we'd have almost 10 million more guys with paid work today than we have. I mean, just think of how different our country would be with 10 million more paid jobs for guys today. I think one of the reasons we have not had a revolution in the streets is because most of this collapse of work has been, in some important sense, voluntary. In the Dickens era, there were only 2 statuses of employment for working age guys. You either had a job or you were looking for one. There's a third option now, there's a third way now, and that is neither working nor looking for work. And the fastest growing segment of our working age male population has been those who are out of the labor force over the last 50 years, growing 3 times as fast as the male working age population as a whole. So that, to conclude, just looking at the 25 to 54-year-old group, which is a group where you wouldn't expect that many retirees, if you look at that, there are now 7 million guys who are neither working nor looking for work. And that's an economic and a social calamity for our country at this point in time.
Thanks very much. Oren, I'd actually like to pick up on a point that Nick touched on there. He called that most of this non-work is voluntary. And I think that raises an interesting question, which is this lack of work a supply phenomenon, people who don't want to supply their work, or is it a demand phenomenon because employers simply don't want to hire these men?
You know, I think it's both. I would describe the demand side a little bit differently, and maybe even start with, for those of you who heard Arthur Brooks last night, he talked about this idea that a lot of people don't feel needed. And I'm not sure that's quite right. And one reason is thinking about when Governor Engler was speaking here earlier today, he spoke about the need for a massive guest worker program and the so-called jobs Americans won't do. And those things can't both be true. It can't both be that we need a massive increased supply of low-skilled, low-wage labor, and the economy doesn't need the people that Nick is talking about. I think what you instead have is a labor market that has malfunctioned, that from the demand side is not providing wages at the level that the supply side is willing to provide the labor at. Some of that is cultural from the supply side. Some of that is the nature of the safety net that provides an alternative. Some of that from the demand side is forces like automation and so forth. And then another factor is just kind of the educational component, that we're not necessarily creating in our labor market a match between the jobs and the workers. And so you need to intervene in that labor market to address the problem. And the question is, what intervention do you choose?
So, Michael, carrying on from that, so I guess that actually suggests there's no single policy answer to correcting this problem. But why don't you touch on a few of the policy ideas, especially some of the ones that we've heard about at this event, and their prospects and how promising they are as a way to get these numbers back up?
Yeah, so there is no one policy lever, and I actually think that both Nick and Oren's excellent remarks point toward the kinds of policies that we need. We need policies that make work more attractive to more people. We've found in the past that expanding earning subsidies has pulled targeted populations into the workforce. The economics are very simple. You get more money for every hour you work if there's an earning subsidy than if there's not. And for some people for whom the wages that firms are willing to pay is out of sync with the wages they're willing to work at, as Oren, I think, really eloquently put it, the earning subsidy can help bridge that gap and pull people in. I think we also need to find ways to get people skills. And you know, both Oren and Nick pointed to that. There have been some promising developments with work-based learning programs. There have been some promising developments with apprenticeship programs. And you know, we know that the government has a bad track record of imparting skills on workers. The good thing about these work-based learning programs is that they allow for firms themselves to determine which skills the workers need. A firm would not create an apprenticeship unless it made business sense for the firm to do that. And if it makes business sense for the firm to do that, then you know, that necessarily implies that the worker who fills that apprenticeship role will be doing things that are of value in the labor market. And so that kind of helps to solve the information problem. I also think that there are a lot of barriers that have been put up that help, that serve to suppress work rates. The Social Security and Disability Insurance Program that, you know, I think the three of us have written about, you know, to varying degrees, is a serious detriment to work, and provides incentives that really keep people out of the workforce. Nick talked about how in Dickens' England there were two categories of men working and looking for work. Our disability insurance program was designed at a time when there were two statuses for the ability to work. Either you could work or you couldn't. That is not true anymore. In today's economy, which is you know, much more of a services economy, disability should be thought of not as a binary state, but instead as a continuum. And so there are some things, there are some types of activity that a person can't do because of a disability, but that doesn't mean that there aren't other types of valuable work that a person could perform. There are significant regulatory issues that suppress work rates. Occupational licensing is a great example of that, and that creates a significant labor market friction that stops people from being able to enter the occupations that they want. If you believe in economic liberty, and if you believe in you know, the basic rationality of workers, if a person wants to enter an occupation, it's because they have information that they will be good at that, and that's where their comparative advantage is. That helps both the economy and it helps the worker. So there are you know, all sorts of ways that policy can address this problem. Getting government out of the way, reforming bad programs, incentivizing work, getting workers the skills that they need. I would be remiss if I did not mention the importance of economic growth in addition to these more targeted microeconomic policies. We simply need to put in place the macroeconomic policies that are necessary to get the economy growing so that we create jobs at a rate that can absorb the 10 million men that Nick has written so persuasively about.
Thanks. Brandon, unlike the rest of us who mostly sort of look at numbers and pontificate on this problem,
Jesus,
you've actually gone out there and
Right,
actually dealt with it.
Yeah.
You know, the Edwins Leadership Institute, as I understand it, you're in Cleveland. You actually take some of these men who've been kind of left behind, and you actually train them, you put them in work, you're for profit, so you interact directly with businesses who want to hire these guys to work in French-style restaurants.
Correct.
But you yourself came from, have an interesting backstory. I mean, you came up, you had your own run-in with the criminal justice system before you started out on this route. Tell us a little bit about your story and what you've learned about these men as
Absolutely.
a result.
I got to say, hats off, Nick. Jesus, man, I got to read this book. It's unbelievable. And Oren, and you guys got
I'm here for you.
I'm
Signing copies out of
charged too.
I mean, I'm sick to my stomach to hear this. I mean, you know, I can tell you reentry facts left and right, but to hear this is devastating. You know, how we're making a small impact in it is at Edwin's. It's a French restaurant. It's fine dining. We serve frog legs. We also play James Brown in the dining room. So you're not going to find Edith Piaf. We've been touted by your very own newspaper, the Washington Post, the New York Times, Forbes, compliments of Howard Husek over here, and many other outlets. So what we do is we deliver a fine dining experience, and we don't pull any punches, and we charge for it. The tricky thing is, behind the scenes, everyone there has been incarcerated. Everyone has been out of the justice system. And it's very simple what we do every day. And this is a philosophy that can become more macro, and that's the idea that every human being, regardless of their past, has the right to a fair and equal future. If you show someone a way and you give them that fair opportunity, they will rise to it. I can't tell you what we put these men and women through who have zero experience, but it's grueling. And you know what? They rise to it each day, and each day we're continuing to build this great experience that's putting Cleveland on the map for this project. I'll tell you what I see is a lot of desire, Greg. I see a ton of desire. I work in prisons. I still teach, out of prisons, obviously. But there is a ton of desire to do. What some of the hitches and roadblocks are is, one, esteem and confidence, which over 6 months we truly build. Also is just kind of getting these little hurdles out of the way, which seems small but can build up into this snowball of a problem. So removing those barriers out of the way. But what we do not see is a felony holding someone back from getting employment. And what we do not see is a shortage of employers. There's a ton of employers. There's 50 on our waiting list in Cleveland alone that want our graduates. And so if someone's got a skill and they could do it to the highest level and they're passionate, they're employable.
That's very interesting. So there's a view out there that the incarceration epidemic in this country, and Nick, you can give us some data on this, is a major factor hurting employment prospects for a lot of men. The minute a prospective employer discovers they have a prison record, that's it. From your experience, how many of the people that come through your restaurant have had that experience?
Before?
Yeah, before they come.
Every one of them.
Is that right? They've been turned back by another employer?
Every one of them. So, again, it's not about the offense, so it's about the skill. Look at the NFL. Who watches football, right? You tell me if someone can't throw a ball 100 yards and it's because they have a previous offense, they're not employed? Of course they are. They do it every day in the NFL because they function at an elite level and they're bar none the best athlete on that field. So their past doesn't matter. It's the same thing in the workplace. If you can give someone an elite skill and they're the best and they're leaders, they're employable.
So of the people that you've trained, I assume you have some success rate. Perhaps you can tell me what that is, and what is the biggest difference between those who succeed and those who don't?
What's the definition of success? Employment?
Yes.
Okay, 98%.
98%.
They're all getting to
That's
work. They're getting
amazing.
to work. I have less than 1% who have returned back to prison in a nation where we're averaging 45% returning within 3 years. So it's definitely proven it's game in that space.
Yeah.
Biggest barrier is esteem.
Right.
And building esteem in someone within 6 months after it's been taken away for 5 or 10 years, however long someone's been in prison or jail, or outside incarceration, but still incarcerated on the outside. That's the toughest, but it's done through challenging. It's asking more out of someone. They rise to it. Oof, I did it, And then they, you challenge them again. Every 4 weeks we switch positions until they make it around the restaurant. So you can imagine being a server for 5 weeks, and then a host, then a bartender, then a cook. It's crazy, but every one of those challenges that you overcome, you're stronger.
That's great. Yeah. Nick, can you give us some of the sort of the sense of how big the criminal justice system is as a factor in the phenomenon you've described?
Sure. Well, God bless you, Brandon. That's wonderful work. And actually, it's in the private sector that we see people like you and other businesses that are reaching out to people who've got some criminal problems in their past. And they're doing it actually with very little help from the government. The government's role here, I think, is actually scandalous. And I'll try to explain why I make a strong statement like that. When I was putting this book together, I thought just with due diligence I should do a chapter on felonies, prison time, and all of that. So I went to the Statistical Abstract of the United States to look up the data on work rates for people who had criminal justice history problems in their background. And there is none. And the reason that there's nothing in there is because the U.S. government, in its wisdom, kind of forgot to collect this information. So you can't find out anything about people who are out of prison with respect to their work rates, to income, health, family situation, living arrangements, or anything else like that. Now, some of my defiant brother nerds in the academic and think tank world have tried to estimate this stuff on the basis of criminal justice stocks and flows. And their conclusions, I think, are really staggering. Today, more or less, as we're meeting here, the estimates would be that there are about 20 million men and women, obviously overwhelmingly men, who have a felony or more in their background, prison time, whatever, but are not behind bars or in society in general, which is to say that 1 in 8 adult guys now has a felony or more in their background. And because of the kind of scandalous neglect of our statistical authorities to this group of Americans, which is almost twice as large as our undocumented illegal alien population. Because this group is invisible, we actually don't have a clue about what government policies, what local policies, what state policies are working and what are not working in bringing this enormous group of people who've paid their debt to society back into society.
So there's a stunning chart in your book, Nick, that shows that this incarceration rate has continued to rise even as crime rates have come down. So what does that tell us about perhaps a tendency towards over-criminalization in our society? And is that one of the nexuses we should be exploring as a fix to the non-employment problem?
Well, one of the basic things that you learn when you start doing demographics is the difference between stocks and flows. So if you have a stock of people and an additional group of people who are going to be criminalized or convicted or whatever, they're going to be added to that stock. So the flow adds to the stock as long as those people are living. So even if we had a radical change in criminal justice procedures, we would still anticipate an increase in this group for a decade at least, maybe a decade and a half. So unfortunately, that part is baked into the cake. We can look towards the future. We can find in our hearts what we think is the right way to proceed with criminal justice reform. But no matter what we're going to do, that group is going to be large and growing for the immediate future at least.
Brandon, do you have any thoughts on that? I mean, do you think that at the criminal justice level that we put people in prison too readily and inflict criminal records on people who shouldn't have them?
So look, I don't get into this fight. I don't look at judges that are elected to do a job, and they do their job. Where I pick up the baton is in prison, and it's developing talent, it's finding potential, and it's making sure that someone has that, that energy when they come out, and then when they are released, it's catching them on that end. Truly, I believe what it's going to take is, like any other, equal rights movement, is everyone who's been in prison or jail and has been convicted or not convicted, but has family involved, just to come out to the streets. And the sheer numbers of this, of these individuals, like myself included, you couldn't help but not notice. And there's this idea of still saying, people come in the restaurant having a good time, under their breath they'll say, Brandon, I was in prison once. And, there's still this like hush hush, or my uncle was in prison. It's like, look we should be proud of our past. Maybe not what got us there, but the perspective it lent to us. And until we come to terms with that and be proud of who we are and where we were and where we're going, then we're always going to kind of be, the statistics will still be, covered up. And we've got to make a statement. And that's where I think the change is going to happen. So no matter what happens in the judges' levels and over-sentencing, under-sentencing, we've got to fix a problem when someone comes home. And use the opportunity while someone's incarcerated to help them.
Okay. Michael and Norrin, I want to sort of spin the conversation forward, take a look at the incoming administration, what President Trump and his folks and the Congress can do to address all this. Now, if you look at Trump's campaign, he really hasn't talked about this as an issue. His focus is really being on growth. And to date, he seems to be, his solution for creating jobs is to discourage companies from outsourcing them. And I'm just wondering, have you seen anything else in his campaign that you think actually points to more perhaps pervasive solutions? And what about, Paul Ryan and his colleagues in Congress have put out several elaborate policy documents about how they want to revamp everything from the tax system to the entitlement system. What do you see in there that you think is hopeful for addressing this, and what would you like to see that's not there?
I'll take a start on that. I mean, I thought Michael did a fantastic job laying out kind of in categories the types of policy options that we need to talk about, at which point I think we need to ask a little bit, well, which one of those do we actually have any faith in government to do? And one thing that Brandon's story helps me with is to emphasize the private sector is really the party that is going to get things like training right, that is going to match people to the jobs they need, give them the esteem they need. I have a lot more faith in that than in the next job training program. Unfortunately, to the extent that Trump has talked about these types of issues, mostly in the context of trade, it's been more about in a retraining type of context. I think what's much more constructive for government to focus on is the more economic interventions. Something like the type of enhancement or wage subsidy that makes the hiring relationship more attractive. Some people will complain, well, some of that subsidy, you're giving the subsidy to the employer. To which I say, that's terrific. There's nothing harder or that we more need in this society than the work that the employers are doing. If we can if we can make the employment work, that should be the goal. And so I think what Congressman Ryan, Speaker Ryan was talking about this morning was focused much more in that direction. And he mentioned the ITC, potentially trying to get that into a more paycheck-focused wage subsidy. Unfortunately, the conflict in Congress on the right in particular right now is that some people are not willing to endorse or push forward the ITC because of the existing fraud problems. And unfortunately, if we don't talk about that, we've really, I would say, taken our best weapon off the table.
If we don't talk about the ITC or about the fraud problem?
If we don't talk about EITC, if we say EITC, until we fix the fraud, we're not going to talk about this policy approach, I think we've taken the best weapon off the table. So I think there are a lot of things we could do to make EITC work better, and hopefully the Speaker will push in that direction, but it feels like that will be coming more from Congress than from the administration.
Michael?
I have not seen anything from the President-elect that gives me confidence that he's thinking about these issues in a productive way. I have seen a number of things from leaders in Congress on the right over the last couple of years that do give me confidence that there are some elected Republicans that are thinking about these things. I think that Speaker Ryan has put forward some ideas that would help. I think we need safety net reform. We can argue about the specific safety net reform proposals that the Speaker has put forward, but clearly that there are features of our safety net that are keeping people out of the workforce and that need to be reformed in a way that helps to encourage work and doesn't suppress it. I've been very encouraged by the Speaker's support of the Earned Income Tax Credit. I agree completely with Orrin that there is an issue of improper payments. I think fraud and improper payments are the same thing, and it's important, I think, to keep those separate and distinct. A solution to the improper payments problem is actually found in the Earned Income Tax Credit expansion that's been discussed. So the Earned Income Tax Credit is a complicated structure, and it offers more money to people with more children in the home. Of course, people have complicated living arrangements, and a lot of kids spend 2 days with mom and 2 days with grandma and grandpa, and 1 day with dad and 3 days with mom, and that makes it hard to determine who should claim that kid on the Earned Income Tax Credit. And as a consequence, some people receive more Earned Income Tax Credit than they should because they claim a eligible child that they shouldn't. That's one example of how these sorts of improper payments happen. If we were to expand the Earned Income Tax Credit for childless workers, as the Speaker has suggested, we should consider doing, then that gap between having no children at home and having one child at home would shrink. The amount of improper payments would fall. We would all be less concerned about this than we are. So there are solutions to that problem, and I think that Republicans need to embrace some of those solutions and not let improper payments stand in the way. I would also point out that improper payments are a common feature in public programs. The child tax credit has a comparable improper payments rate to the Earned Income Tax Credit. The child tax credit, of course, benefits middle-class taxpayers. You hear much less about improper payments in the child tax credit program. The government leaves billions and billions of dollars on the table in corporate income tax rate collection that dwarf in magnitude the size of the problem of improper payments in the Earned Income Tax Credit. You hear scant to nothing about that from Republican leaders in Congress. So, we need to decide whether we are serious about policies that will help low-income Americans. We need to decide whether we're serious about policies that will increase work participation, that will pull these people back into the workforce, and that will confer upon them all of the benefits of working that we claim exist. And if we are serious about that, then we need to take some action. And it is up to Republicans in Congress right now to get the president-elect on board.
Nick, do you know, what do we know from history or other jurisdictions where some of these ideas have been tried? How hopeful should we be that they'll actually move the needle?
Well, I think there's one area in particular where maybe we can have some hope. And actually, really like to turn the tables on you and ask you about this, because this is actually part of your wheelhouse, Greg. This has to do with with small business and business creation in the U.S. There are really a lot of bad things that have happened in our country since the beginning of the century. It's not just the collapse of work for men that I've mentioned, it's also the collapse of work for women, it's the opioid explosion, it's the new normal of slow growth, it's the health reversals that we've seen for big parts of our society. And one of the things which I think is immensely worrisome is that we've entered into a kind of a net business death environment where more businesses are closing in the United States since the year 2007 than businesses are opening. Now, who's going to be creating jobs for our job seekers? It's going to be small businesses. It's not big businesses, it's small businesses. And small businesses have obviously been in a ghastly environment for almost a decade, to judge by the numbers on openings and closings of small businesses. And I mean, as a statistician who's practically never had a job in my life, I've just worked in think tank, I'm certainly not sure how you create a small business or make the world more business friendly. But this is something that, I mean, this is something you've written a lot about,
Yeah.
Greg. I mean, can we ask you about your opinions on this?
Well, you know, looking at the macro data, it doesn't look to me like we have a job creation problem in this country. We're creating consistently 150 to 200,000 jobs per month, which is roughly double the rate that our underlying demographics would dictate. The problem, and I think is what you're getting at, is that the jobs that are being created do not generate very strong income growth, you know? And I think this gets back to one of the earlier questions I was raising, which is whether it's supply or demand, because one could argue that the problem is that the wages that the jobs that are being created, that what they pay, don't measure up to what male workers in their prime have come to expect. You know, in economic jargon, the market wage is below the reservation wage, which raises questions. How do you close that gap? How do you get either the market wage up or the wage that people are willing to accept down? Now, I want to ask a tougher question here, and this goes directly to the supply side question, because some people have made the point that it's a lot nicer to be unemployed than it used to be. You can sit at home and play video games, for example, which are a lot cheaper than it used to be. I know that that's politically incorrect, but I'd like the panelists all to weigh in on this. In some ways, should we be expecting more from these non-employed men themselves to solve the problem?
Well, I mean, yeah. Yeah, it'd be my short answer. You know, I think that everyone has the feeling they have to do something. They need to be needed. They need to be dependent upon. What I believe is hindering some of that, where you say, you know, maybe they're just at home relaxing, is just the outlook for the future. You know, I just see in Cleveland, Ohio, a very distressed city, a future that is more bleak than it is bright, and it's because. You know, it's because of that. Why would you go to school? If you thought your future was working a third shift for $8 an hour, I wouldn't go to high school either. I'd say that's my future, and I'm out of here. And the same thing for, you know, adhering to rules and you know, why crime rises. If their future is dark, then what's the sense in, you know, investing in yourself and your future and your career and your education, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, I really believe that you know, people don't want to be at home, but people also look at what's ahead of them and they say, this is just, you know, this is more comfortable, or this is, I don't know, maybe someone feels more valued in a safer environment than going out in the big pond and swimming.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, I think this drifts more to the cultural side of the discussion, which a lot of the panels have talked about, and you know, marriage, for instance. I mean, one thing that prevents you from playing video games all day is your wife, hypothetically.
Or you just do it at work.
Right, that's right. Or you get the little port with the Nintendo.
Then we solve the not working problem.
That's right. That's right. So there are some ways in which this fits into the broader fabric of the economic opportunity issue, but I think a policy-oriented hook it suggests is that we really need to do a better job focusing on closer to the start of people's economic lives. You know, things like the EITC, for instance, focus so heavily on single parents with children, multiple children. I mean, that's where all the money goes. And there's a need to help those people, but when you've already made the decision not to finish high school, had kids outside of marriage, it's going to be an awful lot harder to get that person back into the labor force. We do a very poor job of sending the message that if you can actually make it through high school, be 17, 18, have the next thing you do actually be getting a job that's worth getting, I think you have a lot more effect at that point. And that's also where the supply and demand gap doesn't necessarily look as large, where the entry-level job, maybe $725 is too low. Maybe with a subsidy you make that $825, $925. It's a lot more plausible to get people onto the ladder then than to turn around and ask, are we going to have that success with the 45-year-old who's been laid off and doesn't have the skills?
Yeah. Michael, I just staying on this theme, J.D. Vance's book, Hillbilly Elegy, which is kind of the shock bestseller of the year, it's a pretty tough look at the white working class in the United States through the lens of his own life. And he talks a lot about agency in that book. And he argues, based on his own anecdotal experience, that there's, among a lot of these non-working people, there's a refusal to accept responsibility, or as he puts it, agency for their own lives and their future. And I think, Brandon, you touched on that. But what do you think about that? Do you think that the cultural angle is a pretty important issue? And if it is there a policy solution for that?
Well, thank you for the easy question. Look, I mean, I think it's an important question. We do not feel comfortable talking about social norms, and we don't feel talking about cultural norms, and we don't feel comfortable talking about rights, and we don't feel comfortable talking about duties. As a society, our comfort level with those topics has eroded dramatically over the last several decades. And along with the erosion in our comfort at discussing those issues, we have seen an erosion in those norms themselves. And it used to be the case that if you were an able-bodied 35-year-old guy, say it's the year 1960 or 1965, and you weren't working, you would feel social stigma, and you would feel like you weren't leading the kind of life that you should in a normative sense to a much stronger degree than a 35-year-old guy in the year 2016 feels that stigma and feels like he's not leading the life he should. And I think that is a problem. And I think people in Washington and people who have platforms and people who engage in public leadership, not the least of which are elected leaders, need to be more comfortable talking about that. And a recovery of a cultural norm that if you can work, you should be working. A recovery of a cultural norm that if you can work, you should be providing for your kids. A recovery of a cultural norm that you have an obligation to society to contribute and to add your skills and your talents and your effort to your community and to the broader fabric of the country in which you live is necessary to solve these problems. I think policy can help create that cultural norm. And I think that the strengthening of that cultural norm can help make policy more successful. So there are synergies here. And I think we underestimate the degree to which public leadership and public messaging can help. When you talk about this here in town, people act like this is a problem that can't be solved and we have no recourse. I just don't agree with that. And again, I would look to leaders in Congress, I would look to the Speaker, I would look to the President-elect and see if they're willing to take the next 4 years and make an issue of this and to talk about it in an honest and forthright way.
Nick, do you have any thoughts on the culture issue?
Sure. I mean, I think Mike just put this absolutely beautifully. And I can tell you some of the background data here that may be relevant. In this little book of mine, I've got a chapter kind of laying out the demography of the non-working men. And if you've got 7 million guys of prime working age who are not in the game, you probably have pretty much some of everybody. But you have very definite overrepresentations. So less skilled, overrepresented. Never married, overrepresented. Native-born rather than foreign-born, overrepresented. African-American, overrepresented. But this doesn't mean that this is cast in our stars. When you look at the fascinating exceptions that you see in these patterns, you see the whole realm of social agency in here, and it relates to culture. So, for instance, in this group, Black guys who are married have higher labor force participation rates than white guys who are not married. So marriage trumps, pardon the verb, race there, okay? You take a look at immigration. For any ethnicity, guys who are born abroad have higher labor force participation rates than guys who are born in the United States. So immigration has this huge effect here. And yes, the bottom has fallen out on work and labor for lower skilled guys in America. But if you look at married guys without high school diplomas, their rates of labor force participation are no different from college-educated guys the same age. So it's not just the degree. There's something else that has to do with motivation or outlook or behavior or, if you want to call it culture, that's in there. And absolutely we can believe in stigma. I mean, stigma is kinder and gentler than police power, right? I mean, the alternative to stigma is police power. And we don't mind stigma when stigma applies to smoking and other sorts of things. There are big social norms that I think we can have a consensus on, even in our polarized society.
So a lot of what we've been talking about are initiatives that take place at the federal level and often from, a right of center perspective. But let's change the camera angle a bit. Let's go to the state and local level where a lot of proactive stuff is being done by cities and state governments, especially on minimum wage. Mm-hmm. And this has a very sort of like strong visceral appeal to folks. Hey, let's just take that like entry-level job and make employers pay something that's consistent with the dignity and the standard of living that people have come to expect. And so you see the Fight for 15 campaign. It's gotten a lot of traction, and a lot of cities and states are moving towards $15 an hour. I'd like to hear all of your opinion on the role of the minimum wage and whether, that actually could be one of a net positive for helping out these people.
Mm. Yeah, I'll take the lead. I mean, I think it would crush business in certain places. Absolutely. I mean, it would just crush business. I know in Cleveland they propose it, and I know a number of, not just restaurants, but small businesses that would uproot and leave because they couldn't make it based on that formula. You're also talking about a place where cost of living is substantially lower than some of these bigger cities that are really leading the charge with the Fight for 15. So, the minimum wage increase, I believe, could help, but it also could hurt tremendously. I like to look at it almost like a scale. When I reply with that answer, someone says, "Well, what's your answer?" Well, I say, "Okay, good question." So you kind of do it in a scale each year. You maybe raise minimum wage $1, so business can adapt, humans can adapt. The other thing is percentages of gross income. I mean, if you have a business that really has a high threshold of a profit, you should have this, adjust it towards the wage that your least paying employee is receiving. So, but I don't think minimum wage is the answer. I still think it's about desire, and I think it's about grit. And once you take 5 years of a higher wage, watch complacency set in, and then you have another problem. Who knows what that problem is? But you've got to fix the approach. You've got to fix the desire, and you really got to repair this culture of America that we live in. Not just a black culture, a white culture, Asian culture. It's an American culture that's shattered.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are two problems with the Fight for 15 and the minimum wage. I think we should have a minimum wage, but raising it like that, it bites in the wrong places and it gets paid for by the wrong people. The best way that economists analyze a minimum wage is by looking at the local labor market and saying, what's the wage distribution there? And typically you can have a minimum about half of what the median wage in the market is. That's pretty standard across Western countries. And by that standard, our federal minimum wage is too low. But we have a federal system for a reason. And our states that have higher incomes have higher minimum wages, and our cities with the highest incomes have higher minimum wages still. When you take those into account, we're actually nailing that 50% mark exactly. If you say federally, let's just push this up, and let's push this up in the places that are reluctant to do that, you're going to have the least effect in the places that can afford it, and you're going to crush the kinds of places that have both the most economic problems generally and that have the largest pools of these people out of the workforce. So you're actually, we've been talking about the need to get people into jobs, and you're actually accomplishing exactly the opposite. The second problem is that if you raise the minimum wage, that is not free money. It doesn't show up in the federal budget, but somebody has to pay the difference between what they wanted to pay and what the minimum wage is. People have lots of different theories about who that's going to be. The left likes to say it's the greedy small business owner who's trying to make ends meet. That's not a great answer. More likely it's a mix of that plus the other employees working at the firm plus the often low-wage consumers shopping at the business. If we want to pour more money into this problem of making work pay and getting workforce participation up, we have a federal tax system that imposes a progressive tax that takes resources from where we want it and puts it in the places that we want it. And that is going to look more expensive because it will be on our budget, but that is where the dollars should come from if we're committed to fixing that supply-demand problem and actually making work more attractive for lower-wage workers and making the employment more feasible for the employers.
And just one comment here, Greg. You know, you have to understand, I mean, a lot of our students, I've got this set up in a way where child support and wage garnishment cannot touch our students' wages. I've got it set up as a school. And for 6 months out of someone's life when they return home, it's imperative they have that breath. Okay, 6 months, I'm not saying dodge your kids, dodge this. I'm just saying give someone 6 months to get on their feet. And a further thing that can be added, if you have a $15 an hour minimum wage, it's not to say that certain individuals with certain restraints are going to take home more money. They're just going to lose more money to a system that's, you know, that they're making up for. So I think that, you know, that doesn't, it's not going to be exactly the dollars you think it would go to. It's going to still be shed.
But Michael, isn't all the research telling us that actually all the nefarious things we thought would happen when the minimum wage goes up actually don't happen?
No, I don't think so. I think there's some research that's telling us that. You know, this question gets into issues of technical economics and statistical methodology that are complicated. There are kind of a priori, before the fact, reasonable approaches to trying to estimate the employment impacts of minimum wage increases that produce results that suggest that there's a pretty small effect. There are a priori reasonable empirical approaches that produce results that suggest that there's job losses on a scale that we should be worried about. And economists can disagree about that, and it's an active fight in the economics literature right now. The Congressional Budget Office, which is the kind of nonpartisan neutral arbiter of our policy debate, came to the conclusion when it reviewed the research that increasing the minimum wage to $10.10 an hour would result in non-trivial job losses. Their central estimate was 500,000 job losses, which is a lot in my view. So I don't think it's correct to characterize the current state of thinking among economists as a consensus that increasing the minimum wage will result in negligible job losses. One other piece of evidence, there's a poll of economics professors at top American universities. The poll asked them if we raise the federal minimum to $9 an hour, would that make it noticeably harder for minimum wage workers to find jobs? If memory serves, about a third said yes, about a third said no, and about a quarter said they weren't sure. So this is an area of active debate. But it's important to be clear that debate is about the job loss associated with reasonable increases in the minimum wage. Raising the minimum wage from $7.25 to $9 an hour or to $10 an hour, reasonable increases. Raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour in any locality in America is reckless and irresponsible, and you are gambling with the jobs of low-income Americans. You are gambling with the jobs of the most vulnerable workers in society, and it should clearly be labeled as reckless and irresponsible.
So in your judgment, you're making the problem worse that we're talking about here.
Yeah,
And just to add one thing on the studies, I think Michael's exactly right the way he's separated reasonable from the 15. The other thing is that there's a big difference between what happens to the people who are working potentially and what it happens for the future trajectory that we're trying to accomplish. You know, if you're a small business owner and the minimum wage goes up, you're going to try to make it work. You might cut back hours, you might lay some people off. You're not going to shut down, at least until you go out of business. To address the problems that we're talking about, we need to find a way to get the labor market on a trajectory that is creating millions of new opportunities for employers of these types of workers to create those jobs, for those workers to take those jobs. If you say new ante at the table is $15 an hour, it seems to me you're really shutting off most of the potential for that to ever happen.
Okay, thanks. We have a few minutes for questions here. In the blue shirt, yes, right on the aisle here, yes. Do we have microphones? Okay, there's a mic coming to you right here. Please give me your name and affiliation.
My name is Michael Gannon, and I run my own business called Gannon PCS. Nick, I'm interested, do you have some statistics on how your 10 million men are getting by? For example, are they in a non-marital romantic relationship and that other party is subsidizing them? Are they in the underground economy? What's going on? How are they able to survive?
That's a really excellent question. And with the limited information available from our U.S. government statistical agencies, I can only partially answer that. One big lacuna is moonlighting income. I mean, by definition, this isn't collected. The IRS thinks that this is not a big ticket item. I don't know if the IRS is correct about that or not. I guess I would tend to suspect maybe the IRS is correct about that. Basically, these unworking men, neither working nor looking for work, are being supported by their families, by their girlfriends, and by uncle being Uncle Sam. There's a big debate in a small world about just how important government benefits are there. One of the other awful things I kind of stumbled across in trying to educate myself about this problem was that there is no central information source in the US government to tell anybody how many different unique individuals are on, for example, various disability programs. If you look at one source, which I used, which is called SIP, the Survey of Income and Program Participation, it indicates that almost 3 out of 5 of these unworking guys between the ages of 25 and 54 are receiving one or more disability benefit. About 1 million of those guys receiving 2 or more, and this is on the basis of response, and you know what Dr. Gregory House, MD, says about what people say. It's not enough to give anybody a princely lifestyle. It's a terrible, terrible waste of human potential. But it does provide an alternative to the age-old quest for work for a growing number of guys in America.
Yes, also on the aisle here with glasses. Yes, yeah. Can a microphone to him, please?
I am MD Karim. I am a political economist and public policy maker. I identified that US is suffering cyclic depression since 1830s. This is the main enemy for unemployment, inequalities, many things. How can you solve this problem? Otherwise, this is the main problem. How can you solve this problem? Because last depression, that value of dollar decreased by 25%. So international trade everywhere is losing. How you solve that problem?
Okay, so this basically sounds like it's the question about growth. Is it really all about growth? Just, in fact, yesterday, I think Jenny Yellen at the press conference got a lot of questions about, like, why don't we run a high-pressure economy, just drive that unemployment rate down? That can solve a lot of problems. What do you think? Panelists? You want to?
Well, yeah, I mean, the unemployment rate is pretty low, as it is. Yes, I mean, we see weakness in growth in not only the United States, but in the advanced economies. There's a lot of debate about that. I think that it is important to kind of conceptualize how to solve that problem, in a systematic way. We need more people working. And that's the subject of this panel. That will help overall economic growth. We need those workers to be more productive. and there are important ideas about how to make that happen. And we need to create a broader climate, and Nick, mentioned this in his question to Greg, that encourages business creation and that encourages dynamism, that encourages innovation, that can allow technological progress to move forward. And there are lots of ideas about how to do those, how to achieve those goals, and we'll see if we can make some progress on them.
Can I make one other point? Just, I think the unemployment rate topic is actually a really interesting one. What you measure determines what you get in business, I think in public policy also. And the unemployment rate is a horrible measure of our labor market to the extent that this is what we're concerned about. It actually rewards a policymaker for pushing someone out of the labor market to the exact same extent it rewards them for getting a job. I worked with Governor Romney's campaign in 2012, and at that point we were constantly trying to say the unemployment rate is not actually going down. The entire decline in the unemployment rate is a function of the decline in labor force participation, without which it would still be 10%. Now, some people said, oh, you're making up numbers to make Obama look bad. We were trying to make Obama look bad, but we were not making up numbers. That was true. And I think because we didn't, conversely, you had the Council of Economic Advisors at the time pushing back and saying, oh, well, it's because people are going back to school. Oh, well, it's because you have more baby boomers retiring. Those things weren't true. It's not true in other developed Western economies that have comparable baby booms. It's not true in other economies that had gone through similar economic changes. And so if we actually report as the salient measure of our labor market, something that takes into account both labor force participation and joblessness, I think we will get people focused on the problems. It will determine things like how we evaluate when we need stimulus, what the appropriate interest rate is, and what we hold policymakers accountable for actually accomplishing.
Yes, they're at the back.
Hi, my name is Madeline Peltz. I'm from the Center for American Progress. I really appreciate what you said about the collection of statistics on people's interactions with the criminal legal system. But I'm wondering, with an incoming Attorney General who appears to be hostile to the very basic civil rights work that the Department of Justice does, do you really expect him to be expanding radically the collection of this data, which is so important?
Me?
I mean, both of you.
Look, if you're looking at me, I heard this guy's a real SOB. I don't know, but if that's true, well, damn it, we got on this side the Manhattan Institute and all these other places. Like, if the government's not, we don't take a dime of state and federal money except for a tax exemption. It's up to us to fix this problem. And then, so if this guy's not going to do it, well, damn it, let's rally up. I mean, I've got $20 in my pocket. And if we get enough people together with $20, I mean, you understand? I don't think that the dependency on government and the idea that they're going to fix this is the key. I think the idea is we fight, and we fight harder, and we do it ourselves from within. And I think that's a solution no matter who's in office. I don't care who's in office. We're going to fight, and we're going to win. And that's always been my approach. And I don't know if that's macro enough. I don't know if it's micro enough, but damn it, it works.
I mean, I don't think it really matters who the Attorney General is and what you think about him or not.
With respect to that question.
With respect to that question, I don't think it matters who the Attorney General is and what you think about him or not. I think that there is a need for the federal statistical system, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the Census Bureau, to do a much, much better job at collecting this information. And Nick has been a real leader in trying to push that effort forward. There is a community of people who, economists, policy analysts, Democrat, Republican, conservative, progressive, all of whom think that this is something that should be doing. My organization, the American Enterprise Institute, both Nick and I are publicly on record that we need more resources for data collection, including for criminal justice. And there are liberal organizations with experts in town who say the same thing. So, this is a data issue, and it doesn't really, it has nothing to do with senators.
Can I make one little point about what Mike just said? And this is actually something where maybe we'd speak afterwards about this, because what I'm looking for right now is one righteous senator. It doesn't matter about the Attorney General. It doesn't matter red or blue. It doesn't matter if the senator is a man or a woman. All we need is one senator to write one little letter to either Penny Pritzker now, or the head of the Census Bureau later on, to say, dear sir, dear madam, would you please give me the breakdown on work rates, labor force participation rates, et cetera, by linking up the Bureau of Justice Statistics information on parole and probation with the current population survey. It would take one researcher at Census about 2 weeks to do this.
It can't be that easy, Nick. Is it that easy?
Washington's a fascinating place.
Sure is.
Honest to God.
Unfortunately,
it's
Brandon
that
has
easy.
never seen the federal government through that lens, so you have to forgive us.
We got to get that letter written.
No, but I mean, I've been trying for a year to find the righteous senator who would do that. We just need one. And that won't do all 20 million, but that'll do the 5 million who are currently under correctional supervision. And that'll be like light years beyond where we are right now. And
I'm looking at Senator Rubio's staff right now.
Folks, I want to actually finish up with one last question here, which is that, the incoming labor secretary recently said, well, if you raise a minimum wage, I run all these, low-end restaurants, you're just going to have us automate stuff. And sure enough, McDonald's is putting in kiosks and so forth. And this lines up with all these threats I hear coming all the time about the robot apocalypse, you know what I mean? Bad as this problem is, it is about to get way worse because we're going to have driverless trucks, we're going to have waiterless restaurants and so forth. I'd like each of your thoughts. I mean, is this problem of non-work for men about to get a lot worse? Should we really be worried about that, or is that overblown?
Yeah, I think it's great. Bring in the robots because, hospitality, if you don't get greeted like you've been waited for your whole life, there's something lost. There's an energy and a moment lost. Yeah, so you can, I suppose, export certain things with the restaurant business and the hotel business, but you really can't export those experiences. You cannot. And train the men and women that we're training to keep them at the highest end of these skill sets. It means that if that does happen, they will only become stronger leaders and managers, and so it almost opens up better opportunities for the well-trained. Now, for the not well-trained, it's a different story. It might be difficult.
Will you ever replace the waiters in your restaurant with robots?
All right, listen, I still got a pager. I don't have a TV. I have a motorcycle, but not a car, and I live in Cleveland, so I walk in the snow. I'm anti-technology. There will not be a damn robot in the restaurant. And I'm thinking about getting rid of Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I love it. It's gone too far. Okay, how about the rest of you? Robot apocalypse, overblown, underblown?
I think it's overblown. I think we've had waves of creative destruction, including automation, since the founding of the country. In areas like agriculture that were far more critical to the well-being of much more of the country than manufacturing or any given segment is today. I also think that people confuse the automation and trade issues in an unhelpful way because when you automate something, the productive activity and the economic value remains where it is. You might have fewer higher paid people working in the plant. You still have that as the profit center. You still have it exporting out. You can build an economic community around that. And so I think we will see different types of jobs, but I think as long as we have a regulatory environment and labor market rules that encourage entrepreneurs to find productive things for people to do, that will continue to be a pretty good recipe.
15 seconds each. Michael, Nick?
A lot hinges on the definition of apocalypse. Look, I think that we have significant issues with labor demand. I think automation is pushing labor demand down, which is lowering wages, which is pushing people out of the workforce. Not the whole story, but a big part of it. I do not see any reason to believe that those trends won't continue. And I am therefore concerned about employment rates among lesser skilled workers over the next 10 years.
It's a race between technology and education or skills. And we need to bulk up on skills and education. I don't think we've done a super good job on that in the public K through 12 system over the last, let's say, 50 years. I think we have also overestimated the extent to which technological change is responsible for the problem that we're talking about because of the general neglecting of the rise of the criminalized population. It's a huge unobserved variable in this whole problem.
Terrific. It's been a very, very good conversation. Thank you very much, all four of you. Thank you.
If everybody would stay in their seats, we're going to go straight to the fourth panel on criminal justice reform, moderated by Megan McArdle.
You're the draw.
Yeah, that's me, the draw.
So where am I supposed to be on?
Anywhere. This chair is mine. Otherwise.
Moderator. Sits there, and then.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Hi, folks. I'm going to ask you to sit down because we have criminal justice. It's a ton to get through. And we have 4 incredibly great panelists here who I'm very excited to hear from. We have Mark Holden of Koch Industries, Vikrant Reddy of the Charles Koch Institute, Sam Schaefer of the Center for Employment Opportunities, and Steve Tellis of Johns Hopkins University, whose student I actually once was. So this will be an interesting experience for me. So I'm going to sit down and just start by talking very briefly about what it is that we want out of criminal justice. If you look at what has happened over the last few decades, right, there has been this increase in the number of people who are incarcerated, dramatic increase in the number of people who are incarcerated, starting in the 60s, really ramping up in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And what has that meant? You know, we've bifurcated. And interestingly, in the 60s, this wasn't that controversial. And then crime started to spike, and then it became controversial. And you sort of bifurcated into Democrats who, as one Utah lieutenant governor I heard say, Democrats had no head and Republicans had no heart. So the Democratic idea was that these aren't real crimes and people don't really belong in jail for them. And Republicans' idea was that they're real crimes and therefore these aren't human beings. And I think those are both bad ways of looking at it. And I think that we're kind of coming towards a better synthesis, which is that, first of all, these are real crimes. You're often going to hear people talk about, when they start talking about mass incarceration, what's the first thing you hear about? Drug decriminalization. And, you know, I'm a libertarian. I love drug decriminalization with a passion seldom found in one so young. That said, most people who are in jail are not in jail because they were smoking a marijuana cigarette in their car and someone shanghaied them and gave them a 5-year jail term. In fact, most people who are in jail or in prison are there because they did something that we think is really wrong. And that we think should be punished. The problem with that punishment is that, first of all, jail is often criminogenic. If you stuff someone in a room with people who are criminals for 4 or 5 years, cut them off from their family and jobs, then, you know, what do they do when they get out? They've learned to do crime better. And we are starting to actually see some data on this where we've done experimental results. You can see what are called natural experiments where, say, you have a tougher juvenile judge and a less tough juvenile judge. The people who go in front of the tougher judge tend to have higher recidivism rates than the people who went before the more lenient judge who is less likely to send them away. What do we do about that, though, is the question. So I'm gonna start opening up by going to Mark and just asking you to sort of outline the problem, talk about what the...
Great to be here, and with all due respect, I'm going to have to disagree with you about who's in prison and why, because I think there are a lot of people in prison for things that really shouldn't be criminal to begin with. That's part of the problem. So I'll just kind of look at it from my perspective at Koch Industries. We look at every process, every system the same way, whether it's a business or, in this case, the criminal justice system. And the top line headline is our criminal justice system is just yet another failed big government program. It is. It picks winners and losers. It's a 2-tiered system where if you're wealthy and connected, you're probably going to be okay. And if you're poor, middle class, working class, small business owner, you're probably not going to be. And the system is so bad in a lot of ways that 2 judges, very well respected, at least 2, Kaczynski and Rakoff have both commented recently that people plead guilty to things they didn't do because they can't afford to fight the government. None of us should be comfortable with that, and it goes back to what you talked about, Megan. and starting in the 1980s with the war on drugs. That was when I started to work in a prison when I was in college, and I saw a lot of kids I grew up with who made stupid mistakes, who didn't have support, then became petty criminals, then went to prison and couldn't get out of the system. So I've seen it firsthand back then, who goes to prison in this country and for what they go to prison for. And I think a lot of people don't have that same proximity, so may have a different view on it. But from my opinion, the way we look at the criminal justice system, it is a series of dysfunctional subsystems within the system that have led to this. So you start with the laws that are passed. What are we trying to regulate? It should be at that only the only laws, criminal laws, should be for serious crimes, that type of thing, people who need to be away from society. At the federal level right now, we have somewhere between 4,500 and 6,000 criminal laws, a lot of them without intent standards. That's a problem. So you start with that, too many laws regulating things that really probably could be dealt with in a much less consequential way, much better way, whether it's diversionary programs, whether it's a civil fine, regulatory fine, mental health treatment. The next problem you look at is how cases go before a grand jury and the power that prosecutors have these days. In my opinion, it's way too much. A lot of prosecutors have become judge, jury, executioner, and prosecutor. That needs to be fixed. And then the next problem we have in our criminal justice system is our indigent defense programs. There's a Sixth Amendment right to counsel. It's the 225th anniversary, by the way, of the ratification of the Bill of Rights. But every day, the Bill of Rights, the Sixth Amendment, in my opinion, is violated one way or another because indigent defense programs aren't funded. The government, who's trying to take away someone's life, liberty, and property, is also charged under the Sixth Amendment and under Gideon with providing counsel to people to defend themselves. That isn't happening, and that's a fundamental violation, in my opinion. And it's wrong, and it happens daily, particularly in the states. They're just not funded. The next problem is sentencing. We have too many draconian sentences. Mandatory minimums have gotten way out of hand. People are put in prison for some drug crimes longer than for violent crimes, and that's not right. We should let judges do their jobs, in my opinion, let the punishment fit the crime. Go back to that model. That's the way it was supposed to be. Then you look at prison itself. I think we need prison reform. We need to have a system focused on rehabilitation and not revenge and reprisal, and looking at people in a way that they can be redeemed. It should be about redemption, so make people better coming out than when they went in. And that's not happening now either because there's no programs, there's no funding. And so people end up in prison. They end up usually becoming better criminals. And the last piece, the problem with our system, is reentry and reintegration. What do we do with people once they have paid their debt to society and are allowed to return to society? Do we let them have a chance to have a normal life, get their lives back together if they want to try, they want to redeem themselves? By and large, we don't. We put a lot of limitations through collateral consequences that the government imposes on people who have criminal records. When they get out of prison, there's an estimated 50,000 or so at the federal, state, and local levels that impact an ability to get a job, to get housing, to get licenses, you name it, basic human necessities. So I think the system needs to be fixed from beginning to end, and we should go back to a system where it's focused on enhancing public safety, keeping communities safer, and giving worthy individuals a second chance at putting their life back together.
Well, I would certainly say, you know, that we've often sort of conflated the two questions of, do we want to discourage this behavior, and then should we put this human being in a cage for several years? And those are not the same question, but they often get sort of tied together in the public debate, right? So, Vikram, can you talk a little bit about the scope? How are we doing on this? How are we doing it?
We're doing very, very poorly. And as long as you ask about the scope, let me give you guys numbers that will try and bring this into perspective. You know, there's 2.2 million Americans, more or less, in prison, but I don't know that that really captures anybody's attention. You don't know what that means relative to anything else. So let's think of it this way. Let's compare ourselves to other nations. It's a little bit limited because nations count things differently. Different things are crimes. They have different statistical methodologies. And furthermore, this is something I want to be really careful about. Whenever you hear the stat that the United States has the highest incarceration rate in the world, be a little careful because the figures are self-reported. And we don't know if you can trust China or Cuba or Russia. More people trust Russia these days than I do. But I just don't know that you can trust the numbers that come out of these nations. Let's do this. Let's take nations that are fairly similar to the United States. They're rooted in a kind of English common law tradition. England itself, Canada, Australia, they're similar to us in a number of legal and historical ways. Criminologists ask the question, how many people out of every 100,000 are behind bars? In Canada, our neighbor to the north, the figure is 114 out of every 100,000. In England itself, the figure is 147. In Australia, which famously started as a prison colony, figures 152. 114, 147, 152. So what's America's? You guys know I'm going to say bigger number. Will I say 160? Will I say way bigger, 200? Will I double it? Will I say 300? America's figure is 700 out of every 100,000. Our numbers relative to other nations which are reasonably comparable are absolutely staggering. And in a country that has its entire identity wrapped up in the concept of liberty, it's deeply, deeply disturbing. But I also want to emphasize to everybody that we didn't get here just because the politicians are somehow sadistic. I mean, there are actual reasons that these policy decisions get made. And you mentioned this in your introductory remarks. We hit a point in the late 60s. In fact, you can pinpoint it to 1968. You look at the FBI crime reports, where although crime had been more or less the same, slight increases throughout the 1950s and 1960s, in 1968 it starts to skyrocket. And it just skyrockets all the way up until 1994. And people in the room don't need the numbers. You know this, you knew it from pop culture images, right? The movies were about cops that had to go rogue, like Dirty Harry and Serpico, because the cities are out of control. There's no other way. Many people in this room, I bet, lived in New York at that time. My grandfather's brother was in New York City. You grew up in New York
I
at
grew
this
up in New York
time.
City during this period, yeah.
My grandfather's brother was mugged 5 times in the 1980s in Manhattan. That's just the way American cities were. And politicians responded. They said, okay, we're going to get tough on crime, we're going to lock people up. And everybody did it, by the way. There's this sense that conservatives were behind it. They started it. I think it's absolutely fair to say Nixon and Reagan and these guys, they had a lot to do with starting it. But it became a big bipartisan thing. The anecdote I always like to tell is about the Willie Horton ad. Everybody here is familiar with the Willie Horton incident where, because of a Massachusetts furlough program, you were in Massachusetts at that time.
Had nothing to do with the program.
Nothing to do with the program. This man is released on a weekend furlough. He comes down here to Maryland, actually, commits assault, armed robbery, rape, and George H.W. Bush uses this incident against the governor of Massachusetts, Michael Dukakis, in the 1988 general election. But in the 1988 primary election, the first person to use the furlough program against Dukakis was Senator Al Gore of Tennessee in the Democratic primary, because both sides are trying to get as tough as possible. So anyway, I don't want to go too long. I don't want to go on for too long, but what I want to emphasize to everybody is that we have a very serious problem. We got here for understandable reasons, but you can reach a point where the pendulum swings too far. Crime has been on the decline now for 20 years. It's been on the decline not just in this country, but in every country in the Western Hemisphere. And not every country in the Western Hemisphere adopted our policies. So other things are happening that are causing it to go down. And we're in a position now where we can pull the pendulum back in a lot of the ways that Mark mentioned in his introductory remarks.
Sam Schaefer, can you talk to us a bit about how do we do this? Because this is one of the hardest things is, right, we're here. We can't just go back and wish we hadn't had these policies. We now have people who have been in prison, who are going to have employment problems, who are going to have all these problems. How do we start moving back towards a more normal system?
I think it's helpful to start with some of these numbers. I mean, the 2.2 million people who are currently incarcerated, of those, 1.3 million are currently in state prisons, and approximately 95% of those people will come home. So we have a decision to make as a society, as communities across this country. How are we going to absorb these individuals back into our civic life? The current return on investment that we're getting in incarceration is dismal. About 70% will return to the justice system within 5 years. So for us, the choice should really be an easy one, right? Do we make investments in this space or do we not? I think, as Mark very eloquently laid out this set of, highly dysfunctional systems, that last system, parole and probation, is really the redheaded stepchild in a lot of ways of the criminal justice system. It's often part of much larger corrections agencies. It's been slow to adopt evidence-based practices. There's a confusion within departments, within parole bureaus, of whether a parole officer is a police officer, a law enforcement agent, or a social worker, right? And so just sort of the absence of standards, the real need for evidence and data in the parole system is absolutely critical. And the people who are coming home, it's incredibly important that we don't, I think I'm somewhere in between, probably much closer to Mark on this, but this idea that there are real challenges for the people who are coming home. Multiple felony convictions. I run a program that serves 5,000 men and women coming home from prison across 14 sites in 4 states every year. The average reading level is in the 8th grade. Average math is 7th grade. 3 to 4 felony convictions. 50% have never worked before. 45% are young adults ages 18 to 25. This is a tricky population to get into the labor market. And then I'm going to have one more depressing stat. We actually know that simply getting someone a job has no impact on recidivism or their future attachment to the labor market. So that age when a PO or parole officer could say, oh, we'll just send them down to the factory and everything will be okay, has to be over. And so how do we match the right employment supports, the right type of employment programs with the right individuals based on risk, based on need? And what we're finding in the research is fascinating, right? So we know that we can't mix risk levels, right? We can't have low-risk people who are likely to find a job on their own be in the same types of programs with high-risk people. We know that a high-risk person is going to need a more intensive set of services. They're going to need to have additional barriers like housing, like mental health, like addiction addressed. And that likely that employer or that jobs program is going to have to offer supports in the form of a practice field, so to speak, right? And that there will be opportunities to fall down, there'll be opportunities to make mistakes, and employers and jobs programs will be able to work with them over the long term, because often that relapse is part of recovery.
So, Steve, I'm going to ask you to bring us home with the first round by saying, what is the political potential for doing this, right? We've actually gotten, say around 2014, gotten into this kind of exciting space where conservative, liberals were starting to say, okay, how could we use probation and parole better? How can we, and conservatives were saying we're spending a huge amount of money on this system, it's criminogenic, we don't want it, we want to start moving people out. Where are we? Where were we, and where are we now after the November 8th election?
Thank you. So, yeah, my co-author David Dagan and I finished our book Present Break, which is on the transformation of conservative positions on criminal justice in the end of 2015. And the last section we wrote in the conclusion was asking what were the probability that this conservative engagement with rethinking the criminal justice system would continue. And we specified a number of things that we thought could be problematic for that. But he said, on balance, the forecast was good, right? And why was the forecast good? Well, one, crime went down. Crime went down a lot, right? And politically, that was very important because it meant that the political returns on running on criminal justice were not very good, right? Voters simply stopped caring. And you see this in public opinion polls where when you ask people what's the most important issue to you. When I was in college in D.C. between 86 and 89, I grew up around here in PG County, right? Crime was literally off the hook. We can all share our secrets. I got mugged at the point of a butterfly knife coming out of the old 930 Club, not too far from here at 9th and F, right? That was common. People sort of treated that as something you expected, not something aberrant, right? Politicians responded to that. Voters responded to that, right? And the only way to get people to rethink the idea that you were going to push a lot more people into prison and not think about the consequences was for the political returns for working politicians to go down, right? Because what you got was, so long as voters really cared about it, especially Republican office holders had an incentive to always keep moving to the right of where Democrats were, right? And every time Democrats moved to get closer to them, their incentives were to keep moving further and further out to the right, to be in favor of even more and more strict punishments, right? Well, that whole hydraulic kind of process of moving on to the right broke down when voters no longer cared about it, right? And part of the argument we make in the book is that the cause of criminal justice reform does much better when you have relatively low political salience, right? When voters don't really care about it, when it's not in the news, that gives working politicians a lot more room to step back from their politics, to look at the data in an objective way. And you see this in state after state where, for example, these are many states that Right on Crime has been involved in, where the Pew Charitable Trust has been involved. In these states where politicians didn't think their voters cared about it, they didn't think they were going to get primaried about it, that they were willing to look at this data, especially data on recidivism, right, and start saying, look, if everybody's coming back to prison, right, then that suggests that this system is not working, right? And in our argument, previously, up until this point, conservatives, for the most part, had exempted the criminal justice system from all the things they said were wrong with the rest of government, right? That is, everything they say. So my wife, for example, works in education reform, right? Everything the conservatives say about teachers' unions are arguably just as applicable, if not more, to prison guard unions. And by the way, to police unions as a separate question, right? But for the most part, conservatives didn't apply those principles to the criminal justice system. They didn't apply their critique of big government, right? But once the incentives to play on the issue went down, and the second thing was the Republican Party moved to the right, right? In the aftermath of the Tea Party, the Republican Party became much more consistently anti-statist. And part of that consistent anti-statism is Republicans stopped thinking about the government as our part and their part, and started thinking about it as being all their part, right? It was everything was in government was equally bad, right? And criminal justice was no exception to that. So all of that was a good argument for why conservatives had moved and were going to continue to move in the future. The election of Donald Trump, in many ways, throws a hammer into all of this process, right? One thing is the Republican Party under Donald Trump is a much less anti-statist party, right? If you look at the way that Donald Trump ran, he ran in part, I'll just say it, on crony capitalism, right? Defending crony capitalism in many cases, right? Saying that in fact, government was good so long as it was serving, for him, the people who are producing jobs, right? But more generally, right, he ran on a very 1970s kind of approach of saying that, police officers are always good, and by extension, the criminal justice system is something that is really a culture war issue in which liberals are on one side and conservatives are on the other, as opposed to a statist, anti-statist issue on which conservatives should be on the same side as those on the left. And in addition, right, we actually have seen at least very small but meaningful increases in crime, and that has the danger of increasing the salience of the issue, increasing the emotional energy of it. And those two things, the increasing salience and the declining, arguably the declining anti-statism and the increasing centrality of race in the Republican Party. The other thing, the last thing to say is, in the last few years, especially people like Paul Ryan and others have tried to make outreach to African American communities a much bigger part of the Republican Party's brand. That was not a significant part, I would say, of the Trump brand. It was not a significant part of the Steve Bannon brand of Republican Party. And so long as you've got that pivot, that creates very significant problems for Republicans continuing to move in the direction they've moved on criminal justice in the last decade.
And what about Democrats? I mean, we've talked a lot about Republicans because they're moving and that's great, but we also have, there's the other side. Are they moving? Are they looking more at law and order? Are they?
Well, so I think the risk is that, so on the one hand, arguably the Democrats under Hillary Clinton, precisely because Hillary Clinton didn't come in with a lot of trust among African American and other populations and therefore had to demonstrate it, they moved very far to the left, arguably too far to the left in my mind, especially on some on policing issues. But I think in those blue states, New York, California, a few others, you're likely to see criminal justice continue to have momentum, especially because those social movements associated with Black Lives Matter and others are very influential within the Democratic Party. But those same social movement actors are a kind of culture war totem on the other side that makes it harder to enact criminal justice reform, right? It becomes, again, Donald Trump ran as much as he ran against anything, he ran against Black Lives Matter, right? And the risk is that the entire agenda of criminal justice reform, precisely because of that social movement activism, it's so much a higher salience issue. There's a lot of incentive for conservatives to position themselves against that, right? And I think in states where there's already a lot of momentum, Texas, Georgia, where in some sense criminal justice reform has been institutionalized, there's a good argument that it's going to continue. But in the rest of the states that haven't gotten as far as they have, I think you're unlikely to see it expand. So the dynamic, I think, is the few thoroughly blue states are probably going to continue to go on their own, and in those states often they don't need conservatives to do what they want. A few red states that have already done a lot are going to continue to act, but arguably, both on the federal level especially and in the more laggard Republican states, you're likely to see not a lot of change as the whole framing of the issue starts changing.
So I think that's a good place to kind of dive into the question of what do we do specifically, right? And Mark started off, it was so many examples, but those sorts of big agendas can be hard to get a handle on, right? We have to reform it from beginning down. Where do we start? If you were going to pick one place to start with the reform, one specific thing that you would make the leading platform thing for your 2020 presidential campaign, where would be the first place that you go, not just to get the most bang for the buck right now, but also to create the kind of political constituency that you want to do further reforms?
Me?
Yeah. I'm going to ask that question around a little bit, but.
Well, I think what I'd probably do is start looking at who is in prison and finding ways, as the states have, to reduce the population in a safe way based on evidence-based practices as opposed to emotion and fear, which is where we are most of the time on this issue. So I'd probably say just it'd be the middle part of the structure where we're talking about after arrest, who do you end up prosecuting and what happens to those that are prosecuted? So the sentencing or just the pretrial stage and trying to find off-ramps for people that don't pose a threat to public safety, so they don't go to prison to begin with, those who are first-timers or whatever else, if they have a drug problem, or if they're mentally ill, or if they're just poor and make mistakes, try to find ways that they don't end up going to prison to begin with. And then I'd look at those who are going to be sentenced and prosecuted and sentenced. This is more than one thing, but I'd make sure the whole process works so someone has a lawyer who can advise them about what they're pleading guilty to or what the process is, as opposed to the way the system's set up now with public defenders who are heroes but they're underfunded. But making sure that people understand the consequences before they plead guilty to anything in that process. So the whole sentencing process as well. I'd give judges more discretion, particularly with nonviolent, low-level offenders. I think that we need to trust judges to do that. I think we should allow them to do that. And so I'd say that the charging part of it, section, trying to keep people out to the extent we can. And I'd also say the way that the process works for sentencing. I'd reduce sentences, and then got to be a start. But there's much, 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 much more that needs to happen just than that. And I will say one thing: there's a lot of gnashing of teeth and everything else about criminal justice reform after the elections this year. But my sense is, and I've heard this from people in the Senate, if the Senate bill got to the floor, we'd get 70 votes, they think, at least, around there. And I think the House bill would pass too. I don't think that's happening anytime soon. But one other thing, a lot of people I know have been concerned about Sessions, Attorney General nominee Sessions, but he was a co-sponsor of the Fair Sentencing Act, which was really kind of groundbreaking change in our drug laws that reduced the disparity between powder and crack cocaine from 100 to 1 to 18 to 1. And he pushed that harder than anybody. So I'm just saying, we don't know what's going to happen, and I think that we're going to have to wait and see what the opportunities are. But that's where I'd focus.
And what about you, Vikram?
So I would say one very abstract thing that I'll try and get more specific about. And the abstract thing is use prison less, but, and you have to have the but, use other ways to hold people accountable more. I don't think you just let people out. There's got to be accountability mechanisms built in, but that doesn't always mean prison. You have things like probation, you have things like drug courts, you have different parole programs. In my home state of Texas, where a lot of these, this kind of conservative reform movement really began to flourish in the mid part of the last decade, an interesting thing happened when they started looking at the problem in the year 2007. The legislators decided, okay, we're being told that because so many people keep moving into Texas, we've got to build more prison space. More people inevitably means more crimes. And they were actually told that they need to allocate something like $2 billion for an extra 17,000 prison beds. They didn't want to spend this money. They asked the judges in. They had a lot of people come in to testify about what other things they could do. And the judges said something really interesting. The judges said to the legislators, people come in front of us all the time who we know are not going to benefit from going to prison. And we can tell, we see these
Does anyone benefit from going to prison?
Well, put it this way, public safety wouldn't benefit. You're right, though. I should be more precise. And because here's what the judges were saying. People go in, and they go in perhaps as a low-level, nonviolent offender, but they spend time with people who are very serious, hardened criminals. Right. They pick up these bad habits. They come out worse than they started. And in some ways, you've actually paid for society to become slightly more dangerous. And they said, we see these kinds of people all the time, and we don't want to send them into the prison cell, but we just don't have places that we can send them. We don't have drug courts, we don't have mental health courts, we don't have veterans courts, prostitution courts. We don't have these different kinds of mechanisms. So if you could just allocate some resources there, we'd actually have the ability to do this. Then the objection came, yeah, but that costs money, and we don't want to spend it. It doesn't cost as much as you think it does. Actually,
it doesn't cost as much as prison.
It doesn't cost as much as prison. That's right. In Texas, prison costs $50 a day, and probation costs $3 a day. Right. In fact, I was talking with Steve once, and he said, I don't know, you should be spending a little more than $3. Okay, double or even triple it. You're still far, far away from $50 a day. So I would use prison less, and I would use these other kinds of programs more. And you can do it in a fiscally responsible way, and you can do it in a way that I think ultimately benefits public safety.
And I think, interestingly, with these kind of swift, certain, and fair models, where the idea is that you are in a very structured program, and if you violate, you go to jail for a couple days instead of sending someone to prison for 5 years, they're actually weirdly kind of hard on crime and soft on crime at the same time, which is, I think, a quite promising venue for, because it's really like you test positive for any drug on probation, you're going to jail for a few days.
I tell the criminal justice reformers, don't give away the tough on crime label, because in my mind, telling somebody hang out in this cage and watch cable TV is not tough on crime. Tough on crime is insisting you're going to get better. If you have a drug problem, you're going to face it. If you have victims, you're going to pay restitution to them. We're going to make sure you have a job so you can do those things. I think we're the tough on crime crowd. That's my view of it.
And I think, too, I went to a halfway house in Utah when I was there this spring doing some work on income mobility in Utah. And one of the things I said, because I had actually visited one of these swift, certain, and fair probation programs, and what struck me was the number of people who would violate and mouth off to the judge. And one judge was like, you can go to jail or rehab, and the guy was like, jail. And now I had actually been locked in a holding cell for about 5 minutes by the deputies. It was entirely voluntary. They were just like, you want to see what it's like. And after 5 minutes in that holding cell, I would have done anything. I would have been on my knees in front of the judge saying, how do I not go back there, right? But what the guys in the halfway house program said to me was the first time you go to jail, it's the worst night of your life. And the second time you go to jail, it's your life. And that the idea is that preventing the first time makes it a lot easier to prevent the second time. And so Steve, I see you want to jump in here.
I actually thought Vikrant's comparison of the cost of probation and prison was interesting, right? That is, again, if you think about what to do, on the one hand, I think the $50 number is way too low, right? That is, the fact that Texas has actually gotten the cost of prison down so low is in part a sign that something's wrong in Texas prisons. That is, I think there's a good argument that through litigation and other things, we ought to be driving that number up, right? Now, we shouldn't just be throwing money at it, right? But arguably, we're underinvesting in people in prisons. But one thing that the fact that we've got it down to 50 is it's manageable to have a fairly significant prison population when you're paying $50 a person. I think one argument is that number ought to be higher, and the number in probation should be higher. If you really want people to do what Larry Mead, who's here, right, calls help and hassle, right? There's only so much help and hassle you can do with people for $3 a day, right? Now, again, it's possible to drive both of those numbers up and still be spending the same or less if you move a lot of those people from the expensive prison system into the relatively less expensive probation parole system, right? And I think the trick in a lot of these things is how do you do it in budgets, right? They're often not the same people who are running probation and parole who are running prisons. So the agency can't just reallocate the money, right? Really doing these things, really transforming a lot of these systems is a thing that's going to require huge re-engineering of the organization of these systems in lots of states, reorganization of the relationship between counties and states, right, between where people are actually being sentenced and who's actually paying for prisons. That's a huge project that's only just starting to happen. And I'd say the other thing to remember, and again, starting where I would start, I really wouldn't start very much except at the margins on sentencing. I think we're actually still very early in learning what works in probation and parole, right? Those systems are, in many cases, incredibly primitive, in part because they've been starved so much, right? We don't really have a serious profession of probation and parole. We have probation and parole officers. Most of what they have to do is simply processing people. They're doing paperwork that people have to check in, right? But really turning that job into something that's very hands-on, that's really about getting control of people outside the context of prisons, right? That's a huge project of decades or more of figuring out a way to drive up the quality of those professional standards so we can move people en masse from prisons into alternative systems.
So Sam, I want to bring you in and just talk first of all about what sort of your biggest challenges are, and also what more support do you need from what could you do with more support from the government? What kind of support do you need?
Yeah, I mean, so much of our challenge begins in that lack of coordination between departments of corrections and probation and parole offices. And simple things, right? People coming home, with outrageously high child support arrears that will be disincentives to work. People coming home without necessary work documentation. If you serve 5 or 6 years in prison, you should be able to come home with work documents that will allow you within the first 24 hours to step onto a job site.
So I'm sorry, can I just interrupt because not everyone may know what that means. What sort of work
birth
documentation?
certificates, social security cards,
right.
Any proper ID that an employer would ask you to become I-9 compliant. Now, there are bright spots within some of these correctional systems. They're not everywhere, but people are enrolling in vocational and career technical education courses. There are, and there will be an expansion with the Pell Grant pilot that the Obama administration initiated, of people coming home with college credits. The amount of times we see people who remember completing a GED or high school equivalency class but don't have the documentation, who enrolled in an OSHA 10 construction safety class but don't have the documentation is striking and alarming. And so, we begin at this front door problem with people coming home somewhat prepared sometimes, but often without any support from the community supervision officers in that. And so the challenge we face is how to go very quickly, because we know that the first 90 days is where failure is most likely to happen, right? And so you can look at recidivism rates almost on an hourly basis, right, when someone comes home, and then over the course of the year, they're going to be steadily in decline. And that's encouraging. It means that if we can grab people at this critical moment, when they're excited to be home, when they want to reconnect with family, when they're eager to get a job, when the last thing they want to do is go back into that holding cell or onto that prison site, there is the opportunity for profound behavior change, right? And it's how we meet basic needs, how we give people access to income, while also leveraging that touch point to make real cognitive change that will help decision-making evolve, that will help remove them from being engaged in risky and antisocial activities. So, just a little bit about our approach. We try to grab people in that first 90 days. We put them to work in a social enterprise. We employ every day 500 people, and we pay them every day. We recognize that people coming home might not say to us, I really want a career in the culinary arts. They say, I really need money, right? And money is going to allow me to sleep on my wife's sofa as I rebuild trust. And money is going to allow me to build my self-esteem and to bring home a few groceries. And that idea that we can then use that as an engagement strategy to then break down additional barriers, whether they be housing or mental health, access to healthcare, is so critical. And I think what we see around the country is this is a national problem, but it's just not spread evenly, right? If you look at Bureau of Justice statistics, 10 states account for 60% of parole reentries in the country. And the next 10 states, so 20 states, account for 80% of parole reentries. And if you got more granular, looked at zip codes and looked at census tracts, it's highly concentrated in communities of color where this issue is. And if you go to these communities, the infrastructure of real evidence-based practices of supportive probation and parole supports and services just aren't there. And so how we play catch-up very quickly, while we have all this enthusiasm for sentencing reform that's likely and hopefully will have more people gaining their freedom, we're just not well positioned, I think, right now to actually absorb and work with people when they come home.
So Mark, I actually want to ask you about the private side because, of course, Cook Industries with Block the Box and Ban the Box. Yeah. And, you know, how has that gone? And what are there challenges there that companies need to think about as we hope that more of them will move in that direction?
Well, I think the guy from Edwin's, I thought on the panel before, explained it well, that really if you can, and I don't know if anyone saw that, but just they're a restaurant operator, but if you can give people a chance who have a record, who have a past, you know, they can be among your best employees because they're hungry and they really need a job, because the thing that can keep someone from going back to prison is a good job, a real job. And so for us at Coke, we banned the box. We did it a couple of years ago, but for the 21, 22 years I've been with the company, we have always followed the EEOC guidance, which is that you should, it's not a mandate, but you should consider when someone has a criminal record, even if they check the box, making sure that it's how long ago, what the issue was, and how is it related to the role at issue. So we always took that approach, and over the years, and I did labor and employment law for a long time at Coke, we hired a lot of people with had criminal records, and some of them worked out really well and some didn't. And so for us, it was not that big a deal, actually, when we banned the box. It was something we were already doing. And I think part of it's informed just by Charles Koch and his worldview as a classical liberal about who should go to prison and why they should go to prison and when people should lose their liberty in a free society and what leads people to end up in prison and with criminal records in our country. And if you're proximate to that, as Brian Stevenson would say, you'd realize that a lot of people go to prison because they're poor, they make bad choices, and if they'd had other circumstances, they wouldn't have ended up there. So if you kind of have a mindset that people who have criminal records aren't bad, you're going to come out with a different outcome than if you have that mindset, that they are bad. We never had that mindset. You know, there's, by one estimation, 1 in 3 adults in this country have some type of criminal record, whether it's felony, misdemeanor, arrest, whatever it is. And that's as many people in this country with some type of criminal record as there is with college degrees. So that kind of tells you the overcriminalization is part of the problem here. So at Coke, we've always just tried to hire the best people, period. Some have criminal records, some don't. It's not at top of mind for us. We don't have it on our application. We do a background check near the end of the process after we've gotten to know the candidate, the applicant, what they're all about, what their life story is. And most people who have a criminal background in their past bring that up as part of their story. And that's just part of what we consider, because everybody's got a story. And any one of us, if we're going to be honest about it, and I'll just speak for myself, could have got caught up in this system with all these different laws and rules and things that happen. And it's really a lack of humility to think you couldn't have, but more importantly, from a perspective as a global employer like we are with 100,000 people around the world, we want the best talent with or without a criminal record. And what we've learned over time, we hire people who have criminal records in their past, and they're really good employees. As I said earlier, they're hungry, they're humble, they're loyal, they're really committed. And then we've hired people from the best schools with glowing recommendations who have sterling background checks, and they're not good employees. They're whiny, they're entitled, et cetera. So for us, it makes a lot of sense. We think it makes sense for other employers to consider it. We don't think the government should mandate it. If the government wants to do anything, they should try to clean up our criminal code and also the collateral consequences that prevent people from being able to find jobs and loans and that type of thing. So it's worked well for us. We were one of the original inaugural signers, or joined in with the White House Fair Business Challenge hiring pledge. And it's worked well for us over the years. We highly recommend it. And it's really something when we talk about will there be legislation, what will happen in the states in the next couple of years, this is something that you don't really need an act of Congress, so to speak. You can just do it as an act of conscience to do the right thing and hire someone and take a chance on them. And it's really...
And ironically, when you say, it seems like when you do it as an act of conscience, it works, and if you mandate it, what you get is more discrimination. So Vikram, can you talk a little bit about this? Is that actually that you get more discrimination than, again, racial discrimination instead of discrimination against...
There's this very provocative paper, came out of Brookings by a woman named Jen Doliak, and they started looking at some of these ban-the-box programs. And
Steve, what about you? Employment afterwards, right? Because that's got to be a key. And one of my sort of the distressing things that you see with recidivism rates, and when you look at people who come out and say, I'm really successful, I got out of prison and now I'm really successful, too often they seem to be running programs for people, which is not to say that you should not be running programs to get people into employment, right? But what I would like to see is someone who says, I'm a felon and then I'm a doctor now. Or I'm a felon and now I'm doing something else. And it seems like it's this just absolutely crippling hurdle to get into kind of normal kinds of employment.
Right. So I'm actually just finishing a book with Brink Lindsay on rent-seeking and inequality, and one of the big cases we have in there is on occupational licensing. And one of the things, when you look at the fact that now like something like a third of all positions in the American economy require a license, and huge, when you were talking about collateral consequences, that's the biggest collateral consequence there is, right? That is, given that a criminal record in for a huge number of licenses, right, keeps you from getting a license,
Because
right?
God knows what damage could be done by a felon florist.
Right. So, felon, doctor, probably not. I'm not even sure we need licensing for doctors, but I'm pretty far on the libertarian side on that. But part of the point, though, right, is that when we have those laws, those licensing laws, it simply is almost automatic that they simply include these sort of criminal record requirements, right? One step that wouldn't be that hard would be to change all of the sort of the legal standards to say, look, unless you can demonstrate empirically that a criminal record thing is required for a license, that this is by definition a suspect feature of state law, right? I think that would be one thing that would go very far to opening up a lot more of the labor market. The other thing I think to say is we don't really hold most of these either prison or probation or parole systems accountable for the employment performance of the people under their charge, right? That's simply not how we've thought about these, right? And then part of this goes back to my point about the way, especially the conservatives have thought about this, right? Conservatives have thought, oh, it makes total sense to have metrics and measurement and all these things for schools. Now, part of that was because we don't trust them because they're run by the other guy, right? And it makes, you apply metrics and measurement and all the other stuff to where you have some suspicion as to the fidelity of the operators, right? Well, up until now, conservatives assumed that people running prisons were on their side, right? We don't apply that stuff to them, right? Well, I think increasingly now conservatives are getting to the point where they're saying all these people, right, whether cops or prison guards or prison administrators, right, they're all people who need to be held accountable, and we need strong accountability systems. And one of those things we need to hold them accountable for is whether or not they're putting we should be holding them responsible for recidivism, right? If they come back, just like we're holding hospitals increasingly responsible for whether or not sick people are coming back to the hospital, we need to start holding prisons responsible and parole and probation systems responsible for whether people are coming back to the criminal justice.
Although a lot of doctors would say that there are unintended consequences of that, and we should think hard before you start applying hard metrics to people who often don't behave in quite the kind of mechanical way we'd like them to. But I want to bring Sam in and just say when moving people beyond that first job, how does that look, and how could it be done better?
Yeah, I don't want to be Pollyannish about this. I mean, a high-risk person coming home with 7th grade math and 8th grade education is going to get a job in the entry-level plus part of our economy, which right now is going to pay in the $11.50 to $12 an hour range with the proper supports, some stackable credentials earned over a first year. You can see wage growth of $14, $15 an hour. It is still far from a career, right? And so, what's exciting to me about fair chance hiring is that it removes a stigma that is a disincentive for many people to go into interview. It's a confidence reducer, but also the conversation it can begin within the business community, with government, who's also taking similar steps, and with people who work with this population to say, how do we go actually now beyond this, right? We've taken away this barrier that can be a disincentive to work. How can we create on-ramps for people who have significant skill deficiencies in many cases and create a real career trajectory for them at your company? We want to move past this perception that people coming home are risks to be managed, but they're really potential assets, especially to industries that have high turnover. The best examples I've seen of this, and it's not exclusively so, come from small and medium-sized businesses, where this is a real human resources value add, right? They don't have a big department. There's no online portal. They need help getting people. They're willing to make that investments. Seeing now much more encouraging things from larger companies, but I think how we really scale this work is such a challenge. And so, needing the continued leadership of the businesses who sign the Fair Chance Hiring Pledge to, think about what that trajectory would be really en masse, with people, with providers across the country.
And that's going to be the big challenge for a lot of this, right? It's just how do you scale parole? How do you scale probation? How do you scale every good thing that we want to do? So we're now down to 10 minutes. I'm actually going to stop us talking and open just for, I think we have time for just a couple of questions. You, sir. There's a microphone coming.
I am Howard Husick with the Manhattan Institute. The Cook County Jail has been said to be the largest mental asylum in the United States. How do you think about the problem of those going into prison or perhaps about to go into prison who suffer from mental illness?
Does anyone in particular want to field that? Or Sam looks like the obvious.
It's a disaster. I mean, it's an unmitigated failure of how we've delivered mental health services at all levels of our society over the past generation. And it's now being manifested principally in jails, where you're seeing these, we probably have 700,000 people in the average daily population in jails over the course of any given day. But you'll see these cycles that are just absolutely astronomical, right? And so New York City, where I live, Rikers Island, has 8,000 people, many of whom, and not just, you're not talking, anecdotal here, we're talking thousands of people will be there a dozen times over the course of the year because of these mental health issues. And then add on that this challenge that people who came home from prison who faced significant stress in their lives were often the victim of trauma. I think that's something that we have to discuss as well, that trauma and victimhood assumes innocence. But as many young black boys and young black men who were convicted of a violent crime are also the victims of a violent crime, and in many cases multiple ones, and they are hanging on to that, right? And so people coming home with these just crazily high rates of anxiety, depression, and PTSD that we just have not been equipped to deal with. So I'm more telling you how bad it is and not necessarily offering a solution. I mean, I do see some bright spots. The mayor's office in New York City created a Connections to Care program, with a handful of mental health providers, just to start doing the mental health screening. And the idea, if you can get probation and parole officers to do that similar type of mental health first aid, I think you can scale to some degree. Of course, people who have more significant mental health disorders, whole other systems have to be built to address that.
Right. Just to say one thing, in part, this is evidence of what political scientists would call a sort of state building problem, right? That is, we built actually a huge amount of state capacity in police departments and in prisons, right? And I know people who work with police officers who say, look, there's no reason that we should be the ones dealing with the mentally ill in lots of contexts, right? But there's nobody else on the street, right? This is where we built the capacity for the state to actually be out there in the world, right? Actually out there facing citizens who are often in the biggest problems, right? So we built up a huge police apparatus, which in many cases is necessary. But in part, we did that because it was so hard to build up the state in other areas, in particular in mental health. And so I think this is one of the areas where arguably people on the left side of this have something legitimate to say, right? Which is when you've starved at least this part of the welfare state, right? The part of the welfare state that actually deals with the residual populations the hardest to deal with. Now, again, how exactly you do that? Is it going to be bureaucrats? Is it going to be some kind of, somehow you have to actually build up state capacity, whether that's inside the state or contracting with outsiders, right? But if you don't do that, the activity doesn't disappear. It reappears in other forms of the state, like in prisons and in police departments, right?
I want to talk a little bit about the policing component for just a second. There's a very interesting program out of Seattle that I get excited about whenever I'm reading about it. We have inconclusive results. It's still early, but it's called the LEAD program. And what LEAD attempts to do is it takes these police officers who are out there on the streets and who have the best knowledge about who actually is mentally ill, because they see these people on a regular basis, and it empowers them to take these people directly to mental health treatment facilities rather than taking them right in for booking. The thing that's exciting about this to me, first of all, is that so often in criminal justice, a lot of the advocates are viewing the police as an impediment or as an enemy, but this is a program that views the police as a resource, as people that you collaborate and help with. And I've kind of have a sense of how this would work. There was a guy, I used to live in Austin. I was on Congress Avenue, and there was this Starbucks, and there was a guy who was outside that Starbucks every day dancing like a Native American. He would wear this weird headdress, and he was just an odd guy. You could tell he had mental problems. And he was usually harmless, but from time to time, he'd go into the Starbucks, he'd start harassing people, the cops would get called, they'd take him I don't know where, but 2 or 3 months would go by, Megan, and he'd be right there again. And it would be interesting if Austin could experiment with programs like the one that Seattle has, where you take this guy into the mental health facility, he gets the treatment that he needs, hopefully he gets better. And the LEAD program is showing some very promising results. The rearrest rate for people who go into LEAD looks really good. In particular, felony rearrest rate has dropped significantly. That's a really wonderful thing to see. So programs like that, I hope we can experiment with a little bit.
Mark, did you have anything you wanted to add? Or?
No, I don't have anything to add to that.
Do I have other questions in the back in the shawl? It looks like a shawl from here anyway.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's a scarf.
Sorry.
My name is Caitlin Schnorr. I work at an organization called Heartland Alliance. We're an anti-poverty organization. And I think that my question is directed to Sam, but obviously is open to anyone on the panel to answer. Something that I've heard in a few of the different panels today has been this concept that there's a culture of kind of willful mass unemployment, predominantly among men who are choosing to stay at home and quote unquote play video games and live off of Uncle Sam, whether that's in the form of, I suppose, SNAP or SSI, SSDI. So Sam, I'm curious in your organization's experience, which is obviously serving men who are coming out of incarceration, do you see this culture as a pervasive problem among the people you're serving? And if you do, I'm curious about what you think might be behind that, aside from kind of a unwillingness to want to engage in the workforce?
I don't see that culture at all. I see a few thousand people a year, which I think rises from the anecdotal to the empirical, who are coming home anxious about reconnecting with family, eager to maintain their freedom and desperate to find employment. And that's really consistent. Does motivation stay consistent and high each and every day? No, but it doesn't for me either, right? I have good and bad days at work. If I were to evaluate myself, on a daily basis the same way we evaluate our participants, yeah, there'd be days my marks would be fairly mediocre. I think I'm doing okay today.
I give you a 10.
Thank you. But so, holding up this, this sense that, I think if we allow that, especially in the reentry space, to be one of the narratives that people don't want to work, when I think, in fact, employment isn't just the need for basic income. People do see it as this connection to civic life. It's normalizing in a way that I think is profound, in a way that we can't appreciate, that you have been denied of your liberty, and now you're riding the bus with everybody else, and you're looking at a paper or a smartphone, and you're drinking a cup of coffee, and employment brings you back in a way where you don't have to worry about the risky behavior that some of your former friends and colleagues are doing on a street corner. You don't have to worry about your own personal safety. You're in an environment where you truly feel you can succeed.
Can I ask though, because I've seen I come out of basically one of these rural communities in Western New York. That's where my mother's family is from. And what you see is not that the guys are like, my life's ambition is to play video games, and therefore I'm not going to go to work. What you see though is that they go to a job and they kind of show up, and then 3 months later they get mad at their boss and they quit. Or they play video games and don't go to work that one day, and that turns into 3 days, and then they don't have a job. Habits matter?
And this is where, yes, work habits matter. And, I think it's worth disaggregating a young adult population, ages 18 to 25, from the other population, the remainder of the population. Anyone in any organization, any context that works with young people is going to face this motivational challenge and, poor decision-making on the job. But that's where employers who provide those types of supports, who, understand that, yes, someone's cooperation with coworkers and supervisors is key to their success in a job, but they might not have that language, right? That they might not be able to express themselves in a way that is appropriate, right? And so how do we create that, those supports?
It can be taught.
It can be taught.
But also, I think it's a little bit of a problem sometimes to think about this attitude of kind of connection to the labor market as purely an individual attribute, right? That is, that people have work habits, right, that are all inside them, right? Well, a lot of, just to go back to your thing, right, why do people show up for work? Why do they do what they're supposed to do, right? Part of it is people like that have social capital, right? They're embedded in networks where they have to give an account of themselves, right? And if they don't go to work, right, somebody asks them a question about why you didn't, right? And it's not just the employer, it's your wife, it's your family, whoever it is, right? And part of the question, especially when you have communities where a lot of that social capital is frayed, one of the things almost inevitably we have to ask is how can, in some cases, government, right, substitute for some of that supervisory function that's not being done, would be desirable if it was being done in private social capital ways, right? But again, whether it's probation officers, parole officers, other kinds of state actors, in many cases have to do that until we can rebuild some of these private forms of social supervision and surveillance.
And I have to cut you off there because they're going to pull the hook out and yank us off stage. But I want everyone to give a hand to our fantastic panel here.
Okay, we are approaching the end of the day. Thank you to all of you who have stayed. I hope you found it exciting. This last session is, I've been kind of describing it as the cherry on top of the ice cream sundae. So after this long day of policy and hard work, now I think is going to come the part that's really just fun to listen to. So if you would all take your seats and get ready for this last session, please, or take your conversations outside. So the two participants in this next session, I'm not sure if they're going to do an introduction and a speech or a conversation or some combination, but I don't think there's really anyone in the room. You don't raise your hands because that would be rude. But I doubt there's anyone in the room who doesn't read the Weekly Standard or hasn't occasionally read it or hasn't looked at it at some point. Well, we have Bill Kristol, the founder and editor of the Weekly Standard here, and I doubt there are too many people in the room who haven't read or read something about or read a little bit of Hillbilly Elegy. And we have J.D. Vance here. So it's really a great combination. We're honored that they're here. And with that, why don't you two just take it away? Thank you so much.
Thanks, Tamar. It's great to be here, and I have the easiest role here, which is to very, very briefly introduce J.D. Vance, who will speak for a while, and then I'll ask him a couple of questions and explain where he's gone wrong and correct him and put him right, and typical Washington insider, And I still get to do this for another month until President Trump shows up, and then I'll be somewhere in Idaho, so that'll be good. Anyway, J.D. Vance needs no introduction. He's participated in the greatest American institutions and the worst. He served in the Marine Corps, that's the greatest, and went to Yale Law School. He's seen the whole spectrum of American life, from the highlights to the lowlights. His book obviously has been a huge success and a well-deserved one. Analysis is often one gets one without the other, and in this case one had both, about an important aspect of contemporary America, which then became, I guess, not more relevant, but was seen to be more relevant as a result of the election. Maybe I'll talk a little bit about that. I worry sometimes that the election return is distorting or is providing just a kind of an overly simple prism for understanding your work. But in any case, so J.D. Vance will speak to us for a while, and then we'll have a conversation.
Great. Thank you. So thanks to everybody for being here, and thanks to Bill and for everyone here for inviting me. I think that I have an abstract conversation about poverty and inequality in the United States. If you are on the left, you might say something like, we don't have enough economic opportunity in these areas, we don't have enough good jobs in these areas, and that in some ways was of course true. And on the right, you might say these poor folks should get better jobs, they should have more family stability, they should focus more on education and institutions of work, and that's why they're not getting ahead. And of course, that's also true. But I felt that each side of that conversation was really missing something very fundamental about America's poor and working class, and that fundamental failure was the inability to think of culture as an important independent variable, but also a variable that didn't bring moral judgment or condemnation, that theoretically should bring understanding. When I think about the ways that culture has been deployed in American politics for the past 20 or 30 years, it is often employed in the language of the culture of personal responsibility, that those people should be doing more, that those other people who aren't like us should be making better choices. And often, frankly, it comes in the form of finger wagging at people who may look different from me, but whose very fundamental sociological and cultural problems are not all that different from what I experienced growing up in eastern Kentucky and southern Ohio. And I wanted to write a book that sort of planted the flag and said, look at these problems, understand these problems, appreciate these problems, but most of all, don't oversimplify them. Don't talk about them in a way that's couched in judgment and moral condemnation. Don't refuse to talk about them at all, because either approach is fundamentally a failure to recognize the very real barriers and the very real problems that exist among America's most unfortunate. So that's why I wrote the book. And sort of to piggyback off of something that Bill said, a lot of folks in the media elite decided that it was the Rosetta Stone to the Donald Trump phenomenon, that I was writing
about a group of people, sort of wild zoo animals who had been hidden from view from much of the United States of America. And of course, we're all asking questions about them because now they're voting for this person that we don't understand. They're making that person the Republican nominee. And of course, about a month ago, they made that person the president-elect. I worry when I look at the tenor of American conversation in the past month that we are in some ways failing to appreciate the really significant challenges that face this group. Oftentimes, when I look at American politics and I look at American policy discourse right now, I see a conversation that is driven in some ways by folks on one side who say that we need to return to 1930s trade policy and folks on the other side who say we need to return to 1960s social welfare policy. And I think at a very fundamental level, those are failures. Those are inadequate to the real challenges that we face in this 21st century. I grew up in an area where these problems, like I said, were not abstract. They were something that I experienced. They were something that I felt. It's very easy for a liberal to look at America's schools and say, look, if only they had better money, if only they had better textbooks, if only they had higher paid teachers, everything would be better. And of course, there is an element of truth to that. And there's something about American conservatives who look at America's schools and say, if only those poor parents had better choices, if they had access to more improved schools, maybe through vouchers, maybe through charter education, and so forth, we would deal with this educational problem. But I want to tell a story about my own life and the way that I interacted with education. And it's when I was 15 years old, nearly failing out of high school, in an incredibly precarious position in my life, a situation where if he'd looked at me, he would have pointed the finger and said, that kid's not going to make it. He has no chance. He has a 2.2 GPA. He is failing out of his classes, and he is, most of all, hopeless and engaged in some of the conduct that later on leads to addiction, incarceration, and so forth. I was staying with my grandma then. It was before I'd moved in with my grandma full time, but when she was already a very important part of my life. And I was woken up one morning by my mom, who came to our home and said, JD, I need a jar of your urine. I need you to pee in a cup for me. And the problem is that Mom knew she had to pass a urinalysis later in the day, but didn't have the clean urine to actually do so. So she demanded that I do it for her. And I protested, and I fought, and I screamed, and I cried, and eventually I gave in to her because she's my mom, and I love her. And frankly, if we're not having a conversation about how so many of America's children go to school thinking about things like that, then we are going to fail them. If we forget that so much of what drives education and opportunity and economic chance in this country starts not at kindergarten or even at preschool or even sometime before that, it starts from the moment these kids are born in the homes that they were born into. It starts with poor families who very often don't even know the things that they need to do to give their children a better opportunity. It starts with families, even when they do know, or even when they want to do the things that are giving their kids better opportunities, actually aren't able to do it. And if our policy isn't addressing that fact, if we're not reckoning with these very real social problems in the way that we interact with America's poor and working classes, then we will fail them. We will fail future generations of this country just like we failed them in the past. So the last thing I want to say before I shut up is I am not ignorant of where I am right now. I am among a group of primarily right-of-center intellectuals, folks who think about these issues very deeply and who I know care about these issues very deeply. I am a conservative, and a lot of folks think that's weird because conservatives aren't supposed to care about poor people, and that's pretty ironic to me because, of course, I am a poor person, and I care about myself, I care about the community I came from, and I certainly care about it now. So I've never found the distinction between conservative and liberal in the fact that liberals care about the poor and conservatives don't especially persuasive. What distinction I have found pretty persuasive is that both sides in some fundamental way have failed to really address these significant challenges in a realistic way. It involves thinking about social capital and how we build it, how we encourage it in some of these communities. It involves questions of family stability and family chaos. It involves questions of violence. It involves questions of opioid addiction, especially now in this terrible scourge that's facing a lot of the communities that I came from. I think that the people in this room and the people who participated in this panel, or these previous panels in this conference, are the people who are best suited to deal with this problem because they realize how complicated it is. They realize how difficult these challenges are. They look at communities like mine, and they don't try to pretend that the government can flip some magic switch. They recognize that both on the policy and the non-policy side, dealing with these problems is going to be difficult. It's going to take a long time. It may sometimes require more money, but most of all, it requires better thinking from our intellectual and political leaders. And I'm really honored to be here, not just among Bill, but among all of you, to be in this remarkable place, because I think that you guys understand better than anyone that if we want to deal with these problems, we have to first recognize the scope and the scale of how they interact with people's lives. And if we don't do that, we're going to continue passing bills, making legislation, regulating, and spending money in a way that doesn't actually help. And I hope and I believe that the people in this room are part of a better way forward. So thank you again for having me, and thank you all so much for your time.
Well, thanks. Let me ask you a couple of questions, and there's a lot of threads that are worth pulling here. But I guess, conservatives always cite culture as a caution to liberal enthusiasm about policy fixes, as if things could work overnight. Liberals always cite politics and policy as a correction to excessive conservative fatalism about culture, and I think both are useful at different times. You know, India had a culture that seemed to consign hundreds of millions of Indians to poverty, and then the same, 10 years later with different economic policies, the culture was changing, and suddenly you have a country growing 8% a year for 25 years and a leading entrepreneur. So, I guess we're stipulating that both those corrections are, you in effect said this, are right. Are there one or two key things? No one thinks you can flip a switch and change everything, but at times it is striking how in history one or two things do turn out to be key inflection points or leverage points. And is there anything that strikes you, either reflecting on your own experience, obviously, or your subsequent observations and studies, that you would want to focus? There's so many things one could do, ranging from education to employment policy to drug policy. And if someone came to you and said, look, I can't do all these things, I need to focus on one or two, or is that a mistake to even think that way?
Well, no, I don't think it's a mistake to think that way, and I think the recognition that policy is very difficult and that some of these problems are incredibly intractable should not be in service of some sort of fatalism, to throw our hands up and say we can't do anything about these problems. I think it would be a real disservice both to the capacity of people to change, but of course of the Americans who would be suffering if we don't try to make their lives better. A couple of things just randomly, those aren't necessarily the number one and number two things if I was given more time to think about it. But the first thing is that, and I would illustrate this by saying that when a kid like me graduates from high school, is effectively given two options. Option one is go and work in a service sector job making $7, $8, $9 an hour, or go and get a 4-year college degree, a college degree that's not just expensive, but is in some ways very culturally alienated, both from the people that you grew up around and are most attached to, but also just to your own personal values and so forth. And I think that we have to think about better ways to build pipelines to viable, dignified work that don't necessarily go through a 4-year college degree program. The way that I think about this, and I think it's a little outrageous, frankly, but I also think it's true, is that imagine if tomorrow Congress passed a law that said you have to pay a state-run agency $100,000 a year to get a card that allows you to make a livable wage in the United States of America. That is in some ways what the obsession with 4-year education has done in our country. And I think we have to change that, and there are a lot of good ideas out there, from all different sides about how to fix that problem. The second thing that comes to mind is that we have to think very seriously about what a 21st century family policy would look like. And I think conservatives, especially on the libertarian side of this, almost instinctively recoil at the idea that you can intervene in the family in any way that will be successful. I think that resistance and that worry is justified, and it should counsel real caution when we think about how to solve these problems. But if we're not even thinking about how to intervene in the family at all, when the family is such a major source of both the advantages and disadvantages that go on in people's lives, that's a real problem to me. And it strikes me as sort of fundamentally ceding the most important replicator of opportunity to forces that can't be controlled.
Yeah, those are both interesting. I mean, on the first, I guess, I'll just tell a very brief anecdote. I was in 2001, before 9/11, the Weekly Standard was strongly in favor of increasing the size of our military, and especially of the Marine Corps and the Army, of ground troops, since we thought one lesson of the 90s had been that at the end of the day, you're going to need those for various kinds of conflicts. And Rumsfeld, people forget this, Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld came in determined to cut the size of the Army from 10 divisions to 8. He didn't succeed in that, but he certainly was totally resistant to any increase. He was a military transformation guy, high tech. This is just, ridiculous. And also, we should outsource everything we can to, and you experienced this obviously in Iraq, to contractors in terms of, and there's some sense to that. Why should a military guy be cooking the meals and serving them? You can get some, contractor to do it. It's not really a strictly military task. And I had a conversation with Secretary Rumsfeld. It's one of the last ones I had for about 5 years after we had some disagreements about troop levels in Iraq. He was a wonderful, impressive guy, not always the most tolerant of dissent, I would say. Anyway, and I said, well, look, who knows? Well, I'm no expert, God knows. I don't know how big the Army has to be or should be. And I don't know whether it's more efficient, you save a few dollars by outsourcing huge numbers of things to private contractors. But we do know that actually young people going into, I think we know this, young people going into the military, it's good for them. I mean, they tend to come out and not be fail. I mean, some do, or some fail after that, but a higher percentage given, I'm sure, if one controls for socioeconomic background and so forth, succeed. They benefit from that. So just as a matter of social policy, if it's a close call, why not have an extra 50,000 people in the Army? What's the worst case? They won't be deployed, but they'll learn good habits. They'll get 4 years of a decent salary while contributing something to the country, just if only the kind of security of having plenty of troops if we need them. They'll come out of the Army and be able to find jobs. And he was totally unsympathetic to this. And, and of course, he had a budget to manage. The last thing he needed was some smart aleck telling him, why don't we just spend a few tens of millions more dollars on unnecessary, as he saw it, ground troops. But I mean, you did go that path. And I'm just curious, I mean, really, that does seem to, I mean, leaving aside whether we literally want to increase the Army and the Marine Corps and other services by a lot, I mean, what do you think, what lesson do you take both personally and more broadly from your own experience, I guess, and the many, all your colleagues there in the Marine Corps in terms of that as a kind of model for at least helping some percentage of those kids at that key moment, as you say, when they come out of high school?
Sure. So the Marine Corps, I should say, was this remarkable 4-year education. I enlisted in 2003, right after high school, got out in 2007, this remarkable education in character education, things like how to make a bed, how to iron a uniform, how to manage your finances, whether to take out this loan or that loan, and the parameters that should inform you when you're choosing. So I definitely think that the Marine Corps was a remarkably transformational part of my own life. And there's a Marine commandant, a former commandant by the name of Chuck Krulak, who you may know, but maybe a lot of folks here don't. I'd say short of General James Mattis is probably the most revered of the living Marine generals. And he once said that the most important thing the Marine Corps did for the United States was, 1, to win wars, but 2, to make Marines. He was getting at that very point that there's this remarkably transformative thing about enlisting in the military and serving in the military. So as a general matter, I don't have any remarkable opposition to what you're talking about. It strikes me when I think of the Marine Corps in my own experience, something that I didn't write about as much in the book, but was in some ways equally transformative, is that I was exposed to people from remarkable walks of life, right? So we tend to stereotype the American military as sort of the dumb poor kids, and those are all the kids who are enlisting. But of course, if you look at the data, the kids, especially from lower and working class backgrounds who enlist in the military, are actually the smartest kids from those communities, are the kids who score the best on tests. That's true of middle class kids too. So it brings these people from different social classes in a remarkably cohesive way, throws them together, forces them to work together. And it's just amazing to me when I look back on my Marine Corps experience, like one of my closest friends, a Puerto Rican guy from the Bronx who was incredibly, much more disadvantaged than I was in my background, but who, was legitimately the best Marine that I served with. And I think, where else in American society can you get that sort of experience? So I think that there are things about the Marine Corps and the military more generally that are both really admirable and good for American society, and that we should think very seriously about how do we replicate it through other institutions in other ways.
Where do you think, I mean, our son did ROTC, and so was a Marine officer a few years after you, I guess, and he commanded a platoon, obviously, of 42 enlisted guys, who almost all of whom had come in right out of high school. And I used to talk to him about this, and I guess we were both uncertain. I mean, he had the experience, I didn't, but uncertain about which judgment of the following two was correct. I mean, on the one hand, if you looked at these people's lives, they were classic case studies in Charles Murray, let's say the bottom, quartile, I guess, in his book, or quintile of America. You know, just a mess, kind of. You know, very few of them had classic, intact two-parent families. There were all kinds of things like what you went through with their own lives. Were kind of messy, you know, girlfriends who would become pregnant and who they weren't married to, people they were married to who left them. I'm sure you saw this all the time, you know, after 6 months, and kind of but one had the sense, and I think our son had the sense, that an awful lot of these guys, that maybe conservatives like me were too obsessed about the family. That was such a big theme of, obviously, of so much conservative and, you know, intelligent, obviously conservative social policy writing from the 1970 on for 45 years. That, you know, they seem to, it's going to be a little messy. It's not going to look exactly the way it does in the books from 1955, but, you know, they seem to be living good lives, and they'll, you know, it won't, as I said, it'll be messy, but manageable. Then at other times, he says he stayed in touch with this man afterwards. I think he came to think, I don't want to put words in his mouth, that the family stuff really is serious, that they could do great in the Marine Corps, come out, they kind of go back into a dysfunctional situation, and what all the intelligent social scientists have been saying for 50 years about the real price you pay for family dysfunction was there. And I think, I'm just curious of where on that spectrum, as it were, of we're overdoing, you know, you can overcome the family problems, and we shouldn't obsess about some of the classical indices of family stability on the one hand, or it really is a sort of deep fundamental problem that's hard to overcome. Where on that spectrum is do you think the truth is?
So I'm a big fan generally of the idea that stable families are very important, and the way that I frame this is that it's worthwhile to think about these things in terms of buckets, right? So it's not just sort of a binary, the family or not the family. It's that when the family really isn't working out, both as a historical thing but also as a present day, whether it's a marriage or your parents back home, then it creates incredible pressures on you financially, on you emotionally, on you personally. And one of the things the military is very effective at, right, is sort of creating countervailing pressures, creating stable incomes, a sort of community that is very supportive, in some ways in a very paternalistic way. But certainly there are sort of countervailing factors when you're in the military. I think it's interesting that the further your son not in the military anymore?
Right, he's been out a couple of years.
So the further away he gets from the Marine Corps, the military, the closer he is to sort of the idea that family is so important. Because when you lose that very important social institution, other social institutions become that much more important. So I don't think the family is a sort of, if your family is incredibly unstable or unworkable, that it's a death sentence, that you can't sort of live a successful life. But it is very, very difficult to make up for it in other ways.
And I'm curious in the reaction to your book. You mentioned that people here in Washington, New York, you know, treat the sort of like zoo animal. Wow, that's amazing. You've explained this weird group of to us. I was on TV. It's funny. I had the exact same thought yesterday. I was on a show in the afternoon, and a perfectly good show. Chuck Todd, Meet the Press Daily, you know, on MSNBC, and he had gone to, I think it was Kentucky. I couldn't see, actually, was, you know, it's just speaking to the camera, but I think it was Kentucky, near a coal mine, to meet the Trump voters. Right. And he was in some bar, you know, it was like something out of, you know, it's just this is TV, so they, you know, and he was in a bar and he was talking to these coal miners, and, you know, they were saying predictable, I mean, perfectly okay things, but predictable things about, you know, they were neglected and this is why they were for Trump. He was finally saying it like it was. But it was, and I'd say to Chuck's credit, he tried not to make it, you know, the anthropologist from Washington comes to see what's going on with these weird natives, you know, and their customs. But nonetheless, it had a lot of that feel. And I guess I'm just curious, now that you've moved in both worlds so much, Yale Law School, Silicon Valley, how does one avoid that kind of combination of, even, and really inadvertent? I mean, I think Chuck was bending over backwards not to sound this way, but still it comes off as a kind of either patronizing or how strange these people are, or there's some magic thing we can figure out, you know, that if fixed would get them sort of back in, you know, in a place that we understand, I guess, you know.
Sure. So it reminds me of something that Mamaw, this is what my grandma is the word that I had for her, that she once told me about Appalachian families, that in any Appalachian family there are 10 members, a mom, a dad, six kids, an anthropologist and a journalist. And there is this very real sense that there's this group of sort of otherworldly humans who are living these inexplicable lives, but there's always someone kind of coming in and trying to understand them, which I think is a very interesting, it's a very interesting, I think about that comment a lot in the context of this most recent election, where there really has been this remarkable amount of interest in this region of the world. You know, I think on this question of, you know, how do we think about Appalachians, and it's sort of how do we think about this region of the world, and how do we contextualize them in light of this election? There's always a tendency among, you know, folks like us and sort of oversimplify the things, right? Say Trump is this or that. Of course, Trump is 40 different things, then probably 40 different things on top of that. But, you know, the way that I navigate these worlds is that I try to just remind myself that each of them has their own separate virtues. And maybe this is just sort of my particular way of looking at it, or maybe this is a broader trend. But the older that I get, the more that I think that the way that I grew up was not so much a disadvantage, but an advantage, because it gave me an exposure to certain ways of thinking and living that, frankly, a lot of my peers in this elite world don't have. And I really cherish that, and of course it's easy for me to cherish it because I'm sitting here and my life is pretty advantaged by any objective metric.
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, I'll tell you two things that occurred, my little beefs, and I'm curious on your reactions. I mean, one on the Trump, and this has affected, I think, the understanding of your book. The Trump thing is just overdone, in my opinion, as an analytical, empirical matter. I mean, last night Chuck was talking correctly. Trump got a massive vote in, I think maybe it was in West Virginia. It was next door to West Virginia, whatever. West Virginia, I think they just declared the vote yesterday. They, you know, finalized the numbers, and it was 67% for Trump and 29 or something like that for Hillary Clinton. Oh, isn't that unbelievable? Who could have thought it? But so I looked up. I mean, just on my iPhone, waiting to go on, and you know, Romney got 63%. You know, so Romney's not really in touch. I'm just going to stipulate with these guys in Appalachia. And I mean, they don't like liberals for whatever reasons, good or bad. They don't like Obama. They don't like Hillary for slightly different reasons, though maybe, you know, and the Republicans speak to them. And Trump spoke to them a little more effectively. Obviously, his vote skewed more working class white and less college educated, but not as much as people think. You know, I mean, he won college educated white people. The idea that he's, you know, and Romney won working class white people. So, so I think the Trump thing, if people are going to and there are, of course, 100 things that were going on in this election, whether it was campaign tactics or, you know, the state Obamacare or Hillary Clinton being the opposing candidate. And so I do think there's sort of, as always happens, I suppose, and plus Trump didn't exactly win by a huge landslide. So there's this huge overinterpretation of him, and therefore, which I think is unfortunate, because any particular position he takes somehow becomes, this is the way, this is what they want. Well, that may not, maybe or maybe not, or they couldn't care less about that position, and they voted for him for other reasons, which gets to my second point, and then I'm very curious on your reaction, which is, and people like me were accused all the time, of course, with some justice, of being out of touch, you know, with middle America. I just go up and down on the Acela between, you know, New York and Washington. Occasionally I go up to Boston to see what's really going on in real America, you know, at Harvard and MIT, you know, stop off in New Haven, New Haven to see how the other side lives. You know, there's a lot of truth to that caricature of me. On the other hand, what does it mean? I mean, it would mean a lot if I were claiming to write sociological, you know, treatises and cultural analyses of middle America. But as a policy matter, at some point I got a little impatient with this. I mean, they may believe, I'm not sure they do, but let's say a high percentage of people in Ohio think bad trade deals, NAFTA, or, you know, the coming deal with Asia is bad for was hurting them, costing them their jobs, was a terrible thing. But this is kind of a matter for empirical analysis. And if one really does believe that, on the whole, these freer trade regimes are good for the country and good for the world, and of course one could do more, presumably, to ameliorate some of the effects of these deals on localities and so forth. But at the end of the day, you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Sure. or another way I was putting it is, it's simple-minded, I kept being told, and all conservative free market types kept being told to say that a rising tide lifts all boats. That's true, but it's better to have a rising tide than not a rising tide, and it does lift a lot of boats.
Sure.
And I guess I was struck, so at some point I said, well, what does it mean to say over and over we're out of touch, and what are we supposed to do? Not abandon sound policies that genuinely help people. They don't just help rich people, help an awful lot of poor people, especially in India and other places, but even in America. It's not like there aren't poor people benefiting from free trade and cheap goods at Walmart
Sure.
and so forth. Anyway, it's a long way of saying that I think there's a kind of simple-mindedness about these two things are related. The kind of get in touch with these the over amplification of the Trump effect, and then this getting in touch with people. And I'm just curious whether you've experienced some of the same thing in the reactions to your book, or maybe everyone thinks you're in touch, so you have that
Sure.
advantage.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that's right.
But then if you try to defend, I don't know if you do want to defend, but I think you do generally follow more or less of a liberal world order and more or less free-ish trade and movement of capital and more or less market-oriented, solutions. I mean, what's the right response?
Well, you've become more in touch just by sitting here on the stage with me.
I'm going to
emanate in-touchness with the American working man.
I'm going to live off this for 6 months. I was within 3-4 feet of someone who grew up in some bizarro hillbilly place, right?
So a couple of thoughts, and I don't know if this will respond to everything, but I'll try. One on the Trump voter and the way that the Republican electorate moved and trended towards more working class as opposed to upper class. I mean, that I think you're right to point out that it's been overstated, but I think that it's important to recognize that this trend has been happening for 10 or 20 years, right? So the Republican Party has increasingly become more working class white. It's increasingly sort of lost college-educated white voters, so-called elites. And I don't see Trump so much as really surprising. Of course, hindsight is 20/20. As much as I see the fact that maybe Romney won in 2012 is pretty surprising, right? I think that you look at the resistance to his nomination, the sort of Gingrich challenge, the Herman Cain challenge, the Bachmann challenge. There was clearly an uneasiness, the Santorum challenge, and Huckabee and so forth. There was an uneasiness with Romney as the candidate in 2012, and I think that some of the trends that we've seen really manifest themselves in 2016 just hadn't quite manifested strongly enough. But I do think that it's important for conservatives to recognize, especially conservative Republicans like me, that whether we like it or not, we have effectively inherited a majority of the FDR coalition of the 1930s. This is our base now, middle America, working lower middle income voters, and that's just a matter of fact. And I think unless our politics, our primary process, our electoral politics, and so forth, really deals with that fact, then we're going to continue being blindsided by people like Trump, who really was in some ways just the culmination of a trend as opposed to a really radical departure. So that's one thought. Second thought on this question of being out of touch. One of the things I've harped on since I've been given this unexpected platform, thanks to the success of the book, is that it's very hard to be in touch with people no matter how much you read, no matter how much you think about them, unless you spend time day to day on the ground with them. And it may be that you actually live among people who come from a different social class. It may just be that you read journalistic reports that are much more representative of people on the ground. And one of the things that elite culture generally has been not especially well served by is, one, the residential segregation that's been very characteristic of the past 30 or 40 years in American history, but especially the way that journalism has withdrawn to the sort of data science perspective of understanding human beings as opposed to an on-the-ground, person-to-person understanding of human beings. So part of being in touch to me is actually just spending more time in different forums and in different ways with people who live and occupy other parts of the country. And I really do think that that's a pretty significant problem. I live in San Francisco, and it's astonishing how different just the entire cultural mindset of the average high-income, high-skill worker in Silicon Valley is from people back home. And I don't think that the people in San Francisco have any sort of monopoly on wisdom, and I certainly don't think the people in San Francisco have any monopoly on being closed-minded about how the other side lives. This is not a sort of monolithic criticism, but it's a really significant problem and something that's unique in recent American political history. And the last thing I'll say there, this is something the president said somewhat recently that I thought was really fascinating. He was talking about sort of sky-high corporate profits and the share of national income that went to labor versus the share of income that went to capital. And instead of sort of pivoting to the left of center talking points about tax policy and regulatory policy and so forth, he actually said something that I thought was very fascinating, which is if you were the CEO of GM in the 1950s or 60s, you saw your workers at church. You saw them at their kids' play functions. You saw them in your daily life in a way that you wouldn't if you're a 21st century CEO of GM. And that's actually, I think, a very significant insight.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think the journalist point is really true. I mean, I'm old enough to have come here when, the eminence grise, I guess, of Washington journalism were Bob Novak and Jack Tremont and people like that. And they did come, I mean, they all had different backgrounds, but many of them from middle America, working class backgrounds, state universities, some not university or college. And there was a kind of hard-boiled cynicism about them, and it probably led them to miss some things or not to be upset enough about some injustices, and such as race and whatever. But it also gave them a real understanding of the country. And it's not anyone's fault. I mean, it's great. The young people at the Weekly Standard, who are many of them were from very good schools and upper middle class backgrounds. That's not their fault, and they want to be journalists, and that's great, and they're very good at it. It's just empirically, it's like the social segregation. No one wanted that, no one planned that, and you certainly can't blame people for living in nice areas if that's what they can afford and seeking out better public schools for their kids than ones that are less good. But yeah, that's an interesting thing and hard to overcome, I think.
Sure.
And then the academy, too. The academy was so small 50, 60 years ago that the fact that academics were out of touch didn't matter much, because how many colleges were there really? And they educated themselves, an out-of-touch elite, so that was just kind of a little islands out there, and then the rest of America was going about its business. That's a big difference in San Diego. I don't know if President Obama mentioned that. The head of GM in 1957 might not have, he probably had a college degree. He probably didn't go to business school. He almost certainly didn't go to an Ivy League school. I don't know who he was, but and that's all totally different today. So all these things together have created, and it's no one's fault, I think, really.
Yeah, it reminds me of something. I had dinner with a professor of mine from Ohio State a few weeks ago.
The Ohio State University.
The Ohio State.
I said Ohio State University. I said Ohio State once in his talk in Columbus, and the whole place went nuts. I had to spend half an hour apologizing. I guess by law of the state of Ohio. Are you aware of this? It is the Ohio State University.
Yeah. Well, that was elite speak for Ohio State. But one thing that this professor said to me, pretty liberal guy, that I thought was just fascinating is that he sees, in some ways, as he's thought about the election and just the past 10 years, he's been in the academy for maybe 15 years, he sees universities like his playing this very significant and mostly negative sociological function, which is that they take children, especially at a place like Ohio State, they take children, high talent, high skilled children from across the state, they suck them into this university, they reformulate not just their skill sets and their job prospects, but the way that they perceive and interact with their homes. And then they spit them back out, primarily not in the cities where they came from, the towns where they came from, but in places like Columbus or Cincinnati, or even more sort of nationally significant urban centers. And that's to this point that I think that this is a really significant problem. I don't know that there's an easy policy solution. This is a really significant problem for conservatives to grapple with over the next little while.
On that note of a significant problem without an easy policy solution, thank you all for coming. And JD, thanks for that very interesting conversation.
Thank you. Thanks, Bill.
Sorry to have to cut off such an interesting conversation, but they're going to kick us out of the room. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for staying for the day. I don't know about you, but my head is spinning. I mean, what a lot of interesting conversations. And, I keep thinking that I want to go back and look at all the tapes again and kind of hear the conversations again. What I think is so interesting was the great ideas, the great picture of how conservatives think, the policy ideas, and I hope lawmakers and staffers and funders will look for the policy ideas. But what I liked best in this day were actually the arguments among conservatives, because what that says to me is this really is a vital intellectual movement with people thinking about these ideas, disagreeing about them, ferment, and really excitement more to come. So thank you all so much for being here. Have a great evening.